Hello, welcome to Crafters TV. I hope you're doing really well this morning. We are bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and ready for a 5-hour crafting marathon for you this morning or evening if you're getting in late and you're on the West Coast. Maybe you just come back from a bar, maybe you've had a lovely evening, who knows. But loads of inspiration, loads of deals coming up for you over the next 5 hours. I'm not here on my own, of course not. My partner in crime is back. Craig's here. How are you, Craig?
Good morning, John. How are you? Are you well?
Yeah, I'm really good.
Good God.
I'm really, really good, thank you. Are you excited for the show today?
Very excited. Very excited. Jam-packed day lined up.
We have got a jam-packed day.
We have indeed. Little inside joke there before we went live. Yes, jam-packed day lined up today. Lots of different things. Whether you like die cutting, whether you like stamping, whether you love craft boxes, whether you love collections. Yeah. It's going to be fun.
It is going to be loads and loads of fun, and also it's going to be lots of fun because she is back. The Queen of Tangling joins us again. Sandra's here. How are you, Sandra?
I'm really good, thank you. Hello, everybody. I think I'm the only adult here, though, this morning.
You, without a fact, certified. That is a certified fact. You are the only adult. I know you've got lots of stuff coming up for us, lots of new stuff as well. I'm really excited to get to work with you for the first time. So I will be seeing you very shortly, Sandra.
All right, I'll see you later.
Excellent, see you then. Right, don't forget when everything, I better tell you when everything's happening, haven't I?
You better.
As that's, you know, because you'll need to know. So here we're kicking things off this morning, 8 AM in the UK through till 1. That's 3 AM for you East Coasters, midnight for those across on the West Coast. Then, a little bit later, we've got another fabulous show coming up for you. There is a craft along for you with Debbie and George and the Gemini Mini dies. That'll be at 2 PM here in the UK, 9 AM if you're over on the East Coast, and 6 AM for you West Coasters. So make sure you join us for that. And then Creative Cravings comes your way this evening, 6 PM here in the UK. 1 PM on the East Coast, 10 AM if you're on the West Coast, and that is going to be again with George and Debbie. Now, we launched it every Monday, as we do launch every Monday, and it has been so incredibly busy. It's from Totally Tiffany, and it's this week's Get It, Got It, Good. Now, this week's is the amazing, ever-popular Ditto tool tote that we've got for you. And not only are you going to get that, this is brilliant because you can fold this up and take this around with you, but also have it opened up on your work surface. The other great thing is you are getting the Triangle Traveller included in this particular bundle as well. And the Triangle Traveller, great, because it has those removable pockets, which is fantastic. Also brilliant to store things like cosmetics or your makeup. There's loads of different things you're going to be able to use that for. Don't miss it whilst it's on such a great saving, £11 or $15 is your saving there on that. But we're going to look firstly at some floral decoupage.
Decoupage?
Decoupage.
My favourite.
You love this. Why do you love it so much?
Well, as you guys know at home, if you don't know, if you're relatively new to us, I just love the effect of 3D. I love the effect of building layers. We're going to show you in a minute. With this one, you get the dies with them, but you absolutely can do fussy cutting if you want. You can see some examples there. We'll show you a few more just shortly. But the good thing with this one is you've got the stamps as well, and the stamps match the dies as well.
It's brilliant, isn't it? So you're going to get the book, and in the book you're going to get your sheets. I believe it's 48 sheets of each of these.
Yes.
Lay those dies over and create something stunning there, as you can see. Then the thing is, once the book's gone, what do you do? And I know that you can download the images if you want to, or stamp it out. So if you love to colour, you're going to absolutely love that, aren't you?
And if you've never seen that before, that's going to be my second demonstration with these on Craft Chat and Create, using the stamps to create the decoupage.
Amazing. So you're going to get the precious poppies, which are these ones here.
Beautiful.
You will also get this one, which is the beautiful lilies, my absolute favourite flower.
Lovely, aren't they?
Really
lovely,
gorgeous.
Lovely
You can see maybe some of the glossy highlights or clear sparkle overlay on there.
100%.
Gorgeous.
The good thing as well, and that's actually going to be my first demo, is I'm going to show you how you don't just have to add the layers of the number of dies that's there. If you want to do additional fussy cutting and make it bigger, you absolutely can do.
Excellent. This one is Spring Is Here, which is like a lovely sort of spray or posy of spring flowers. Not long, Craig, until spring will spring.
We're getting there. We're just about there. The sun was coming up this morning when I was driving into work, and I actually leave work and it's daylight.
It's still daylight, and John is very excited about the daffodils coming up and the snowdrops. Then you
Are you a daffodil picker, John?
I love them.
Yeah.
He just loves them.
He just loves them.
He just loves them, he does. This one here is Roses in Bloom, as you can see. And this is a prime example of why it's great to have the stamps, Craig, because obviously roses come in multiple colours, so do these yellow ones, but then get your alcohol markers involved and do whatever you wish.
100%, you absolutely can do. Then what you can do is then you can create lovely looking cards, such as these ones here. Now, if you want to bring in any of your nesting dies, maybe your decorative frames, you can use all of these ones, but these are going to be the centerpiece when it comes to your cards, your projects, whatever it is that you're going to be making. Now, many of these, as I say, you will see them popped onto a matting layer from our nesting dies, but you don't need to do much if you don't want to. If maybe you only want them flat, maybe you only want 2 layers, you only have to do 2 layers. 3 layers, that's up to you, but you've got the scope and the ability to do little bits of additional fussy cutting, so it means then what you can then do is make it larger. You can foam it with your foam pads, you can go in with your glue gel, you can round it with your ball tools, you can absolutely do that. But as I say, when it comes to Craft Chat and Create, the second demonstration, we're going to be having a look at how you can create a card, actually using the stamps as a background, one of Erin's favourite techniques that she loves to see me do, and then using the stamps to decoupage.
If you want to get hold of all of those, you can. Brilliant saving for you today, $75.99, $108.95, and make sure you're using your Club Inspired discount. There are some individual smaller bundles available. Go check the website out for those. Tools that are going to help you to achieve this as well. The ball tools in here, why might we want to use the ball tools with the decoupage elements?
Well, the decoupage elements, if you're a fan of doing what Sarah does and likes to shape the ball tool, shape the decoupage with the ball tools, then what you can do is you can do that with these ones. You know what I'm like, you know that I like my decoupage flat, but by having these ones, originally brought out for a flower form and foam, but you can absolutely start to shape your decoupage.
Excellent, so you get those in here. You'll also get the tweezers, which I love. I love the squeezy ones at the bottom.
Yeah, it's kind of like the reverse one. It plays with your mind sometimes, but it's a good one.
It's a really cool one. You'll also get the pokey tools. You can't have enough of those, let's face it. And the 3D glue gel with the tool. So everything that you need to really nail this technique.
Absolutely.
$18.99 or $28.99 if you want to get your hands on those ones. Right, next up we are doing the album spines, which are just in front of Craig, just there. 2 different size options in here with these. I'll show you the small one first, and the small one is here. I say the small one. It's not small, is it?
No,
8 inches is what you
at all.
Are looking at, and this is going to create, yes, great albums, but whether it's a memory album or whether it is photo albums, scrap albums, so many different ways of using these. So you're going to get they're the edges there that you get, and you get the spine in there too. So the sort of core construction, and then something that you need to titivate them, make them look really cool. That's your 8-inch album.
And they will go through the Gemini Junior, the large one, the A4 one.
The A4, the regular Gemini.
The regular Gemini, that'll go through the A4 Gemini.
Excellent.
And then that enables you to make unbelievably gorgeous memory books. Now, they are 8x8, but if you wanted that to be shorter, just cut it down. Maybe you wanted it to be longer, you're going to cut your pages longer. It's the actual spine that's 8 inches, but then you can have a lot of fun in decorating it. So whether you want to add your pattern papers, maybe things from your exploding boxes, you've got your sort of like your waterfall effect, your pockets, all of these you could be popping in if you wanted to. But then you can go down the dark tones, the rustic tones, if you've got graphic 45 papers or something like that. Gorgeous. Would look absolutely gorgeous.
Imagine if you got the signature collection yesterday, how great that could look on one of these.
Oh, nice call on that one, Joseph. Love that. But then if you do want to go in with your bright tones, with this one being from Garden of Love, then you can do pockets, pop your photos in, maybe memorabilia if you've been away on holiday, or as the grandkids or the kids are growing up, lots of different things. You get the key tools to create the memory book, then you can get creative when it comes to creating it.
And loads of different reasons why you'd want to create these, absolutely. I love what you said there about, having just memories at home that you don't really do anything with. You've just got loads of photos and beautiful memories just sat in bags at places. These would be a great way.
Or sitting on your phone nowadays.
On your phone is a prime example, isn't it? How often we take photos on our phone, leave them on there, and until a point where we've got no memory left,
That's
and then
it.
just delete them.
You have to go back and just delete.
Yes.
And you get fed up and you
have
just
your
go,
memories
like,
in
delete.
here and not on your phone.
Exactly.
Much better.
Much better.
Let's also share with you the 10-inch version then that we've got for you, which is this one here. So this one for the Gemini Pro, isn't it, Craig?
It
And
is.
again, same concept for you. So you've got the main worker die on here, and you've also got those edges there too. Yes, use the edges with the album spines, Craig. I'm definitely thinking you could be using these away from the albums too.
Absolutely, you can do whatever you want with these ones here, and where they're going to be used is actually within these pages here or at
egg
the
on
edge.
toast.
So you've got your meal planner. So if you are wanting to plan your meals, if you're trying to be healthy, or if, do you know something I do like to point out, because someone else said it to me last week as well, maybe you're not trying to be healthy, maybe you're trying to gain that little bit extra weight, like the position that I'm in. Meal planner, absolutely perfect, but again, it's all about the memories. The same with this one here, it's 10-inch. If you wanted it shorter, you absolutely could do it. If you wanted it longer, use your larger cardstock, keep it plain, or if you do want your decorative edges, you absolutely can. If I just bring in, now again, this one is the 8-inch one, but you could design it in the same way as that one, but then on the 10-inch one if you wanted to. So you can absolutely do that. We're going to have a look at these in Craft Chat and Create, and we're going to construct a basic spine and page for you to see how you can do them.
Brilliant. 3573 or 4009. If you are a UK-based customer as well, you can take advantage of ClearPay. See the details out. The first instalment on the bottom of your screen there. Just select ClearPay at the checkout, set up an account. It's all very simple and easy to do. Yeah, really simple. Super simple. Don't need to know like your inside leg measurement or your national insurance number or anything like that. Just all basic plain details, which is good.
Oh, that's good.
Which is good at 8:11 in the morning. You don't want anything too taxing at this time of the day. No, thank you. We're going to move on now, and we're going to talk about this. Now, it is UK only. However, you do have a discount here as well, which is fantastic. So you are saving yourself $44.90 on this today. You're either in two camps. You either own one of these or you want to own one of these, is what I think, Craig.
100%. 100%. Now with this bad boy, this originally came out from demand from all you guys at home, but for those that like to do big batch making of invites, you know, you've got a business, but then, I'm not going to say we're surprised, but we were shocked how busy we were initially just from you paper crafters at home that love the idea of having the wider mouth, the bigger space, 12 by 12 plates. There is A3 ones available as well, and it's the fact of it covers the whole edge to edge when it comes to die cutting machines. So if you do like to do all your mats and layers, you use the nesting dies, maybe you're going to be doing the decoupage, you can do like all 4 layers, all 4 types of the decoupage, all 4 flowers, you can do them all together because you've got the size of the Gemini. It is exactly the same working as any of the other ones. You've got the power, you've got the pause, you've got the reverse as well as the play to go forward. So everything that you already know, but with this one, it is huge, 12-inch mouth that we can see here. So if you do want to use your A4 plates as well, they will fit in sideways. So the same way the Junior works with the A4, the A4 works in with the Pro as well. But do you know what it is? It's all about saving a bit of time. I know we don't all need to save time when we're crafting. Many do it as relaxing and chilled, but there is a point where you've got a multitude of layers. Do you know what? Get them all sorted, get them laid up, get them taped down, run them through, and every single layer, potentially, depending on how many you're using, will all be cut in a winner. That's what's good.
The thing is with this, it's everything that you know and love about all the other original Gemini machines that we have brought to you, just in that much larger size. It is UK only, definitely something you might want to take advantage of on ClearPay, because you're looking at £101.03 today, and 3 further instalments spaced at 2-week intervals. We will be seeing that a bit later in the show as well, but for now, maybe if you're new to the Gemini Pro, let's just take a moment to share with you the incredible features.
Supersize your die cutting and embossing potential with the Gemini Pro. With a huge 12x12 cutting platform as standard, this machine is perfect, not only for larger projects and batch making, but also for cutting all elements, mats and layers for your smaller projects in one pass too. The machine is capable of cutting through all sorts of materials, including card, craft metal, leather, wood, felt, and multiple layers of fabric. The power, pressure and performance that you've come to expect from the Gemini family of electronic die cutting machines has been enhanced to the next level. It's been engineered for superb edge-to-edge cutting of up to 12 by 18 size materials with perfect results every time. In the box, along with your Gemini Pro machine, you'll receive 2 clear cutting plates, a rubber embossing mat, a magnetic shim, plastic shim and metal shim, all 12 by 12, power cord, plus of course your comprehensive instruction booklet that will guide you through the plate combinations you need for your different dies and embossing folders. Larger 12 by 18 plates are also available separately to boost your creativity even further. So, whether you're a card maker, scrapbooker, create paper or fabric embellishments, table decorations, wedding stationery or keepsake gifts, to name but a few, this machine will revolutionise your crafting experience.
Oh, yeah, incredible, that machine. You got 2 of them,
I've
you
got
were just
2 of
saying.
those.
Oh, talk about treating
spoiled.
yourself.
One at the office, one at home.
Nice. That's the way forward, isn't it? How are you? It's so
I'm
good
really
to have you
good.
back. So lovely to finally meet you as
I know,
well.
not many-
No, I was here, I was at home when you came and did
Yes.
your first show, and everyone absolutely raved about it. I came
you
back
know, I
into
loved
work.
it.
Yeah. Everyone here at Crafters TV has loved it. We've been getting updates from
you.
all the viewers that purchased the first time round. I'm so excited to see what you're going to bring back for us this time. But for
Yeah.
anyone that is new, maybe didn't catch the shows last time, what is tangling and how did you get started
Oh
with
my
it?
goodness me, what is tangling? Tangling is a very, very simple form of artwork. Whether you can pick a pen up, you draw
Right.
a basic line, a little bubble. We don't do circles, we do
Right,
bubbles.
bubbles like
If you
that.
can do that kind of thing, we can then build something creative. And it's so different. You start really, really small. So I think our smallest tile is 5 centimetres square.
Oh, wow.
And you can go up to, I don't know, maybe A3, even A2 if you
Wow.
want to. So it starts, I say, very, very simple, very basic, and then you just build it as you go. Basic tools: a pen, fine liner, a pencil, and a paper stub known as a tortillon. Everybody loves that word. Tortillon.
Tortillon.
Very
I love
French.
that.
But
Yeah.
absolutely, and that's all you need to get going.
And we've got everything in the show for
Everything in
you.
the
So if
show
you've
today.
never tangled before, this is going to be the show for you. You're going to whiz through everything we've got on the show now, and we'll be back with Sandra for a full hour a little bit later as well. Now, we're going to have a look firstly at
Yep.
this first item, which is the tiles, tangles and techniques. Tiles, tangles and techniques. You wouldn't say that after a
3Ts,
sherry,
let's
would
call it
you?
3Ts.
Starter bundle book. 24 tiles in here, 3 stencils and the drawing set as well.
Yep.
Would you say this is a great starting point then for anyone if they wanted to
Absolutely.
get started?
It's everything you possibly need. It's your tiles that we've just mentioned. It's our little pieces of cardstock. They're 8.2 centimetres
Right.
square. No, because we cut them ourselves. And of course, you put your name, the date, and the tile number on the back, and then you draw on the front. Very nice quality cardstock. That is really lovely.
Yeah, really, really
So,
gorgeous,
yeah,
isn't it?
that's it's going to give you 24
perfect-
lovely. Well, it's 24 hours worth of work because each one could take about an hour. So you imagine doing one constantly.
Yeah.
it is addictive. But
I
you-
bet it is, yeah. And I guess it's so lovely to be able to then
Of
give them
course.
to
And
people
they're
and
not
do something with
overwhelming,
them.
are they? Because they're quite small. So you
yeah,
don't
really
have
good
to worry
starting
about-
point. We've got all the hardware then that we need in there as well
You
to
have,
get
yeah.
started.
And we've got that. Go on, I'll let you do
Oh,
it.
God, I'll pick this one up first because this just looks so fancy,
Yeah,
Sandra.
it's gonna
That's
be
why I
nice.
wanted to pick this one up first.
Do it. There you go. Look at that.
Beautiful, isn't it? So this is our main tool, I'm guessing.
That's your fine liner, and it is very, very fine. So when you get it, you think, my goodness, how am I going to work with that? Be very gentle with it because you want to let the pen flow rather than you force the issue. So just hold it upright and just take a deep breath and off you go.
And off you go,
That's it,
indeed.
yes.
And then we've got a pencil included
You have
in
got
here
a pencil,
as well.
yes, so it's exactly the right consistency for construction lines, and of course we use that mostly to do our shading or to apply our graphite onto our tiles.
Brilliant. What's this chap over here?
This is a white chalk pencil. It's not a regular pencil at
Right.
all. It's chalk based, which means when you sort of get to book 2 or you want to use different colour tiles, you can add highlights and things with it. It'll go over that black pen really
Okay.
nicely.
And this one, I'm going to call it, was it the tantaliser you said?
Not quite.
No. Oh, that's
It's been called worse, honestly. This is our tortillon. And you
Tortillon.
notice it's very, very tightly rolled paper. It's a point at one end,
Yep.
and that's the end you use. But of course, the other end it's hollow, so you could actually you put a paper clip down there and you can reintroduce the point and things. When
Excellent.
it goes. But yeah, you do need that. That's what actually softens or blends out or your pencil.
Amazing. The great thing is as well, not only the hardware we need, but then also you've got all the inspo for us as well, which is the important bit, isn't it?
It is, and these of course follow videos that are on Facebook and YouTube.
Oh, excellent. So if you're more of a visual learner, that's great.
Yeah, you can look at that and you can look at this and sort of get the best of both worlds. With this one, you don't get me talking at you.
Right.
So you can just take your time, go really slow, and it's literally 12 tiles from start to finish, even on how you actually write on the back, to how you shade it, to how you perhaps want to put it on a page later to sort of, you know, extend it a little bit. But really, really nice, and it's not, they don't look simple.
No, they look very, very elaborate. But I think it's one of those things, isn't it, that it's very elaborate, but actually when you break it down into small bite-sized chunks and manageable pieces, and great to have that with the smaller tiles, but then also to have your full step-by-step instructions in there as well, which is amazing. So you've got that included as well, and then
you get these.
Fabulous. These look cute. I love these.
Now we did put these in because obviously we refer to stencils in the book. You don't need to use them; they're not an absolute necessity. But for me, they are, because they give you every single shape you could possibly need. And of course, in your little instruction little books as well, it does show you how you could actually create something with just the stencils on their own. So as well as having that book one to sort of help you out, this gives you a little bit more of a point. I never leave you without anything.
No, absolutely. And I guess it's almost like a little course, the book, isn't it? Because you've got all those different styles of tangles that you can do. So it's something you can definitely learn and grow with. And then more projects in here. I'm guessing there's an awful lot of projects throughout this entire bundle.
There's a lot to go to, of course, And of course, these stencils will fit on your tiles.
Perfect.
So you don't sort of have to think, I need anything bigger. You can just go with it. These, the Zen buttons, I actually did do a demo last time I was here. A Zen button.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, so
I love
if
them.
you want to see how that was done, you can look back and
amazing. Yes, you can go back and watch any of our shows back at any time. Lots of you tuning in saying hi. Ashley says, morning, Sandra. You look amazing in red. Looking forward to the show.
Yeah, wasn't decided at 4 o'clock this morning.
Pam goes, well, I'm awake, up with a cuppa, watching the show. No, Jay, I've never tangled, but I have had tangled hair. Does that count? I'm not sure. Does that count?
Well, we could do that.
I think this kind of tangling is more fun than the tangled hair.
This one will last because it's there on paper then.
Stephen says, morning, I'm the one who said that he couldn't draw for toffee on the last show.
And you've done it?
He has done it, and he's just ordered book 2, apparently, as well, which is brilliant.
Thank you.
We would love to see pictures for anyone that went for these items last time, and you've been creating with them. We'd love to see them. Studio at craftscompanion.co.uk. What I have to just let you know is that as a bundle, this particular bundle here, £39, 56.74, is showing sold out, and all the individual items are showing in stock. We are working on it, and it will be in stock as a bundle soon. So if it's that bundle you're after, just hang fire, and we will get it back in for you. Ooh, this next one looks fun. This is something new that you've brought for us this time around. Where would you like to start with these?
Oh my goodness me. Shall we start with the stencils?
Yes, absolutely. Let me just grab those.
Start with the stencils. Now, it's not a stencil that I'm giving you a picture to draw around. We talked about this earlier, didn't we? If you actually look at this stencil itself, it doesn't look anything like anything. But with the instructions, it shows you that you can actually create not just the 4 images that I've put in the instructions, but there are so many other things you can do. I'm giving you permission to actually do your own thing and have a bit of fun with it. Of course, I've given you the guidance, but then you've got the shapes to create so many different things. It's crazy how many. I think we still haven't found out how many different bits and pieces you could do. So yeah, it's a really nice one, and of course that works with all other things, especially when you're with the crafting and things like that. Yeah, instructions for all of those.
I know.
Like, imagine doing this, and giving this as a card to somebody.
So do you think this would be a perfect start? If someone went for the starter kit the last time around, this would be a great sort of follow on, the next step?
Yeah, absolutely. And if you think, well, I don't want to follow instructions and I don't want book 1, these would actually work on their own.
Okay,
so
excellent. So however you want to start.
Exactly.
And then we've got these ones just here, which are cute. I'm loving these little characters that we've got down here as well.
Doesn't look like much, does it, again, on its own? Because you think, how am I going to work with this? What's going to happen? But what you can actually create with this is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, it really, really is. Do you know what? We're having a couple of issues with the web. What I'm going to say to you is hang fire. As soon as the bundles are loaded and live, I will let you know. You haven't missed it. It hasn't sold out. The stock is there. Yeah. Those pesky gremlins, they love coming out in the mornings,
Dobby.
you know.
Yeah,
I think you must have done. So you've got the 2 sets of the projects. So how many projects would you say across the two?
Oh my goodness. Well, you've got 6 projects for instructions, because of course we've got the to the moon and back, but there's an extra one in there as well.
Brilliant.
So that's 6 projects, literally step by step. But then there could be hundreds.
Could be. Because
you just keep going.
Depends where your imagination goes, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Then these as well. I know it's the first time you brought this to us, so these look beautiful. We were having a little look at them earlier. I'm going to take the purple one out. Why not, seeing as we're here on Crafters TV? But they look beautiful quality, these. What are we going to be using these for?
We like our tangling in black, of course, with the traditionals, but I like to bring colour to it, and of course it's all about how we can do it with our crafting. So here you've got fine liners, there we go, which means that you can now tangle in full colour. But of course
purple tangling, yes please.
They're water-based, so imagine doing a bit and then spritzing it, which we're going to do a bit later. And then the other end, you've got your brush. Your brush is quite a hard brush, so it's more for filling in. It's like you can watercolour with it, but I would say put it on a glass mat and do it that way.
Okay.
But it just means that everything's going to match. You've got the colours there to do what you want to do. So whether it's black, whether it's a bit of a mixture, they're lovely, aren't they?
They are really lovely, and a great selection of colours too, as you can see there. And you get 16 of these markers in this particular collection. That's not where we're stopping though, because we get 3 of these amazing books included as well.
You're going to get 1, but it depends on which colour you choose, I think.
Oh, in the bundle they've put all 3, we believe. Yes, they've indeed.
Oh,
so for that price here, 73, 74. What's special about these, and why are they the great thing to tangle with?
You've got a hardback cover for starters, so it means you can go anywhere with it.
Right.
And then on the inside, you've got some really, really nice quality paper. And of course it's cream, because we work basically with our cream tiles mostly. So we thought we'll go with cream this time. So whether you want to do a journal, whether you want to just try things, whether you want to do your tiles in there, it all works.
Amazing.
So they're really nice books.
Brilliant, really lovely. And maybe you've got, a selection of these. Maybe you're going to give one of these to a friend, write them a lovely little letter in the front, give them a couple of fine liners, maybe give them a couple of project packs that are included as well, and set them off. I think this, of course, with the 3 books, all the inspiration, especially if you've already gone for the original one. I mean, you've got months of tangling, haven't you, to look forward to?
I like to film one a year.
Do you? Well, you've got years of tangling in that.
Mine's a bit bigger though.
Is it? Yeah. We are going to look next at this item just here for you. Now, this is...
Oh, that's your sabre flowers.
That's there we are. Here we go.
I gave you a sample, see?
You did, I know. But it's so beautiful. All the samples. I know you've got loads coming out. It was like a treasure trove out the back there a moment ago. So in here, where would you like to start with this one?
Okay, shall we start with book 2 itself?
Yes, let's.
Okay. So book 2 takes you, when I say takes you on, it's not that if you've not got book 1, you could still come with this. Right. You've still got all those instructions in there. There are 12 different tiles that you can work with. But I've stepped it on a little bit, because now, sort of in the middle section.
This looks very elaborate, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? They're lovely. How they grow, it's lovely. But look at this one, you start cutting tiles up, so we get 4 sections, and you can then start to play with them a little bit more, so that's really nice. And then of course here you've got, how are you going to sort of create a journal page? So rather than having just a tile, I'll show you how you can put it onto a page and extend your tangling over that, so you've got those little bits there. And of course in the back you've got some practice pages as well.
Brilliant, love that. Absolutely loads in there. Again, jam-packed full of all of Sandra's knowledge. So you've got to get that included in there, which is excellent. We've got the micro pens here as well. Are these different thicknesses, these ones?
They are, yeah. You've got an 01 in there, which is what comes in with your book 1, of course, but you've also got an 04 and a brush pen. And that means that you've got your 1 for your fine sort of work, you've got an 04 if you want to go a bit larger, maybe a slightly thicker pen to sort of work with thicker lines. And of course you've got your brush to fill in. So.
Excellent. Let me just pull that out of there for you so you can
Nice.
see.
Look at that.
Again, really, these are really lovely to hold as well.
They are, yes.
They're sort of super smooth.
Yes.
Really, really cool. So you've got those in there. So they are coming included for you as well. Let me pop, I'm trying to be neat and tidy today,
I've
Sandra.
noticed you've been
Yeah.
very, very
There we are. Pop those back
That'll
in
not
there.
work.
No. Oh gosh, give it a little
Yeah.
bit longer.
Oh,
But
right,
talk
okay,
to us about
these.
this. What is
I'll move that
this?
out
Because
the
this
way.
looks fabulous.
Yes, again, this is something I wanted to sort of add in with Book 2 because, yeah, we work with tiles, but at times, we want to go a little bit bigger if we can. I want to try something, and without that structure, it's a little bit tricky. So what I've done, I've given you sort of it's almost like a silhouette. So you could perhaps emboss these, you could draw around them, you could just take a small section if you want to, and then you can create something quite elaborate. And I do have a sample for the butterfly
Do
here.
you?
I've only
Oh,
brought
let's have a
one,
look.
so here we go.
Look at that. I mean, you could be creating, if you're going for this item today, you could be creating that at home. And Sandra, you give everyone the tips and the techniques and the hints they mean to
course.
make stuff like this achievable,
and
don't
again,
you?
yeah, in the instructions, again, if I put that down a second, there you go, you've got all the four sort of stencils in there, but if I just open the page, to the butterflies as it happens, this is the stencil, you see you've got some little alphabet letters there, they refer to the little tangles, how I put them here, so there's no written words as such, it's just about, that's so simple, isn't it? This is how you do it. And of course you've got a finished item there, so you can see exactly which tangle I've used where. Having said that, you don't have to.
No.
You could use any
You know, maybe you're going to take a journal or something like that, and you're going to do a gorgeous tangle like that on the front of it, and then give that to someone as a gift for Christmas. You know, you could make very, very
Would you wanna give it
inexpensive.
away?
No, probably not. But if you do love, you know, gifting, home
Yeah, of
decor, making your own gifts, this is going to be absolutely gorgeous for that. Another great saving for you, £45, $65.16 that will be. I'll let you know when that bundle is live over on the website. Lots of you still chatting away. Debbie Lee says, good morning, Sandra and everyone. You can't fault the quality of Sanntangle products. Sandra never disappoints. Great value for money as well. Sheila says it's a craft you can put down and go back to. It's about the mindfulness. I feel it really helps myself. Lynn says, well, morning, if you've never tangled before and a bit nervous, try it. Trust me. Don't be. Sandra will take you step by step and you'll be creating amazing artwork in no time. I think that's what it's all about. Isn't it? I think sometimes the thing is with art is it can be a bit snobby or a bit exclusive. Whereas that's not what this is about. This is about everyone just picking up their pen, giving it a go and having...
This is why perhaps we don't call it art as such, maybe
Yeah.
because of the tangling, and it's all about that very, very simple first line. Once you've got that in hand and you think, go on, I'll give it a go. Because we're working on such
And I can do lines. We can all do lines.
We can all do lines.
Yeah,
You pick a pen up,
absolutely. It's just
you can do
lots
this.
of them looking quite fabulous. We're just going to move on to the next item, which is this one just here.
Yeah.
Now, the feather. These look so cool, but also the pens look super cool as well. Oh, should we have a look at those
Do you want to look
first?
at these
Yeah,
first?
I don't think we can keep it from
I
everyone.
never usually show people first what we do. I always sort of say, let's just follow me. But
Look
in
at
this
this.
bundle, you have got...
Isn't it stunning?
Now this is just one of the feathers. There's 4 feathers in there, again, for instructions, but of course, there's so many different versions.
It's incredible.
I'm going to demo that later.
Are you?
You'll see the other
I'm
one.
really looking forward to that. Yeah, please.
The other one, here we go. This is the original artwork for
Okay.
the actual stencil there. There we go.
How amazing is that?
There we go.
And it's so funny because although it's lots of lines,
Yep.
when you look at it, that's not what you see,
You
is
don't
it?
see it now.
You don't really see the lines until you start to break
Not
it down
at
with your
all.
eye and have a look.
Yeah,
I love
and
it.
You could actually split the sections up, so you could use just the feathers, you could use just this, the mandala shape, or you could just do the right. I'm going to show you how to do that.
And
Rose,
bits
as
of
well.
this almost a little bit steampunkier, because if you want
A
to
little
create
bit, yeah,
steampunky
that's what you
style
wanna do.
creations,
Yeah,
that's how you
yeah.
want to take it. Something else you
Absolutely.
could do. So we're going to get
Absolutely.
both the projects in here then for those. So we've got the light as a feather one first, and you've got your
Yes.
stencils there for that. And again, as you guys know, full instructions
Of
too,
course.
which is excellent. So everything you need to know. I guess having the stencils great, because if you're not a freehand drawer, or you're not someone that is
Exactly.
maybe you are quite pragmatic, but you're not necessarily creative.
Yeah.
These are going to help you with that.
Exactly, yeah, and don't see it as it's not what we would call a cheat. If you've got
No.
a ruler, you'd use a straight line, draw a
course.
ruler, wouldn't you? This is exactly the same thing, but I'm not giving you a shape that you're going to draw and say, right, that's one feather. I'm giving you shapes that you can then create your own different bits and pieces with it. So.
Amazing. So that is your
that one.
first project, which is brilliant. trying to be neat and tidy, Sandra, see?
No,
We'll go,
sorry,
and
it's
then we'll
not
go. We're going to go and have a little look at this one now. So now we've got that amazing dream catcher there, and everything you need to create that. I mean,
just that and that.
Isn't it stunning?
Yeah,
it is absolutely amazing. Full instructions in there again for you. Now, I am so intrigued to see the demonstration. I really, really am. We also get some pens in here too. So what we're going to use these for?
Today. Now,
it is, isn't it?
These are a particular set that my friend Leslie and I put together. It's certain colours that match our tiles.
Right.
So what you're going to find in here, you're going to find some metallic and you're going to find some matte as well, because different ones work well on different colours. So it's a truly unique set, of course. I think we had about 150 pens that we all tried.
Right.
And we decided that these were the ones.
These
so
are the colours.
In the world, there's not another set like this anywhere.
There isn't. If you want to go for these, it is details out on your screen. It's the feather themed bundle. Not easy to say either, especially at the time of the morning.
Test you.
You get the 9-piece stencil set, and you're getting the 12 gel pens in there too. The bundle again isn't showing in stock at the moment. It is all in stock. Don't worry, it will be there any moment now. I'll let you know when it's good to go. 40.47 or 58.68. And I just think for a moment, if you think about that value that you're getting, you know, how many of those you're going to be creating, the journey that it's going to take you on. It's almost like a little sort of course in a product, really. The value is amazing. Platinum members, of course, 32.38 or 46.94 if you want to get those. So much love coming in for you. Loving Craft TV and the fantastic Sandra Rushton, brilliant products. Spending my birthday watching today, hoping to tangle along.
Happy birthday.
And some shopping, of course. You've got to shop on your
Yeah,
birthday. That's Samantha. And Chris Atkinson says Sanntangle is amazing.
Hi, Chris.
You get some brilliant artwork at the end. I've got MS and it helps me escape the pain anxiety that comes with it. I guess the thing is, I think sometimes when you are working towards something, it's all about focusing on the end goal. Well, this is a craft where the journey is as exciting as the destination, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. It's all about you having a bit of me time and just taking that time out and relaxing and just sort of chilling out. So I'm going to move.
I'm going to whiz round you,
There
don't
we
worry.
go.
I'm coming back. Let's do-si-do.
You forget what's going on around you. You get on with it and you forget, and it's lovely. But yeah, look at this.
So we're going to look at the art folder firstly on its own, which is this one here. What a beautiful bag this is. And what are we going to use this for?
Do you know, I wanted something that you could put your artwork in, you could carry your sketchbooks, you could carry your stencils, but I didn't want it to be something that you know, your handle was going to fall off after if you've got something too heavy. Could you imagine I've got about 4 sketch pads in mine. So, of course, it's got that lovely canvas feel with it. You've got your little sort of spaces you can do. That's it.
That one that way?
Yeah, it's because it's brand new. We go that way. There you go. Got it. There we go.
There we go.
You've got a little bit of leather in there just to sort of give you, you know, a little bit more structure in that. Of course, you've got the name on it.
Absolutely. And beautiful artwork designs it. Deserves a beautiful bag to be carried around in.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I've got about 3 of these on the go.
Move over, Coco Chanel, Louis Vuitton. Sandra's in town now. You need a Sanntangle bag. Absolutely. From Paris to Milan to Newton Aycliffe. Right. If you want to get those at $15.99, $23.18. We also have the tantalizers. I'm going to call these, that's what they're called now. That's my name for them. But great, I'm guessing great to have an extra sort of stash of these.
Yes, of course. I mean, the one that you have, you can file it off and it will last for a long, long time. But if you're perhaps using pastel pencils, or, you know, you want a couple, I think I've always got something in my pocket up these tortillas. It's nice to have a kit there, just in case. It's nice to break out a fresh one, I think, with a big project. And try that way, but yeah, there's 12 in there, so you can. So
maybe if you got the previous items last time, you might want to be stocked up on those, $4.50 or $6.52. Now these look fun. So more tiles, but these look a bit different.
Yeah, they are different colours. So you find that we
see
like
me and packaging, Sandra. Me and packaging. We have a
This is how we're keeping it neat today. We're just not going to let him open anything.
So there we go.
Yeah, your sorbet tiles. It gives you that sort of little bit of. You know, softness, but you can still draw on them. You can use your black pen, you can use your metallics or your colours, and they're just really, really nice to sort of you know, sit and chill with. And I think I've done designs before where maybe I've taken 4 or 5, put them all together.
Nice,
and
love that idea.
created an image with different colour backgrounds just by using the tiles.
Yeah.
Of course, you can build them up as you go. Do one a day, maybe.
And I love that you say is that, you know, tangling can be quite purist, can't it? Whereas for you, it's about it you know, you having the benefit of it, but it also being absolutely blooming gorgeous as well, and you having something that you are really happy with
Look
at
at
the
those
end.
colours, you just want to sort of stroke them a little bit, don't you?
Do. If they were ice cream, I'd lick them. I really would.
I know.
£5 or $7.25 if you want to get your hands on those at the moment. So much love for you still in the comments.
Thank you.
And you're going to be back with us for a full hour, in
Yes.
about an hour and 20
Yes.
minutes. What can we expect to learn from the demonstrations
right, I'm going to
today?
start perhaps with book 2. We'll have a look at
Yeah.
the tile. We use a coloured tile, see how we go with that. And then I'm going to have a look at the To the Moon and Back, and maybe the feather.
Awesome.
So many things,
and you're going to
yeah.
be joining us through the day as well today,
sure,
as well, which is
I'm
amazing.
not going anywhere.
All right, you don't go anywhere. I'm going to hold you to that. I'll let you know when those bundles are live on the website as well. But for now, Craig has got something else fabulous coming up.
I do indeed. This is what's coming up in Craft Long. The teeny tiny little things, but you know what? You can make some incredible projects. These are our relatively new Gemini Mini dies. Why are they called the Gemini Mini dies? Well, they go through the Mini. They will, of course, go through any of your other... Hi! Well, we'll have a look and see what you're going to be getting, because these are so cute. They're just like you.
I
so
had
adorable.
Oh, thank
and
you.
Cute.
I missed the launch of these as well, so I'm really looking forward to seeing them.
They're so much fun. Now, you know, yes, they're going to go through your Gemini Mini. It does mean they'll go for your Junior, your A4. You could cut all of these in a winner as well if you wanted to on your Pro. No
Nice.
problem at all. But these are going to create little accents onto your card. We are going to show you some finished samples shortly to see what you can do with them. But as we say, these are going to be coming up in the craft along. So what I'm going to do is just go over each one that you're going to be getting. So you're going to be getting the baby. You're going to get your, I can never say it right, the emoticons. This one here, but with these ones here, you've got like hearts and that die cut out within the middle, so you could be using them. We've got party, then we've got congrats. What we're going to do is I'm going to pop them that side. We've got happy birthday. We've then got plant parent.
I'm a plant parent.
Are you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got some nice houseplants at home.
Yeah, they're easier to keep, aren't they?
They
like
are.
flowers that I just kill. But I do like having flowers about. But then, yeah, so we've got that one, so nice for any of your background foliage, even flower forming, or even just having them as additional accents. We've got new home, which is so cute because, yes, you've got the house, but then you've got a couple of the keys as well, the love heart. So it could simply be that a young single guy or girl are moving in on their own, or it could be that a happy couple are moving in.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can theme them in different ways. We've got sewing, which are really cool. But we were thinking in launch, not necessarily just for sewing. For instance, you've got the scissors there. So, you know, how many different...
You could be a hairdresser.
Well, you could be absolutely a hairdresser, you know, you could be in the kitchen as well. So there's many different ways you could be using them. Really handy ones being the tags on this one here. It would really, really work well and complement the vintage butterfly tags if you wanted to. Same with this one, being a butterfly. Now with the butterfly and the dragonfly, these are different from our original Gemini Minis, so it's something different. So you've got these ones as well.
And in the gallery, they want to know what's German for dragonfly, Craig.
No.
Liebel. Liebel.
Liebel.
There you go.
Schmidling and Liebel.
Liebel.
There we go. So we've got them. Then we've got the little fairy with all the little stars. Now keeping in mind, within these sets, you know, within each individual pack, it ranges between 3 to 5 dies within each one. So you're getting a good variety. You're going to be getting your special friend. So really nice. You can use it as a one, maybe then just snip it up. We've then got just for you. Now the for, that actually die cuts out. So, you know, we say waste loosely because you can then still use it, or paper piece. Best wishes, same idea, where the wishes pops out as well if you wanted to. We've got with love. We've got potentially my favourite. Look at the pets.
Oh, that is adorable.
How adorable
I love the
is
little
that?
fishbone as well. That's
So cute. So cute. And this paw print one, that actually die cuts out. So again, you're going to be getting a 2-for-1 because you can either attach the paw print individually or because it cuts into your card, you can then create a nice little background using them and die cutting them a number of times. So you've got that one there. Then you've got the little word there, it's got cute. So yes, that could be on pet cards, die cut it out, double-sided adhesive sheets, create a sticker, stick it all over Joe if you wanted to say that he's cute. You can be doing that. Then these are definitely my favourites, the alphabets. The size of these ones. Now, a little bit of a tip for these ones here. If you're going to be using a certain word or creating a separate word, don't take the individual letters off. Run the whole thing through your Gemini Mini on the plastic backing. Do you know what? If you've got all the letters that you don't need, you just put them in a little cello bag or a little tub or something. It saves you having to peel them off, pop them on, peel them off. Just die cut them through your Gemini Mini, and then you've got additional letters
I'm thinking,
if needed.
with that one, Craig, as well, perfect for adding names to the front of greetings
100%.
cards. It's that a real good size for that, isn't it?
Yeah, because they're 0.4 by 0.5, so they're really, really cute, but they are usable. Yes, we like to personalise and add names and add dates and that, but sometimes it's just getting that in-between range from our bigger Eclipse alphabets to our maybe our foldbacks or that, whereas these are a really nice size. You've got the numbers as well, really cute. And the good thing with them is if you like shakers, these are perfect sizes to just cut them out on scrap card and use the alphabet as the shaker element as well. So
maybe if you've got a name, you could just put all the letters of someone's name in the shaker card. It'd be a really lovely way to use it. $70.99, $84.95 if you want to get those. I know how popular the original ones were. You remember we did the one with the rainbow, and, the dragonfly, and a few other elements. So we've brought those back so as you can complete your selection. Lots of you tuning in saying hello this morning as well. Alison is in Brooklyn. Who else have we got here? Lisa. Rhiannon is in Ballarat, Australia. Hey, Rhiannon.
Hello.
Sue saying morning as well. Julie says morning, Tangly peeps. Good morning, Julie. Rhiannon's in, I can see Evangeline is in Guam. It's like the other side of the world. It's bonkers, isn't it? Caroline's here, Sandra in Florida too. I love how so many of you are up so bright and early for these shows, on the, especially on the East Coast. I haven't got any West Coasters. They're probably getting in, the West Coasters, not getting up, I reckon, Yeah,
and kind of as well, 8:45 here on a Wednesday morning, kind of upbeat, because neither of us slept well last night, did we?
No.
Oh, Nicola didn't either.
No.
Erin, did you sleep well?
She slept beautifully, she said.
Did,
yeah.
She slept like a baby.
She did indeed.
Like a baby, so did John.
We are going to take a really short break. I'm going to come back with even more previews. Just a little short one. Even more previews. Only for a little while, because we've got lots to be getting on with today. We are very, very busy ladies. Right, let's share with you one of our quick buys. Take a look.
Quick Buy. All your crafting must-haves in a flash. Make light work of intricate and delicate die-cutting designs with the Pokey Tool from Crafter's Companion. An absolute essential part of any paper crafter's kit, its precise tip has been designed to release the tiniest pieces to reveal your finished results with absolute precision. And to make sure your finished project is perfect, each Pokey Tool has a rubber tip protector, so there's no risk of damaging your die-cutting design or yourself. The Crafter's Companion Pokey Tool is such an essential craft item, we've included 2 in each set. Quick Buy. Get yours now.
Welcome to Club Inspire, the Crafters Companion community where you can feed your crafty obsession. Join our fantastic loyalty club today and receive 20% off your first order. We'll also give you 250 points to help get you started. Other benefits of joining Club Inspire include exclusive special offers and discounts for Club Inspire members only, exclusive sneak peek previews of brand new product launches, and of course the Club Inspire community group on Facebook, where you can access exclusive content such as downloads, offers and inspiration, and of course you can chat and share your makes with other members. You'll receive 1 point for every £1, dollar or euro you spend, and the more points you receive, the more benefits you'll unlock. So what are you waiting for? Sign up, join the club and start rewarding yourself today.
Wow, what a jam-packed day it's going to be, judging by the first 48 minutes of this incredible wake-up call. Absolutely loads coming up for you. Loads of love still coming in for Sandra. Back with us in, what, just over an hour and 10 minutes, so make sure you stick around for that. Now, something else we're going to take a look at, though, is some other bits and bobs that are coming up a little bit later. We're going to look at these first. I haven't seen these before, Craig. I love them. They're kind of like a... they're like a doily, aren't they? That's what they remind me of. You know, like an intricate doily. I think they are amazing. So you've got different designs in here, which is fantastic. The first one you've got, if friendships were flowers, I'd pick you.
And I'd pick you.
Oh, thank you. The next one here is thank you for everything, as you can see. And again, beautiful, delicate detail in all of these. Then we also have celebrate with cake. Is there any other way?
No, there's not.
There's not. Indeed. Then your next one here is count your blessings.
Yeah.
Beautiful sentiments these.
Beautiful, absolutely.
Faith, hope, love is that one just there. And friendship means the world. How cute to me. Really beautiful. 44 to me. 44.95, 58.27 saves you £15 or $19, which is excellent. Lots going on here with these. Just let everyone know as well. The Sanntangle bundles are all live. Oh, oh, that's your Sanntangle klaxon. Oh, oh. So
you're being choked.
I know. All those bundles now live over on the site. Go and check those out. These though, these are, we're surprised how intricate they look. They look like a double-sided die to me, or like there's multiple layers, but it's just a mat and a layer.
Just a mat and a layer. Now, with these ones here, a couple of things as well that I would say, please do, it's worthwhile doing. Once you've die cut them, run them through again with your embossing mat. What Leanne and the team have done with these ones here is ensured there's lots of embossed detail when it comes to the dies. So it really is worthwhile doing. The other thing as well within these ones here, the actual design, it cuts out of your cardstock. So it's got an outside cutting edge. But then what we've also given you is an additional outside cutting edge. So a matte and layer edge. So that just means then that you can then create a backdrop, you can create your matte and layer, you can create an aperture. What it also means is you can foil with the main detail and then use the outside die to then die cut. So lots of different scope when it comes to these ones here. So you've got your butterflies there. So the butterfly has got all the embossed detail. Then same with this one, with all of the lilac floral heads there, that's all embossed. Now you don't have to run it through again and emboss the detail, but it is worthwhile doing. But then
I love the colours on that one.
Well, within this one here, what we've done is just cut it through our, well, either smooth cardstock or on this one here, watercolour card, and then done some watercolouring. So you can then colour it if you wanted to. But there is snippability within these ones. So if you wanted to then snip little bits out, maybe come in with the Gemini Mini dies and add enhancements, you absolutely can. But simple cards, concept cards, there's nothing stopping you from using these in whichever way that you want. These are nice sizable, so even at the bottom of your memory books that we showed you at the start of Wake Up Call, and we'll show you in Craft Chat and Create, use them as a little icon if you wanted to. Maybe you just want the words, snip them out, or if you want to do the drop shadow. So with this one here, it is, this one's from Jan. Oh, no, wait a minute, it's from Trudy. So this one here, the orange. No, not Jan Hussein again, no, Trudy. Trudy made this one. And the orange, that is the decorative die, that's one layer. And the navy on the back, that's the second die. So it's always good. I'm a big fan when we give you that additional outside die, because I love my mats and layers, as you guys know. But then what it means is it does mean if you're going to come along with your foil press, or if you're going to use your Gildan flakes or that on the actual sentiment design, then you've got that backdrop die to then cut it out as well. I just love them.
Absolutely amazing. Great, great value as well. Now, this next item we're going to look at, I'm just double checking the value on this because I can't quite believe it. The USB, we're talking about the USB, 16th anniversary USB, which was released to go with your Ultimate Pro. $70, or if you're in the UK, £40 this is worth. However, today, you're getting it totally free of charge. You're saving 50% in the UK. You are saving 40% if you are over in the US, because you are getting this for free when you go for your Ultimate Pro. So maybe you've just started watching us here at Crafters TV. Maybe you've been watching it around a little while, but you haven't yet invested in this. This is like the perfect combo, because this has got loads of different projects in here, from card shapes to boxes to even big like storage units almost, and some really incredibly intricate boxes too. It's all interactive as well. It's really nice, easy user face. For anyone who's not seen the Ultimate Pro first, Craig, what is that going to do for them?
So with the Ultimate Pro, this is actually what we tend to say is what Sarah, Crafter's Companion, is known for, what really catapulted her, is it's a workstation all-in-one. So you can open it up, you can then close it, you've got a box maker, you've got scoreboard, you've got an envelope box maker within these ones here. But then what
it's really
you've
easy to do on your, not designed to be used on your lap.
No,
I don't know if you
not
work
when you're
that out.
sitting. Not when you're sitting. It is designed to use on your lap if you fold it and then fold it back on itself. But when you're showing it, demonstration purposes, yeah, it's not easy. But then what you've got as well is you do get your 2 scoring tools. You've got 3 pegs, because there is a bow maker inbuilt with this one, and that's what the pegs are for. Then what Joe's having a little fiddle with is the actual craft knife. Now that just holds a standard UK Stanley knife blade, so you can then replace that as well. You've got your paper trimmer that was also at the back there. That slots within the middle of the Ultimate Pro, so it really is a workstation. And it's one of those, as Joe said, if you're starting out, it's a really good thing to go for. But if you you get more advanced, you do more intricate things, you're still going to use it. I still use mine, Debbie still uses mine, well, all in the team, we always use ours as well, and it's just nice to have. Sometimes you don't want to go with your big scoreboard, sometimes you just want something nice, sits, folds back on the lap, or you can open it out. You do get a little bit of instruction guide of key card blanks, card shapes, card designs, envelopes. It is such a good thing to have. And the USB, getting that included as well, that enables you...
33 projects on here for you, Craig,
No,
which is amazing. Advanced fold cards, 3D gift cards, gift card holders, stationery, envelope projects, cube gift boxes, diagonal open boxes, and advanced gift boxes as well. How amazing.
It's so amazing. Now the thing is, Joe, within these ones here, you're able to make all these and more that you were saying. You can print out the instruction sheets as well if you want to, so they're not just video, there is printable. Now, we do our box making dies, but sometimes what you want to do is you want to make a project from scratch. You want to do the scoring, the folding, the glue. You want to do all of that from scratch. So our box dies are great, but if you want to get really, really creative and you want to do it all from scratch, you absolutely can do. But little stationery sets as well, lovely for little gifts. You can then start to add your own sort of design, your effect. And the good thing is, I'm not good with numbers, but if you are, you can then start to play with the dimension and the measurements that Sarah gives you. So if you wanted to then make it a bit bigger and you're good with numbers, you absolutely could do. But little notelets in there, whether they're blank, whether you've decorated them, that's up to you, all included there. But then even things like a fold-out box here. So if I open this one, you even get the little belly band instructions. So I'm going to take that one off here. And then as you open that one out, you've got a little box there. In actual fact, you're absolutely right, Nicola, I made one of these a couple of weeks ago on Craft Chat and Create. Really, really handy to have. Maybe a few wax melts, bubble baths, things like that you could be making. But you can then see that one there. So it was on Nicola and Erin's show. When I made it, Erin was on a little bit of a break. So that's why Erin didn't see that. Yes, and it was Johnny that stepped in for you.
Maybe it was when she was hungover after the Super Bowl. Maybe. Probably. Yeah, maybe that was it. If you want to go for this, $39.99 in the UK, $69.95 if you are in the US. You're essentially paying for the Ultimate Pro, getting that 16th anniversary USB totally free of charge, which is amazing. Right, epic deal for you. on the craft kits. It's a buy 4, get 3 situation. We're going to whiz through them because there are loads of them. Sorry, it's a buy 4, get 4. What did I say it was?
3 free.
Buy 4, get 3. Will you pay for 4? We'll only send you 3. How about that? So it's awesome value for you. You use 8 in here. It's a half price deal essentially, which is awesome. So you've got the pop-out characters are the first one you've got to get. Box 37, this one. This was one of the really super popular ones, wasn't it, Craig?
It was, because they're so cute. But then what you've got is that dimensional fun aspect inside. Decorate your card as you would do, you know, keep it super simple, or of course then, you know, go as full on as you want when it comes to the front. But then what you're going to do is you're going to then open it up, hey, and the little bunny rabbit pops out that you can see here. So yes, you've got the actual score lines and the cut lines, but all you need to do is fold them up. I believe this is going to be another bunny rabbit. Open it up, hey. You colour them whichever way you want because you do get the stencils as well. Let's hope this is, oh, that's another bunny rabbit. Let's see, that's another bunny rabbit. Let's just quickly see, Joe, if I can get one with the teddy bear. It's got, there we go, so here's one here. So again, with it being a pop-out, it means you can do different size cards. You're not tied to one designed card, but then open it up, hey!
Cute.
Now you've got the stamps for the facial expressions, even the little paws as well. You get a few different sentiment stamps too, little embellishments as well, such as balloon stamps and a few other ones. But so, so cute. And you know what? These are these sorts of ones where any age loves these. You know, the guys love them because it's kind of mechanical, it does something. And the kiddies are just going to be constantly like, how did you do that? How did you do that? How did you do that? You know, when they're
really
just like,
fun.
yeah, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Yeah. That's me, to be fair, not just the kids. The next one we've got is this. It is your pop-out scenes. Now, this is box number 38 again. Metal die stamps, card blanks, envelopes, ribbons in here, as well as coloured card, printed papers and pearls. Remember, pearls. Remember, you've also got full video tutorials over on crafterscompanionbox.com. So little tutorials over there are going to hold your hand every step of the way.
100%. So yeah, I do the videos every time a new one comes out. We do a couple of demonstrations to show you, so you can go step by step. And the good thing as well, which I like about them, is they're not too long. They're round about between the 10-15 minutes. But you can use these dies on the front, but then you open them up and you've got the pop out. Now, if you want to then have that centre bit so it's floating in the middle there, you can, but you don't have to. Then we've got the other one with the woodland. So we've got a woodland here. Using them with the papers and the cardstock you get with them, because you get everything that you need. All you need to do is add adhesive. But then what about using them as shakers? So you don't just have to use them on the inside, but if you want to tag team them together, you absolutely can do. Have it on the inside, have it on the outside, and using one of each. So much fun, and I'm not surprised this is one that so many of you loved.
It really was a brilliant one. That next one we've got is number 39. It's the mix and match embossing folders. Can't get over how many embossing folders are in here. So 3 regular embossing folders and a cut and emboss folder. But you've also got sentiments, flowers, stamps, envelopes, ribbons, card, printed papers, and your gems in here too. A really, really popular one, this. You're going to make, across all 8 of these boxes, you'll make 166 cards, which is amazing. Obviously, adding some more of your own crafty stash in there, you're going to make absolutely loads more than that. But lots in here, again, for the money, Craig.
Yeah, lots and lots. You don't get petals in this one.
No
petals. You get gems within this one. So you've got even die-cut flowers also included if you want to decorate. But using the embossing folder, as you said, you even get a cut and embossing folder, which is this one. But then use them as a side-by-side. So if you're wanting to do them on the left, on the right, then you absolutely can do. But then what you can also do is use them just on the Gemini Mini, or you can go larger with your larger machines. Small cards, diddy cards at the edges, use the pattern paper, use the cardstock, come in with your inks. All the techniques that you know and love, you can absolutely do that with these ones. even things like your concept cards, so you're starting to do your easel cards, you can see that one there. So all these flowers that you've seen, you do get them. These are on a die cut sheet, pop them out. They are a matte. They're not quite heavy, so that just means they're nice, they're bendable, they're flexible as well. You've got your sentiments, but you've got smaller embossing folders, you've got your larger ones as well, like this chevron is. So a nice selection. Although it's the craft kit, you're not just getting really small products, you're getting a range of different sizes.
You are. Next up, number 40, something Craig loves to throw, a wobbler.
Every time.
That's the, what you're getting. 8 dies in here, stamps, cards, envelopes, ribbons, colour card, printed papers as well. These very, very popular. What I would also say is if you've got larger collections of any of these, the full size collections, they're always different what's in the boxes. They're always exclusive to the box, as is the papers too. So definitely worth bearing in mind, as well as you're getting those tutorials also. These are just so fun. I remember launching this box, but also the full collection of these dies, Craig. People
Absolutely.
love them, don't they?
They are so much fun. Now you actually have 4 characters within these ones. So you've got the little doggy, so you could colour the doggy whatever breed of dog you've got. But what you've also got is the little pussycat as well. Meow.
What's new, pussycat?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Now with these ones you get the swirl die as well, so you can then create that, what's kind of like a shaker.
Swirl.
You know, I know it's obviously with this one here, it's the, what's it actually called, this one, Joe?
The cat?
Yeah, no, not...
The wobbling characters?
Yeah, there's a wobbling characters,
yeah.
So you've got the little swirl die that creates
I was like,
the
that's
wobbler.
clearly a cat, Craig. I don't know what's wrong with you. I know you slept badly,
Is
but come
it?
on now.
Is it? That was a mouse. So you've got that one. What I would suggest as well is you can cut it into acetate to create the wobbler. I personally find to get a better wobble if I use cardstock, a 300 GSM. But then what you've got is you've got the boy here, so then you've got the little boy, the superhero, so you could then be colouring them in their favourite colours. You know, of course, we do know that girls like the superheroes as well. But if you do want to have that little fairy there, or for the boy, you know, if the boy likes the fairy, you absolutely can do it. And with these ones, snip out the wings, you've got a cute little girl if you wanted to, but you've got a variety of these different ones, different shaped cards, keep them simple if you want to, but you've got that wobbling aspect. These are also good for things like penny sliders or just embellishments on your card.
Yeah, they really are. They were very, very popular, those. Next up, we've got statement sentiment dies here for you as well. This one is box number 41. Dies, stamps, card blanks, envelopes, assorted ribbon, coloured card, printed papers, and crystal gems as well in here. So many to get through, Craig.
There's loads, isn't there? Loads and loads and loads. So let's get a few of them. So these can go on the top of your cards in your project if you want. You've got glittery gems within this one. So your larger cards, your smaller cards. So it die cuts on the top, but then it die cuts in on the bottom. So you've got that too for. But then what you can do is straps, banners and borders if you want to use them in whichever way that you so wish.
Absolutely. Next up, the 42. Which is this one here, which is your ribbon threading. Really interesting concept this, for a lot of people, probably something they haven't had a go at before, so brilliant to get it in a craft box. So you've got everything you need in there in one succinct collection, so you can give it a go. Dies, stamps, card blanks, envelopes, lots of ribbon in this one, coloured card and your printed papers. In this one, box number 42 if you are trying to complete your collection.
Really, really lovely. So within these ones, you're going to run your ribbon all the way through. But if you've got cardstock left over, if you like to do your quilling, anything like that, so you've got your lightweight papers, use that instead if you want. But within these dies, you get the edge die too. So these will actually cut into your card if you want to. You don't have to have them on the edge or the top. You've got versatility within these ones here. Or they are a nice border die if you don't want to do any ribbon threading.
Yeah, really beautiful. I mean, just for the ribbon and the card blanks alone, you'd be getting close to the cost of the entire box. This one here is your silhouette stencils and stamps. You've got 10 stencils in here, which is a huge amount. Clear stamps, card blanks, panels, envelopes, ribbons, pearls, coloured card pack, and printed papers also. Loads in this one, Craig.
There is loads, and because you've got the stamps and the stencils, it means that opens up so much scope as to how creative you want to be. Yes, they work well together, that's the idea of them, but you could be using them separate if you want. water reactive inks, sparkle inks, aqua pens on the background, that's up to you. You do get a Christmas scene within this one here, and I say scene, the only Christmas element is actually Santa and its sleigh. So with all this forestry down here at the bottom, you could absolutely tie that in with one of the other ones if you wanted to. But it's a nice set, it's a nice creative set to get the creative juices going.
Absolutely, especially if you already own a lot of ink pads. In here you've got the Sentiment Edgeables, different designs that you would have seen from the main collection also. 3 of those Edgeable dies in here, which is amazing value because you're looking at, what, about £12 a box here, something along those lines. And I think the $7.99 is what you'd pay for each of the individual dies, as well as, of course, pearls, ribbons, envelopes, card blanks, stamps, coloured card and printed paper. Cards and papers, you've got 33 sheets in each of these as well, so there's a lot in here.
That's the thing, you know, and then you can start to include your own that you've got at home. But if you're wanting to do steppers, you absolutely can do. You can dictate how far up you want it to be because the top part stays within the card. It's the bottom that die cuts out, as well as the sentiment, such as happy birthday. But then you've also got special friend as well. So if you want to come and paper piece back into the middle, you can. Then you can then come along with the pearls and start to pop them into place if you want to. Really, really nice set that you're, well, yeah, buying 4 and getting 4 free.
Absolutely, you are. It equates to £10 a box if you are a platinum member, which is amazing. You should be looking at $24.99 in pounds or dollars. So definitely grab those. Maybe you're going to keep some for yourself, give some away. Maybe you're just going to keep them all for yourself. I know what I'd do. I'd say, well, I'll keep some for me and I'll give some away and then never end up giving them away. Maybe you're for just starting your craft box journey with us and you're going to really get yourself a big establishing collection. This is definitely at a brilliant price. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few moments with Craft Chat Creates in a sec. Welcome back, all you cool cats and kittens. It is time, of course, for Craft Chat and Create. There is loads of creativity coming up throughout the hour. Loads and loads of love, though, for Sanntangle. I need to let you know also that the bundles are ready to go over on the website. So get yourself over there, crafterscompanion.co.uk.com or .eu. The sort of starter kit, tiles, tangles and techniques, the first item that we looked at, half gone there already. So if you've got your eye on anything in the Sanntangle range, get yourself over there and have a look. Sandra's here again. How are you, Sandra?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm very, very excited for the full hour coming up very shortly. Very busy already across everything.
No, goodness me, I hope we're going to have some stuff so I can do some demos.
I'm sure we will.
Be fine.
What can we look forward to from that later show?
Well, I'm going to show you how to do that dream catcher, of course. I know that's one that everybody likes. The Love You to the Moon and Back, of course. Then we've got a little bit at book 2. There's just so many things. creative stencils as well. Oh, I've not seen those before, and just sort of get a little bit of colour in there and be a bit creative.
I've been
with
warned
them.
I'm going to go into some sort of tangling coma once you start, apparently.
It's
very...
well, it's very addictive, so you need to have a go at
Well,
some
yeah,
point,
Debbie
really.
Robinson, it's all she's been doing. She was up till 3 o'clock in the morning the other
Was she
night.
really?
Sat
So
in
was
bed
I.
tangling, she said, I just can't stop doing it, Joe, is what she said to me. So
absolutely.
if you haven't seen, I mean, if you have seen it, you're not yet in store for. If you haven't seen it, then make sure you stick around because Sandra will be up with us really soon. I'll chat to you again
See you later.
very, very shortly. If you want to get in touch with me, you can do so in all the normal ways. Crafters TV on Facebook, Crafters Companion if you are across on YouTube. So do come and join the conversation. If you have been using some of the Sanntangle items and you want to send us in pictures, please do. We'd love to see them. Crafters, studio at crafterscompanion.co.uk is where you need to send those into. Debbie sent hers into us as well, so we'll be showing you those very, very shortly. Right though, but for now, I'm going to hand you back to Craig because we're going to get creating, crafting and chatting, Craig. That's the name of the game, isn't it?
We are indeed, yeah, and just to say it as well, the first time round that Sandra was here, I got my hands on the starter kit, so I'm really looking forward to getting creative when it comes to that. I'm looking forward to just sitting for, well, say a couple of hours, probably then just get addicted to it and keep going and keep going. That's going to be my time where, you know, I've done all my prep, there's nothing left to do around the house. Well, there's probably lots to do around the house, but yeah, do you know what I mean? I can get done later. And I can start my Sanntangle, so that's what I can't wait. You know, I've got that starter kit from Sandra before it sold out the first time round. So yeah, looking forward to doing that. But what we are going to do is, let's just have a quick look at a couple of things we're going to show you throughout Craft, Chat and Create. So next we're going to focus on our decoupage dies and stamps. So you can be making lovely cards, you can use them to create backgrounds, but you can also use the stamps and dies in conjunction with each other to create your cards. So my second demo on these ones will be using the stamps and the dies together. But then once we've had a look at them, we're then going to have a look at our big memory book dies as well. I'm going to show you how you can construct a basic book and then you can come along and decorate it. You've got your edge dies here as well. Lots of things you can do with them, lots of different occasions. That's the 8-inch. We do have a 10-inch. Just to point out, the 10-inch ones will only go through your Gemini Pro, your big daddy machine, but the 8-inch one will go through your A4 Gemini, like we'll show you. So that's what we're going to have a look at the later end of Craft, Chat and Create.
Loads coming up.
Yeah,
still
there
lots
is.
of love coming in. Loads of people saying hi to Sandra. Carol says, good morning, Sandra, everyone. Loving the show already. Lots of crafty purchases coming up. It's very busy across the entirety of the show. Sandra, I should say, hopefully joining us for the entirety of the day. Knowing how fast all those items are going, maybe not going to be the case.
She might have to do a visible image.
She will.
She might
Visible
have to
image disappeared, didn't they?
Disappeared,
Which
yeah.
is ironic,
Yeah.
given the name.
Yeah.
Want to take you through the floral decoupage then that's on the show for you first up. These are fantastic because you've got everything you need, and it's a sort of gives you lots of different options when it comes to how you're going to put these together, which I think is fantastic. So what you've got in each of these is you've got the pad there with all of your sheets on. I'm going to get Erin to check for me. It's 48 sheets, Craig?
I've got the set here, 48 sheets, Joe,
48
you're
sheets.
correct.
No, I don't know how I remembered that. 48 sheets, you get the dies in here. So very simply lay the dies over the sheet, cut that out, beautiful layered floral decoupage. Or what you can then do, once you've exhausted those sheets, use the stamp, stamp it out, colour them in, and then you've got your dies to cut those out as well. That's your precious poppies. We also then have the beautiful lilies there too. You will receive the spring is here, and you've also got roses in bloom. $75.99, $108.95. They're so popular every time we bring these to you. You can, if you are a UK customer, use ClearPay, of course, 4 instalments of £19 if you're a UK customer on these today. Right, which one of these are you going to take us through then, Craig?
So what we're going to do is we're going to use the beautiful lilies. So we're going to show you them. So maybe you've not seen them before, so we're going to show you them how you use them. But what I'm also then going to do, because you can see I've got 2 sheets, we're also going to do a little bit of snippage and we're going to show you how you can create even more layers from them if you want to. But this is the books, as you said, Joe, 48 sheets within these ones. They're 6 by 6, so they'll go through the junior and the midi, but what you can do is you can roughly cut round them if you want, and they're all going to go through the mini or the go as well, so you've got lots of scope. And if you wanted to do all 4 of them, then you can put them on your Gemini Pro and they're going to work no problem.
Excellent.
So what we're going to do is we're going to come in with the actual die set itself, and let's do one of them. Now with this one here, what we do have within each layer is we've got number 1, number 2, 3, 4 and 5. So the first one really is easy because all that you're going to do is you've got a white shadow line all the way round. So this one, you're going to line up the little lip just where my thumbnail is here, where number 1 is. That's going to go over number 1. And all that we're doing is we're positioning it to make sure we don't see any of the white outline. So once you can see no white outline, you know that you're in the right place. So we can then come along and we can then tape this one down. So we're going to tape it down. Then what we can do is go into number 2. And exactly the same where my thumbnail is, that's number 2. So we're going to line that one up with number 2. The difference is with this one, going forward, is there's no white outside edge, but the same concept applies. This time you're just making sure you've got none of the printed image showing, making sure that little kind of like half scallop, half circle is covering the number, and then you're in the right place.
I'd love to hear from anyone that's gone for these already, Craig, and
Me too.
how they're getting on with them, how you find them. Are they easy to put together? Do you prefer the dies or the fussy cutting? Let me know. Crafters TV over on Facebook, Crafters Companion, if you are across on YouTube.
Love that too.
Definitely something you could probably sit and just make loads of these up, and then just have them good to go.
Absolutely.
In a little box somewhere. So if you need one for a project, pop it on, and you can make something really quickly. And also, I'd imagine great for cards, or especially large cards, you want to use multiples of them, but small projects and small cards, I bet look beautiful just with a single one on.
They will. They really, really will. And what you could do, going on what you just said a moment ago, is, you know, you see behind the bookcase there, Joe, our, like our caddy cases, the plastic ones. You see them there? Right at the back. That's it. Yeah, that's it. One of them. They're really good. So if you wanted to die cut loads of them all at once, and then what you can do is you can then store them on your boxes that you've got there, make your own little compartments, and you'll be able to store them into there. That's a really good idea of doing that. So that's a good way of using them if you wanted to. So yes, die cut as you go, or a really good idea is to spend, you know, an hour, couple of hours, an afternoon, whatever you want, to then start to die cut them all, so you know that they're good to go. But if you do like to do your fussy cutting, they really are easy to fussy cut all the way around without the dies, or you can do what I'm away to do in a moment, and that is die cut them again, but then we're going to snip into them. So we're going to create additional depth and additional layers. And that's a good thing. You can use all 5 layers if you want. You might only want to do 3. You might want to go really tall and start to create extra layers. You can do as well. So much scope. So please don't think it's the case of die cutting them and that's it. You know what I mean? You do have creative license to have a play with them. So all that I'm going to do, I'm not going to take my low tack tape off because we are going to die cut them again. And you could have, if you wanted to, because these are exactly the same, you could have popped one underneath the other and die cut them both at the exact same time. I'm not a big fan of that because the bottom layer doesn't get that nice, crisp, clean cut. So whereas these ones, you've got that nice, fresh, curved edge to them.
Sort of beveled, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Whereas your layer underneath, it's not going to have that. It's going to have a fibrous edge to them, stubbled edge. And it works. It's absolutely fine if you want to do that. Personal preference. I'm just not a fan of doing it. But I'm going to take these ones off. And although I'm taking them off in order, you can start to see how easy they are to layer on top. You've got your big, smaller, 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 and then we're going to go smaller as well. So I do have all of them ready as well, with the foam pads off the backing, so we don't need to worry about spending time doing that. So we can spend all the time on doing these. So once again, what I'm going to do for this next one, I'm not actually going to do the base. I don't really need the base, and that will become apparent in a moment. But of course, I could have cut that anyway and then just stored it in my box. So we're going to come along, we're just looking for that little half circle again, popping over the top, making sure you see no colour. And if you do die cut it and it's maybe moved slightly or you've not got it bang on, go around with a little bit of ink or snip it off. It's not the end of the world if it happens.
I mean, there's a little bit room for manoeuvre, isn't there, with these, Craig?
Yeah, they're slight, there's not much, but the key thing, you don't actually want much, do you know what I mean? It is coloured, so if you are going to, I tell you what, Joe, let's just put this on, so at least then I've got it cut for another card another day. Yeah, you do have that little bit of scope that if it was to move. So
and
that's going to come through.
All 4 designs, Craig, go together in exactly the same way, do they?
Exactly the same way. So what I've done there is exactly the same way for the other 3. Some of them have additional dies. They've got like leaf dies to them. So with this one, it's got 5 individual layers. Some of the other ones have got maybe 6 or 7 because there's little leaves in them. But they're all constructed in the exact same way. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to come along. Let's just take all these out for now. Move them out of the way. And then, so there's my layer 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. What I'm going to do is I'm going to position them. This is the way that I do my additional layers, just as a little bit of, it's like comfort to me that I can follow the lead. Gosh, is that the wind? It's picking up,
isn't it? That is the wind. It is tray windy.
It's the wind.
Brent's just had to run across the foyer outside to grab the door because it's blowing the doors open. It's so windy out there.
Gosh.
I've worked out that's why it's always colder up here, you know, in the northeast.
Because of the wind?
It's the chilly winds coming off the sea.
Chilly, chilly wind.
Not as in like chili con carne, as in
chilly wind.
Cold winds.
Right, what I'm going to do is let's put them onto black card because it's going to make it a bit easier for you to see the designs. So as I said, so there's layer 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But what I want to do is I want to then kind of create my own in-between layer. So I'm going to take that one, and let's take my little scissors. So I can see for this one, what I want to do is let's kind of keep it the same, but let's chop off that little bud here. And I think maybe that'll be enough. Let's take that little bit of detail out into here. So that can now be our second layer, and that is now our third layer. So within this one, I'm looking in between these two. So what I can do within this one is let's come along and then let's maybe snip away at part of the floral. So let's snip that one away. So then that can now go in between here. Now I'm looking in between these two. So I might want to come along and let's just snip this white floral off. Now I'm not going to use this one, but as you can see, that's a full floral head that would work. And then that is my last one here. So what I might want to do is chop out a couple of petals on its own, and then that can now be my last layer. So we've extended it now from 5 layers to now, well, so base plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 layers. We've doubled the layers, all by doing a little bit of snipping. So that's what I meant by you can absolutely have a play with the layers, add more, create more, tuck in little bits if you wanted to. For instance, the flower head here that I'm not going to use, I could always have it as tucked in, so you've got that room to play. But we can pop that out the way for now, because what I have done is I've got them all ready, but I've got them on my double-sided sheet back in here. So let's move that one out the way. I've come in now with my broderie die set.
Broderie on glaze?
Yeah, this one being, I want to say this is the Chantilly, I want to say.
Chantilly, yes, the
Chantilly.
Chantilly lace. I can't not sing the song in my head every time we talk about this particular die.
What's that?
Chantilly lace.
Chantilly lace.
Chantilly lace with a pretty face and a colour hair, tumbling down.
I'm not
I
sure
don't know
if
that's
I've
how it
heard
goes.
that before.
I don't know why it goes with Elvis when that's my inner Pierre coming out. That's what it is. Very busy on this at the moment, Craig.
Okay.
Very busy on that Gemini Pro as well. We'll be talking about that with you more later through the show, but very, very busy across the board at the moment.
Surprised.
And also, all of those Sanntangle items are absolutely flying out. We will be going back there shortly too. It's going to be a very busy day here on Crafters TV, Craig.
It sure is, isn't it? Fun day as always. So let's press that on. So I'm not worried about my adhesive being seen because I've got my layers that are going to go over the top. Now, I was talking last week or so, whereas when you make a card or a project, you don't tend to mix an ivory and a white together.
Okay.
However, it's one of those, you know, when they say, what's it, red and green should never be seen. Whereas depending on the concept, depending on the style, and depending on the colour, it does work together. And sometimes white and ivory do work together. What I mean by that is, this is going to be my layer. I've just used my nesting dies. But because I'm craft on craft, I wanted to break it up. I didn't want to use gold or I didn't want to use silver, but because my elements have got white in them, it works to have a drop shadow of white. And it's tucked in, so if I turn it that way, the right way. So all that I'm doing is having that drop shadow.
Nice.
And it highlights it. It pulls it in, but it still separates the top from the bottom. So we can take these ones off. And on the show today, we were showing them in Wake Up Call. We do have the glue gel on. So if you wanted to use your glue gel for your layering, you can do. I would say, if you are new to decoupage, if you don't quite have the confidence yet to layering up bang on where it needs to go, I would recommend, as a beginner, using your glue gel for decoupage.
Excellent. They're on a 3 for 2 at the moment as well, Craig. Details there on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah. And then I would also say, you know, try your foam pads at the same time, but with your glue gel being very forgiving because you can move the layers and you can dictate how high you want it to be. With foam pads, you've got certain depth to them, so you are kind of tied in to the depth in the foam pad. But I'm going to sit that into the middle. Same with this layer here, taking them off. And they're nice for decoration. Maybe you don't want to use a whole one. You might want to, again, snip bits out. Maybe your memory books, tuck them into the corners of your photos. Always lovely to use. But if I put that one in there. Now, even a card on its own, I'm going to finish it off just shortly with my sentiments, but even just something like that looks well, but we want to add our decoupage. So we're on the right way. For anyone wondering, it is 5.5 by 7.5. So my base layer, I've popped tape on. You can rise it up if you want to, but I tend to keep the base on flat. And then the foam pads that I've used on the back of my layers are 3mm depth. So you'll see that depth in a moment. So I'm going to set that into the middle, Joe. Then what we're going to do is we're going to come along one by one and we're just going to layer them. We're going to decoupage them on top. So all that you do is hover about until you get it where you need it to be. Always have a look at one area. So I just look at the very bottom, that's where I tend to look. Hold it in and then a layer on top. And then press it in and then that's our first layer done. And it's as you start to build it, it looks so, so smart. And because I've added my own additional layers by doing little bits of fussy cutting, you get even more depth. So as I say, I've already got my foam pads on the back, we've got them off. And what you could do as well, Joe, is your sparkle pens, come along with them. That would look dead smart.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's layer
And
them ones
also,
up.
your glossy highlights, I'm guessing, as well.
Oh,
Craig,
yeah.
work
Oh,
well.
brilliant idea. Absolute brilliant idea. Even, you know, if it's little drops, or if it's been raining, it's got that little droplet.
Yeah, little dewdrops.
Yeah. So here we go. So we're going to come along. Now, keeping in mind, my layers are double what you would use on one. So you've got your 5 layers there, but I've just showed you how, by doing a little bit of snipping, you can then create more layers. So with that, and the combination of the 3mm foam pads, this is going to be large. So therefore, maybe make an envelope box, maybe come along and create an actual box. That's going to be what you want to do. You're not going to want to put this in an envelope, that's for sure. So let's come in. Yesterday, myself and Becky, we had these sentiments on launch day. They're not a new item, they were just part of an extra on launch day with our edgeables.
Look at that. Look at how stacked you are.
It's stacked. It is stacked to the max. And that's the thing. You're in control of how stacked you want it to be. Now, you could still do all these layers, but
Could
then
you
maybe...
double foam pad if you wanted to?
Of course
as
you
well,
could.
Yeah?
Absolutely, you could do that. You know, and you know, if you're wanting them a specific layer, you do get lots of different depth foam pads nowadays, but you can then double layer them if you want, or if you are using your glue gel, it just means then you can determine how high or low you want it to be by lifting or pushing them down.
Kathy says the lily decoupage will be amazing with the CC's new 3D lily embossing folder. Would work super well together.
Really, really lovely, wouldn't it? And then because we've got these little bits of green, a little nod to the green with the drop shadow. So I'm pressing that in. And then from one of our teeny die sets, let's go in with teeny butterfly. So let's do 1, let's do 2. And I've cut these in white because we've got that white layer. And then last but not least, let's go in with this butterfly. And then that one I'm going to position on the top of the floral. Press with my pokey tool, and then press it in, and then we can lift the wings up. So we've got lots of depth going on here between the foam pads, the decoupage, and the butterfly wings. So let's do the same there, and then let's just let's hold with my scissors and pull up, and then last but not least, let's go in with this one here. So this is just using the pads. You know, you can create the same effect, or you can follow the same steps with the stamps, which we'll do next. But there we go. So we can see from up above. So while we're up above, I will tip it that way.
Look at that.
So you can see. And then if I turn it around, so you can see face on. This is how it looks that we've got there. And then if I turn it to the side, look at the depth. And if you've got the ball tools, what you could do is start to shape them as well. Some people out there say you can't shape your decoupage when you use foam pads. That is just cod's wallop. You absolutely
Do you know what I say to
can
those
do.
people? I say you're wrong.
You're wrong. You're
you
wrong.
can do what you want. It's your project. Craig, if you want to tear it into tiny pieces and put it in a shaker card, if that's what you want to do, you do it. You do it,
hon.
boo, because you know, it's all about having fun at the end of the day and creating something that you think is amazing. Let me run you back through then exactly what you are getting. So you will receive the Precious Poppies 48 sheets here. So even if you just use the dies and the sheets themselves, that's 48 projects. Good to go. But of course, once you've exhausted the papers, I believe these papers are available to download on our website as well. So if you do want to download and print more of them at a later date, you'll be able to do that. Go over to the download section. You have got the stamps as well, so you can stamp that out. That also means, Craig, gosh, you could heat emboss and then fussy cut, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
Beautiful. So you've got the Precious Poppies in there. And then we've also got the beautiful lilies. These are your spring is here, and you've also got roses in bloom too. $75.99 or $108.95. Let's also share with you the smaller collections that we have. So if you wanted to just cherry pick and go for these, best value as always comes when you buy that larger collection, but you can get these $19.99 or $28.35 for your Precious Poppies. you can go for those beautiful lilies, which is that one there. You've also got springers here. It feels like it might be, Craig. It was very sunny yesterday.
It was.
Roses in bloom here too. I drove into town yesterday and it was just so sunny, Craig. Like I actually had to put my sunglasses on in the car. It was that sunny. I was dead chuffed, I won't lie. If you want to go for the tools to go with these, if you are maybe giving this a go for the first time, we've got the essential tools. So we have got these, the ball tools in here. You will also receive, these are the same ones we use for the flower forming if you're using foam also. So you can use them for both. You've then got the tweezers, and in here you get the flat end tip, the straight point tip, the angle point tip, and the needle point tip. You've got the pokey tools, and you've got this one here. It is your Morgan must-have as well, so make sure you are grabbing it. Your morning must-have only lasts for 24 hours, so make sure you snap it up. You're getting the pokey tools and the glue gel for free in that particular collection, which I think is a pretty spiffing deal, don't you? Astrid says, gorgeous colour choices, Craig. Really loving those. Any questions that you've got, anything you want to know, you want to ask, maybe you've got some great gossip you want to share with us. We love a bit of gossip. Craft, no, we haven't had any good, Erin's just made a very good point here. We haven't had any good gossip for a while. So come through, gossip people. Confessions, keep them clean. Crafters TV over on Facebook, Crafters Companion across on YouTube. Get in touch, have a little chat with us today. We're a very, very friendly bunch. I know you want to go straight into another demo though on this, Craig.
Absolutely. Well, let's do that. This time we're going to be using the Precious Poppies. We're going to be using the actual stamp set. We're using the stamp to create decoupage, but we're also going to use the stamp set to create a background first. So with these ones, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on my stamping platform. And when it comes to the stamps, it's one of the questions that we tend to ask every now and again is that, how do you create your decoupage with the stamps? What's the easiest way? So I'm going to step you through what is the actual easiest way. So we're going to go in here. I'm going to take my time because I've got 2 hours to demo this.
You've got 2 hours to do this next demo apparently, according to the gallery.
Apparently so.
Yep, Knickers is producing now, that's the way it's going.
So we're going to go in and we can take our time.
You actually don't have 2 hours, I'm afraid.
No, we don't.
Yeah. Well, you've got 18 minutes now. Gosh, give with one hand and take it with the other, don't you?
Exactly, I know.
You could have all day if it was Knickers, she says.
Yeah.
You'd be allowed to go all day. Erin's in the gallery, Knickers is in the gallery, who is, of course, Nicola. But do you know how this started, Craig? I once tried to call her Nicola, and like I sometimes do, was talking a little bit fast, getting very excited about something, and it just came out as Knickers. So that's how it's always going to be now. John's knocking around backstage as well.
Yes.
He's also in the gallery, there he is. He's sort of omnipresent. He's here, he's there, he's... like the magical Mr. Mistopheles of Crafters TV.
He's everywhere. Where is John? There's John. He's in the gallery.
He is.
And then he just appears. Is that what John's in the gallery? Oh no, he's here now. Where's he appeared from?
He's always there, isn't he?
So what I would continue to do is randomly stamp. No specific order, just randomly stamp all over. This layer is 6.5 by 6.5. And then what I would do, as you know by now, I would go in with my Ice Grey 2 pen. So this is either the Classics, or you can then come along with your Tri-Blends if you want. So we're working our way around. I'm not concerned that some of these lines I've kind of just missed. Does not matter, it all adds to that rustic effect. So where we've got all these little inner aperture parts, we're going in with our grey. So I'll do a little bit more here, then I'll bring in the one that I've already done, because the key thing that I want to show you, and I know that you want to see, is how to create the actual decoupage with the stamps. So what I'm going to do is, if I bring in one that I've already done, which would look like this, so that's how it's going to look.
Dong.
Like that one.
Ding dang dong sing sang song.
Ding dang dong sing sang song.
Yeah, UK hunt.
And then what I've done is I've taken a circle nesting die with a diameter of 4 inches. and I've die cut a circle. This is using our red texture card and also our black card. So what I'm going to do just now is let's get this base matte and layered so it's all good to go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to create an offset circle aperture. So let's go in with the blacks. And because our poppies, for what I class as traditional, being red and black.
I didn't realise how wild poppies are, Craig.
They are, aren't they?
They're so wild. So even when, you know, you come in from the main road, on the way in, you come sort of up the hill, down the hill, don't you? The dual carriageway, you turn off. That big light, junction of lights there, they're just growing in the verge there. I realised last year I saw them all. And also I didn't realise that you get multiple colours of poppies until very recently.
I didn't realise that till recently either. All the different colours that you do get. There's loads, isn't there?
Absolutely, tons of them indeed.
So with my layer, what I've done is I've raised it on 2mm foam pads, and with this one here, it's given us this extra depth, but what it is, it's contrast-wise, it's going to work really well, tallied next to the decoupage layers of the stamps. So let's take these ones off, and then the reason I've also cut that circle aperture is because what I have done, and I'll skip this next bit because it's so straightforward, is using the stamp, I've stamped it out again onto white smooth stamping card, and then I've come along with my circle nest and die cut it out. This one being 3 3/4. So for this, I've die cut in black cardstock in outer ring, still using nest and dies. This is going to frame it. Now I'm going with the black tones, but you can then have a play with lots of different colour tones. See how, so if I pop that there, so that we've still got a red border, it looks nice, but then by framing it with our black card, it makes it stand out that little bit more. Big difference there. So we've got that one. There we go. And then what I've done as well, on pieces of white smooth stamping card, Joe, is I've stamped them out several times. And then this is where all that you're going to do is you're going to treat that as though it is your paper pad. So you're going to pretend it's that one.
All right.
So what you're then going to do is bringing in your dies, and this is where I find it easiest. For me personally, this is what I find easier doing. So we're going to step you through this next bit. So I'm going to move them to the side for now. So if we come in with our die set, we're going to go in with the first one. Now with this one, because it's black and white, you've not got any coloured outline. So just take a little bit of time, don't rush it, and then all that you're wanting to do is you're wanting to kind of have a little bit of a play about, and then you want to manoeuvre it so again you don't see any of the black lines. So I'm going to look, so I'm quite comfortable that it's going to be there. So what I can do is I can tape that down there, set that to the side. Let's bring in layer 2, which is going to be this one. And then what you really need to do is have a look at the layout of the die, so I can see it's the 3 poppy heads, so I can see that that's how it's going to go there. So once again, have a play, get it into position. If you do go off centre slightly, snip it away with your scissors, that's absolutely fine. We're now going to come in with our third layer. So this is what I mean by all that we're doing is we are following what we would do with the paper pad, but instead we're doing it with the stamps instead. So we can come along, let's pop that one into place, and then when it comes to your smaller dies, at this point you could come along and start to die cut your leaves on the same one.
Perfect.
But this is what I mean by, for me, it's only a little bit of cardstock.
I think it makes total sense.
I find it easier
to stamp it
to
out
do
multiple times,
everyone, yeah, absolutely.
And then you just got it all good to go, super simple. Some gossip coming in, well, more news. Astrid, bless her, broke a tooth last night. The dentist, Craig, can't see her until the 8th of April. The
No
8th
way.
of April. That is redonkadonk. I hope you're not in any pain. Ashley says absolutely love the look of this. Alison sent us pictures in, which is lovely. Kathy's got an obsession. I'm happily obsessed with Crafter's Companion. That's what she says. I've somehow, plot twist, do not think you're alone there, Kathy, is what I would say. Also, Craig.
Yeah.
Teaser time. Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you back with me in the morning tomorrow?
I am indeed.
We have got not only some incredible products from Creative Expressions on the show, but we have a very special guest as well, don't we? Jamie Rogers from Creative Expressions will be here with us. He's such a lovely guy, really, someone I've worked with loads of times in the past, and he's a very, very talented crafter, isn't he, Craig?
He is. He really, really is. The things that he does, the things that he creates is simply phenomenal. We're all excited about this one. So lucky that he's actually going to be coming in and we're going to see him live. So then even, you know, if you're doing things like this, you could come along with your sprays and that from Creative Expressions and start to use them. Lots of scope there. But yeah, it's going to be, I think we're all going to be giddy tomorrow, I think, Joe.
Giddy as kippers.
Giddy as a kipper. So then what I do is, you know, you might find these bits here are a bit of a waste. If you're doing it at home, you've more time, so you could always come along and then reuse some of the bits. But so that we can get them on my Gemini Junior plates, which you don't need to worry if you've got the A4 Gemini, or if you do have the Pro, think of all the cutting you could be doing with the Pro. So what we can do is pop this one through. Now, similar as before, I do have all the layers ready to go when it comes to the foam pads off the back end. But it is one of those that you've sometimes, well, not sometimes, quite often, you'll say, I love the decoupage, got the decoupage. I'm not quite sure how to create the decoupage layers with the stamps, because many of you think, the way you've explained it to me on social media, is you think that you stamp it once and then you're die cutting just that one image. It's not. It's easier to do them individually. So then that way what we can then do is come along, and remember you do get your debossed image within them. So it's not embossed, it's debossed.
Fabulous.
So we've got our poppy. So I'm slightly out there, it doesn't matter. Come along with my scissors and snip them out. I'm pretty much bang on with that one there. So you're taking all of your layers as if this was the printed paper. So there we go. So carrying on, I'm going to take a couple more out. There, and then I've got the leaves as well that I can sort later on. So that is how you would use the decoupage dies with the decoupage stamps. Come with your foam pads or your glue gel. And then I did add one additional layer. Did I on this one? No, it wasn't. It was the other one. I used one additional layer. So if I come in with this one here, I'm going to move these bits out the way. And let's come in with our main image. So what I'm going to do, Joe, is for me, I find it easier to decoupage our main image, then we can come along and then we can pop it into the centre of our frame that we've created.
Lots of you still are going for these at the moment. Remember, you can go for the big collection, gets you all four, gets you the best value as well, which is excellent. Or you can, they are broken down into smaller bundles, the individual flowers for you, if you would like them that way. So it's completely up to you. Go check the website out for those. Still very, very busy on all the Sanntangle items. We'll be going back there very, very shortly for a little bit of chilled out mindfulness on a Wednesday morning. I forgot for a moment what day we were at.
What day it was?
There. I thought yesterday was Monday. That's where I'm a day behind this week.
Oh, yeah?
Normally I'm a day ahead of myself, but I'm a day behind this week. 60% of that starter collection has gone. That will be the first item, I believe, I'd sell out at the moment. All the bundles are live as well, just to let you know. Everything is there now. So what's there is everything we have. So do go over there and get stocked up.
Definitely do that. Don't miss out. Here we go. Let's come in to the.
Craig's in his happy place here, aren't you, Craig?
I know. You go into a colouring coma. I go into a decoupage coma. So
it's a decoupage. It's got. We need to come up with a better name for it. I feel.
Do you not like decoupage?
Don't like the name decoupage coma. Maybe something a little bit more ring to it.
maybe Decoupage Coma is maybe not the best one. So there we go.
Beautiful.
So there we are. So we've got Decoupage, it's stamped up, but then if I tilt it forward and even turn it around on a few different angles, you can
Really cool,
see.
isn't it?
But it's really cool, and it's really nice, and it's really effective by doing it with our stamps as well. You could use your quick dries if you wanted to.
Yeah.
So you've got some colour. That's up to you. You could even do some Santangling in the middle of some of these ones, Nicola.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
nothing to stop you doing that.
No problem
You'll
at
be
all.
Santangling everything, I reckon.
It is, once you start to watch it, Joe, you're just
I
going to
haven't
be
seen
like,
it. I'm very excited, Craig.
oh, it's just so relaxing to watch as well. I was all of Sandra's shows the first time she was round. I was sitting on the couch with the shows that I was on, just mesmerised. And then later on in the day when I was at home, I was also watching them, mesmerised as well. But then what we can do is come along with any sentiment that you want. I've taken one from our verse compendium, and I'm going to pop it down into here. Wherever I am, whatever I do, I am truly happy when I'm with you.
Aww.
Press that in,
Aww.
and then
Wow.
if I lift it that way. So we've
That is
created
so gorgeous.
a full card, decoupage, and the background using the stamp sets. So you can either use the paper pads that you get with them as well, create your own extra layers if you want. So with the lilies you get 5 layers in total, but then we done a little bit of snipping, which meant I've got 8 layers, so you can go to town with them. But then once again, following suit. For me, I would say the easiest way to decoupage with the stamps is just die cut them out individually. It keeps it really simple. You know the flow that you're going with, and then if you feel comfortable to then start to snip in a little bit, you can do, but then you can do your background and your decoupage all in a one-er.
Amazing. If you want to go for these, let me take you back through everything you're getting. The large collection is the best way to get the best value. If you're a UK customer, you can spread the cost on ClearPay as well if you want. So let's go back through them then. You've got the precious poppies, which are these ones just here. Then you've got the beautiful lilies there too. Then we also have spring is here. Love that. It's like a really lovely bouquet of flowers you'd like to get in the summer, isn't it? Then we also have that one, which is your roses in bloom. So all of those coming your way. Smaller collections available to you. Go check those out on the website. Let me show you the details of some adhesives as well. This is a Call-Out Odorless 3D glue gel collection. 3 of these with the tools on a 3 for 2, $15.98 or $27.90 today. This next one is our 3D foam 8-piece selection. You've got 2 lots of foam on a roll and a load of foam pads as well. $12.34, $31.96 if you want to get your hands on those ones. Right, we are going to take a really short break because we're back with something very, very exciting. Sandra and Sanntangle will be here in just a moment's time. Whilst we get ready for that, let's share with you some of the fun stuff we get up to here at Crafters TV.
Welcome to Crafters TV. With more than 35 hours of live shows each week, it's your home for all things craft. We shine the spotlight on new and innovative crafting products with live tutorials and demonstrations. Join our family of craft experts where fun happens every day.
Quiet. The neighbours.
I'm all out of Zoom. I'm so lost without you. I'm not singing. I'm not singing.
Lisa, if you email in, don't send a picture of your air fryer. Make sure it's something creative.
Get creative and craft along with our amazing deals. Your next craft project. Quick Buy, all your crafting must-haves in a flash. Draw, decorate, and customize your world with the colorful Spectrum Noir acrylic paint markers. Each premium paint marker gives opaque coverage on ceramic, glass, wood, and let's not forget paper, cardstock, and canvas. These versatile markers are filled with highly pigmented premium water-based paint, offering beautiful, rich, and smooth coverage. The colors can be blended together, and the fast-drying opaque paint is ideal for layering. A 3mm bullet tip offers smooth strokes, and a precision valve mechanism allows rich and consistent flow with no clogging. Quick Buy, all your crafting must-haves in a flash.
One of our fabulous quick buys there. The time is now. The time has come. Oh yes, a whole hour of getting ourselves in a tangle. I'm very, very excited. Sandra is back with us. Are you as excited as we are, Sandra?
I am, yes. I'm just checking I've got everything where I need it
Oh,
to be. Which do I
fabulous.
start with? There are so many different things I could show, honestly.
There really are. I'm just going to whiz through some of the stuff that is already selling out, and then we will get into it. Going to give you the details first of what we're calling the starter kit, the starter collection. It was very busy last time we brought it to you. The great thing about this is it has book one in there, which has got loads and loads of different projects. A real great introduction to the Santangling range, and a great starting point for you. 2/3 of that has gone though. This has gone just on the preview alone. You get everything you need in here as well. So you've got the pencil, you've got that the white pencil in there, your tantalizer, it's not what it's called, but that's all I can call it now. You've got that super fine liner in there. You also have the tiles in here too, and you've got the stencils that you need to be creating lots of fabulous different projects. If that's in your basket, I would urge you to get that one checked out. We are going to first feature on though this next one just here. Now this is a big bundle, a great maybe sort of second destination if you went for the starter bundle last time, but you could absolutely start with this. You get 3 of the sketchbooks in here. You are also getting as well, I've got the wrong one. Oh no, 1 second. Let's get the correct one. Here we go. It's this one just here. So this one here is book number 2 for you. So in here, a great following, but also a great starting point if you want to start your journey from this point. You get 3 of those fine liners in differing thicknesses, and you get this, which is this beautiful creative stencil set with the stars and the butterflies in there. I've just got to show you again what Sandra showed us earlier. It's just one of so many things you're able to do with this. Busy on this item as well at the moment, £45 or $65.16. I also love the fact that even when we bring you other fabulous brands here at Crafters TV, we still allow you to take advantage of your Club Inspired discount. So remember, £36, $52.13 if you are a platinum member. Now Sandra, I know loads of people joined us last time when you were on and got lots of your fabulous products and been having a beautiful time playing with them. For anyone that did miss that earlier show though, what is Sanntangle all about as a range?
Santangle's about having a little bit of a moment for yourself, taking a deep breath, relaxing, picking up a pen, and if you can actually make a mark, if you can draw a line, you can draw a bubble, what's going to happen is you're going to start very, very small, put those little lines together, put those little bubbles together, and you're going to create something beautiful. So as well as you having that mindful sort of moment and maybe half an hour sort of sat drawing and being in your own little world, whatever you create at the end of it is just going to be absolutely wonderful. Honest, and completely different every single time. So
what sort of things can we tangle onto, Sandra?
Oh, everything. I've tangled onto, of course, the woods that I work on. I actually tangled onto fabric. I've tangled onto clothing. I've tangled onto shoes, which I did come in with last time. And of course, you know, even walls, everything. Wow. Anything that I think would stand still long enough
You're going to
gets
tangle
tangled.
everything, aren't you, once you get going? Right, we're going to go through this first item then. Just take us through what we've got in there, what we're going to use all this for.
Oh, number
Sandra.
2, book 2.
Yes,
Book 2. Book 2 takes you on. It doesn't start you sort of from a different place. You could do this from complete scratch if you want to. If I just sort of show you the book here, I've actually got a couple of clips in just to sort of remind me, but it gives you a little bit of an explanation why and some pictures. Then it gives you instructions for how to do 12 tiles, and again you can see from very, very simple lines. But this takes you a little bit further on because you get black tiles and grey tiles, and that's something quite special because getting those metallics out works brilliantly. Actually, we're going to start this one in a moment. But then, of course, what if you wanted to perhaps cut your tile up and use it to create something a little bit different? So maybe you wanted to change it and have something maybe as a border. What about adding 2 different colour tiles together? Nice. So there's lots of different things in there. See if we could just sort of turn that page quickly. Here we go. There we are. And it takes you to, oh no, There you go, it takes you to the fact that you've got two together. If I then take you into the colour, shows you how you can extend it onto pages. So rather than just sort of have the single tile, you see I've made a little bit of an image of it there, so if you wanted to frame it, you could do. And then, of course, this is the one we're going to do in a minute, even showing you, look, how to make these little coloured bubbles.
They are cute.
And then bringing in your little hexagon shapes maybe in the different sort of tangles, even maybe bringing in little bees and things to go in. So it works alongside your crafting. It's not about just tiles anymore and just doing a bit of a tangle. See, there's that coloured one, look. Look at that.
I love it.
And of course you've got your practice pages as before. You see I've done a few practice bits and pieces in there.
Would you say as well, lots of these projects supported by videos as well? That you've
They
got
are, yeah.
across,
The
where would you
videos are
find
all
those?
online, so you can have a look at those, absolutely. And that literally just gives you the book. But then, of course, we've got the stencils on top of that as well.
Of course you have. And I also shortchanged you on the stencils. Sandra. I
Oh.
have a habit of doing this. You get 4 stencils in here, so you're going to
Yes.
get all 4 of those gorgeous stencils included in this particular set. Okay, where do we start then, Sandra?
Okay,
Honestly, I'm like a coiled spring over here, like a big crafty
Oh
sponge.
no, it's great. Well, I've got my tiles here. I've actually got some monochrome tiles. These are not just black and white. These are actually different greys as well. So you've got your black, your light greys. But I think I'm going to pick a slate. I have got whites in there as well, but I have so many tiles, they're in my bag. But I'm going to actually use a slate grey one. And the first thing we do is you come to the back, and it does actually say Sanntangle on there, and it's where you're going to put your name. So let's go in with, I don't know, I'm going to use the blue here. So you'd actually put your name. And this is the nice thing, because these colours can start to come out because you're using these darker tiles. And then, of course, we'd write the date. There we go, second. And then we'd actually put in the number tile. So for today, it's actually tile number 1. And then I'd turn it over, and this is where it all sort of starts.
Okey-doke.
So I think I'm going to bring in a bit of silver as well. This is, again, the nice thing, you're not stuck with one colour. And we're going to start with one of those bubbles. And I'm going to put it sort of central. Okay, notice I said sort of. It doesn't have to be in the centre.
Do you not have to be too specific then?
Not
with
at all, no.
tangling?
And if you look at my bubble, it's not a perfect circle. It actually overlaps a little bit, but that's absolutely fine, because what we're going to do now is we're going to take this line, we're going to sort of extend it down, and then I'm going to turn it round, and I'm going to do the same again. So we've got this sort of repetitive thing going on, and by just turning our tile and then repeating the same sort of shape, it means that we can actually just sort of get that muscle memory going on with it.
Amazing.
So then if I bring in another line, I'm going to bring it in here, look, and I'm going to just join it to that one. Turn it round.
And those pens you're using there, these are the ones that we have in the show, don't we? In another bundle. So
That's it, yes.
The gel pens are available individually, or they are also available as well in the bundle with the feathers, which we'll go to a little bit later in the show.
Okay, so I've done 4 now. I'm coming back in. I'm going to do some more. I'm splitting up the space. So again, I'm not measuring. I'm just going, oh, that's about halfway, and in it goes. But at the moment, I've done nothing different. I've just created that curved line, and then come back in, created that curved line again. So every single time, it's a repeat of what we've done before.
Do you always know where your projects are going when you start, or is it
No.
often a journey?
No, honestly, there doesn't really need to be planning as such.
Yeah.
It's all about just having a go and seeing where it ends. I mean, of course, I'm doing this on air, or if I was doing a live, then I do plan a little bit. But you don't really need to. You see, and even though I've got the instructions in front of me, I've actually done it a different way than the instructions say. So, but
And you
really,
encourage people to do that, don't you?
yeah, absolutely. And if something's not working for you, don't sort of try and do it and force the issue. Maybe you just want to try it in a different way, or see how it goes working in a different way. It's, you might decide that you want to add more curves or make it straighter, or use one of the stencils to create this slightly more round. But you really don't have to. It's entirely up to you. See, I'm just now coming in. See, I'm still doing curves, and just adding in those little lines there. So that's my sort of lines
Amazing,
there.
really.
Let's bring another colour in. So you can use a bit of the blue. Got a bit of pink as well. Let's try a bit of pink, because we've tried a bit of blue. And that's what I'm going to do again. I'm going to look at one of these shapes and I'm going to bring it in sort of halfway, and I'm going to do some little dots and dashes, and then either side I'm going to do a few more and just sort of work my way around. So again, I've not done anything that's really crazy different. It's just about putting those little lines in. See, if I miss one, I might put some blue in there.
Sandra, you're so beautifully calming. I need you, just if I'm having a stressful day, just to call me. Can we do that? You could just have a little bit of a chat with me on the phone. You know, you could just tell me about what you're up to on your craft desk that afternoon. I already feel immediately relaxed watching you do this from across the room. So I'd imagine it's almost something that you, it feeds into something we all seem to naturally do, isn't it? I don't know about you, but my dad was always the worst for it. On the phone, if he was talking on the phone, he would instantly start, you know, doodling or drawing. Or, it's like a sort of natural curiosity that we all have, it feels like.
It is, and we do all have it. It's not something that you've got to learn. It's just about following these steps. I mean, they're a guide. It's not that you've got to sort of do your own thing. And the more you start to do this, the more you start to focus on what's going on around you. So that's why it suddenly goes quiet, because we stop talking because we're busy tangling.
Absolutely.
And it's just good fun.
Too busy tangling to talk. Bernie wants to know if you need to hold the pen in any sort of certain way.
Okay, with your metallics and your brush pens, it's not a problem. You can hold it. See, I've got it at a little bit of an angle here, how I would normally do it. Using your micron pens, I would be more inclined to hold it just slightly more upright.
Okey-doke.
And then just relax your grip, because you know how we all really hold them really tight. Relax your grip on them and just let the pen flow.
Okay.
And you'll be absolutely fine.
Amazing. Any questions you've got for Sandra Rushton here, you can get those over to me, Crafters TV on Facebook, Crafters Companion over on YouTube. And this was the pencil. I couldn't remember the name of this specific name of this pencil, Sandra.
It's a white chalk pencil.
White chalk pencil.
And because if you've got a regular white pencil, it'll work to some extent, but we actually want to make sure that we're going to get some highlights using these dark tiles. So it's got a really nice coverage, and plus you can use your tortillon with it, which I'm going to do in a minute. So there you go. I'm just adding some into the centre sections there, and maybe I'm going to bring a little bit down on this top edge here. There we go. Just sort of, you see, I'm not really being particularly neat about it. I'm not trying to colour in. It's just about applying that colour, adding just that little bit, and then in with our tortillon again. Just relax with it, and we like the half size because we can hold it more at an angle that's comfortable with us, so we don't have to sort of think what we're going to do with the rest of it. And all I'm going to do is soften that off. You see, because you've got that sort of chalk content in there, you see how it's just sort of travelling across the paper, and it's going to give us that little bit of shade that we need.
Is it always a struggle to knowing when to stop with tangling?
I don't think there's ever a stop point,
right, okay.
honestly. But I think you get to know. Sometimes it might be just that you think, I'm going to have a timer on, and I'm going to say, right, after a certain amount of time, I'm going to stop and see how it looks.
Right.
But other times you might think, well, you know, it might need a bit more. If you're not sure, leave it to one side. I usually put them on the fridge with a magnet or two, and then you walk past the fridge a lot, don't you? And each time you walk past, you can sort of think, well, actually, I'd like to do a bit more there, or this needs a bit more. And I think you live with it, and you build it as you go. So here we go. It's just, is it just soft enough? And of course, you can come in and you can add another layer of this if you want to. I could actually put those metallics back over the top if I wanted to sort of bring those out a little bit more. A bit round there. Okay. And then, of course, let's bring out the... oh, so many colours to choose from, isn't there? Let's bring out the gold. So what we can do now, and if I just have a quick flick through my bit, see we've done all of those instructions. You see we've got all these little bubbles now all around the outside. So if I add some of those in, and again, it's not about trying to make them perfect circles, it's about just coming in and adding some of those bubbles in. You see? Just sort of reinforce those little bubbles. It's trying not to do a pattern, isn't it? It's trying to stay random. So turning your tile as you go, and just sort of adding a few of those in. Okay. And then let's actually bring in I'm going to bring in a line. Okay. So
Absolutely loving seeing how this comes
line
together.
down there. And if I just sort of add some bubbles on the side of it. And again, I'm not trying to make them all the same size. I'm just doing them all different sizes there. Just sort of working it round. And of course, as you're doing this, you're not going to be as you know, as rushed as I am. Not that I'm rushed, but you know what I mean. I do speed tangle. But you can take your time and just enjoy each one of these little bubbles that you add. So just keep going. Turn it round, and then let's add another line. You see, so at the moment now, I'm not particularly planning where these are going. I'm just sort of doing it as I feel, as I want to at the time. Just adding those little bits. So let's do another. I'm going to make some slightly bigger bubbles on this. There we go. Just sort
It's
of
looking very underwater, this one, isn't it?
It does, doesn't it, this one? It's,
Yeah.
I think it's because the darkness of the tile particularly, and the fact we've got these metallics coming in. I say metallics, if I bring a bit of that blue in, you can see this one's like a matte blue.
Nice.
So I say they're not all metallic in that sense, but sometimes you want that kind of matte effect just to bring something a little bit different to it.
It's exceptionally busy on those gel pens at the moment as well. Details are there on the bottom of your screen if you want to grab those. Still busy on the starter kit. And book 2, I think lots of people went for book 1 last time, Sandra, and now coming in and getting that book 2 because they want even more projects, even more options when it comes to their tangling.
This is it. And you know, you could actually look at the different tiles across book 1 and book 2, and you can mix the tangles. So if there's one, say you like this particular shape or this design in the background, you can add that into one of the tiles in book 1. So there's no order and there's no difficulty in terms of the difference between book 1 and book 2. It's just about...
How did you get started with tangling, Sandra?
Oh. You know, it's one of those things I always did but didn't know I did it.
Okay.
Until...
That's like me and being annoying.
Is that what it is? Not saying anything. But yeah, and you know, I was sort of... I did art at your store in Chesterfield, actually. I used to teach people to colour.
Amazing.
And there's a lady that sort of saw what I was doing. She said, oh, you're using Sanntangle. I was like, don't even know what that is. And so we had a chat about it, and I did a bit of research. And of course, you can travel all the way to America and become a Sanntangle teacher, which is what I did.
Right.
But then, you know, being a crafter, you don't want to just create a tile and leave it in a folder or something. You want to do something with it. So I actually decided I'm going to, you know, help other people to create the pieces of art that I can do. So that's where the stencils were born, and then lockdown happened and we couldn't teach in person. So of course the tiles happened online, and then that's where the books came from.
Amazing. I just need to let everyone know, I'll just change the details for you. The first item we looked at, that starter kit, is limited stock. So if it is in your basket, it is going to be the first sellout. Details over there for you. It's your last call on that. If you want it, please do check it out, would be my advice. Very, very busy start to the show already, Sandra.
Gosh, but you know what, it's lovely knowing that you want to try it, because it's one of those things that's really helped me. And you know, it's helped me not just with the mindfulness and just sort of being able to chill out. So I'm very chilled, pretty flexible.
You strike me as very chilled.
But it's nice to sort of make friends and have like-minded people that can try it with you. And of course, because it's not so tricky to do, anybody can do it, and it's just nice the amount of different people from different walks of life, you know, and we meet, and it's just lovely. See, I'm just bringing that white pencil in there and just then softening it off with the tortillon and just adding more and more bubbles. You could keep this going for as long as you want to. Maybe I'll bring a little bit now just on the outside of this shape as well. Of course, in the book it shows you how we do this with just a white gel pen, but as you can see, adding that little bit of colour in there really makes that difference. Go, if I just sort of work that round. You see, you wouldn't be able to do this with a regular white pencil. I think that's why we like it, because it's so forgiving. You know, if you think, oh, I can't colour, you don't have to. The tortillon's doing all the work. So
I'm just really impressed with how dimensional it is. Also, the fact that was a plain black piece of cardstock just a moment ago.
Just a moment ago,
And you've just
absolutely.
shown us a few very simple movements with those pens. You know, we're not asking you to sketch a human's eye here or anything like
Nope.
that. You know, it's some basic movements that I think we could all muster. And with the tips and techniques that you're going to impart on us, we could create that very easily. I mean, I look at this and think, yeah, do you know what? I could have a go at that.
Yeah.
And I'm someone that is not artistic in any way whatsoever,
it.
not overly crafty even. I think you talk about using this, Sandra, as well as a crafter, you know, and bringing
Yeah.
a crafty spin to it. I think you could be someone that has never crafted before and has never really drawn or coloured.
Yeah.
And it could be such a great starting point, couldn't it?
Absolutely, it could, yeah. And it's one of those things that you can take it where you want to go. If you want to craft with it, do so. If you want to use your art with it, you can. If you just want to actually just use it, you know, just for yourself and nobody ever sees it, it perhaps goes in your diary or something, it really doesn't matter. It's open to so many different people and things that you do. I mean, even if you're a seamstress, you sew, you can do this onto fabric. Imagine doing this and creating your own little images. It's lovely. See how those metallics go over the top of that white pencil? It's fab, isn't it? Let's just bring those little bits in there. But yeah, I think as well, I do find that there's quite a lot of people say to me, I can't draw. I was told at school I couldn't draw, but I can with the stencils. So if you think drawing's something you want to do, then this is a great start into it because it sort of helps you to increase that focus and that creativity.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah.
Astrid asks, if you create a tile and use it as a card front, are we allowed to make and sell? Great question, Astrid.
Absolutely. Once you've put pen to paper, it's your design.
Yeah,
it's not
your
my
artwork,
design.
isn't it?
It's your artwork. So, yeah, I think what I will do though, I'm going to sign this one because that's about done.
Amazing.
There we go. So,
Love that.
there we go.
Really, really love it. Kirsty D says, I'm meant to be working. I think I've typed 2 words. I'm too busy watching Sandra Tangling. It's a very, very mesmerising. It really is. Let me recap then what's in there for you. The starter bundle has sold out and gone. Congratulations if you got your hands on it. That has sold out. I believe we'll try and get that back in again for you and let you know when we can. This next one here is over the one that we're just focusing on there, book 2. A fifth of the stock of this is gone. I just want to show you that butterfly again because we talk about starting with those basic tiles, but actually, you know, using the same techniques, you're going to be able to build up to incredible things like this here. So you can see that gorgeous butterfly that you've got there. You've got the ability to do that. In here, what you're going to get is 3 of the fine liners in the differing thicknesses for you, and you've also got book number 2, as Sandra was taking us through there. So really packed full of hints and inspirations, supported by videos as well for you. So all the tools that you need to be creating incredible projects with that. And then you've got this, which is your creative stencil set. Check out those 4 incredible designs. All the instructions in there to allow you to do that, and the stencils within there that are going to allow you to do that as well. £45, $65.16 if you want to get your hands on that. A fifth of the stock here has gone. So let's have a little look. Some of our crafty family, Sandra, have been sending them in.
Oh.
Wendy is one of those
Hi,
ones.
Wendy.
Look
Brilliant.
at that, Sandra.
I know, look. But the difference, everybody's so different with theirs. And certainly with the tangles or those little patterns, everybody's got their own little quirks. So
Right.
they become like characteristics of somebody's artwork.
It's amazing,
That's
isn't it?
fab.
Wendy's also done this next one for us as well, with the gonk there. I love that. She added it to some stamps that she already had. What a fun way of doing it.
Exactly. That's just a nice way of doing it as well, isn't it? And it means you don't have to sort of start with a blank page if you don't want to. You can bring it into what you already do.
Absolutely. And also Alison Yates has done this one there. Looks very florally, that one,
Look at
doesn't
that,
it?
yeah, very organic, isn't it, with those circly, moony kind of shapes. It's lovely.
Absolutely beautiful. If you've got
Beautiful.
pictures of, you know, the tangling that you've been doing since Sandra was here last with us, we would absolutely love to see them. So please do send them in to us. We are going to move on to the next bundle for you, which is the one here we have with the journals in there as well. So let me show you the brush markers first that you've got in this one. They are the dual brush markers. You've got a super fine tip on here and a brush tip too, which Sandra's going to show us in just a moment, and 16 colours in there to take you through. You also get 3 amazing sketchbooks included in here too, which is great. And you've got 80 sheets in these. They are hard back. They've got that cute little fastener on there, and they are the perfect paper to be tangled onto. So, and then what you're also going to get is you're going to get this here. You're going to get 2 sets of your stencils with the extra workbooks in there. So there's your 2 stencils here, and you've got then everything you need there. So this is to the moon and back, and also flower cascade. And then you've also got this one here, which is your say it with flowers there too. Full instructions in there on how you're going to put those together. A really comprehensive bundle this. I think this is for those of you out there that maybe have tried the first starter kit and it's become your new obsession. You love it and you want to be tangling from Tuesdays to Sundays. I mean, it's, you know, you're that obsessed with it. And the value though is great, and the value for money is still great, and you can use that platinum discount, $58.99 or $60.50. Love this bundle because it's got those brush pens in there, some projects, but also these amazing art books, which are going to be awesome, aren't they?
They are, yes, and everything that you need. So you could have one in your office, one in your home, one in your bag.
One in the car in case of emergency.
Everywhere, honestly. But yeah, ideas are all over the place, and I think sometimes it's nice to have something with you. But then maybe you want to keep one as a journal, and maybe you want to sort of do one as your best work. Although I sometimes find practicing is probably your best work, because it's where you're less sort of restricted and you're more free with what you do. So you could just go with it. Never ever draw in pencil unless you have to. Just go straight in with pen, and then you're never going to lose a design idea. That's my top tip.
Excellent. I love that.
There we go. All right, so here we go. I'm going to start with the To the Moon and Back, because of course there are so many different things we can show, and I wanted to sort of give you a pointer here. It's approximately, I don't know, maybe it's a Saturday project, maybe a weekend if you want to take your time. And I'm going to start from scratch, and I've got a few little steps to see, just so you can see how it works. The first thing I'm going to do is the main moon sort of shape, the moon and the star. And if I just bring the instructions in, here we go. You've got 2 variations. So I'm just going to work on this one here, just so you can see where it heads. And of course, instructions-wise, it takes you from that very first circle, which is what I've got here. Okay?
Brilliant.
So I'm going to start with, and I say draw with pen if you can. I'm going to start with pencil, because we're doing a construction line. So this line's not going to stay. It's going to sort of disappear into the background, or you can sort of rub it out a bit later. And
all these instructions are there, aren't they, with the stencils?
Exactly, yeah. I'm taking you through from start to finish. These little dots here, they're really useful to just mark your positions, because we're going to need them in a minute. So I've not drawn the full dot round, I've just put a little mark in. Okay, so I've drawn around the outside, and I've just put the marks in on these dots. What I'm then going to do is I'm going to hold my stencil, I'm going to move it to the right, just until this bit here, the inside, touches the pencil line. Okay?
Excellent.
And then I'm going to draw in the inside circle, and that gives me my moon.
Oh.
Hey! Easy, easy.
Oh,
okay,
that's amazing.
So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in the star. Now, I've got the actual star here, and I've also got this one. So you can sort of draw around either. It really doesn't matter. But again, straight in with a pen. Saying that, straight in with it. Look, it's because I was being tidy like you earlier. Straight in with a pen, and I'm looking for it, and it's in the packet. Okay, so I'm going to draw my star. Now, when I do it, I want to sort of put something on the moon sitting here in a little while. So I just want to be aware of that. So I'm going to bring my star in, and here we go. Draw in the star. So one of those things, as I say, it's only for construction lines using your pencil. Go in with your pen, because of course you don't want to be really drawing all this afterwards. Okay, got my star. So far so good. I'm going to just now sort of rub out that little bit there, just a little bit, so it's not sort of as prominent. It's still there, I can still see it, that's fine. So just marking, before these little lines disappear, I'm just going to mark these dots off. Imagine about middle of the circle there, and I'm going to draw where that dot is. I'm just going to put a line in, you see? And I'm just going to split off my moon. Just makes life easier for me for later. See, I don't need that one, look, because that's inside my star. That one a little bit there, and there. So, okay, one there. Do you see how I've broken it up?
Yep.
While I'm here, I'm going to break it up into 2 again. You see, just finding sort of the middle, and putting a line in there, spacing it up. But because we sort of put our finger on and sort of lined it up with a dot in the middle, it sort of works its way around. Okay, back in with a pen. My star shape. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to follow the line from here, and I want to come down to here. So straight in with it from there to there. And then I'm going to do what we call aura. I think that's probably the only technical word I'm going to use.
Okie doke.
Aura means to follow the line or to draw around or outside something. Easy so far, I've not done anything silly there. Come to the next one, draw a line.
My
Again.
producer Erin said to me, when Sandra starts her demos, Joe, you are going to be so super quiet and absorbed by them. And I was like, Erin, you've met me. Super quiet and absorbed is not my modus operandi. But honestly, I just watching it is making it's so relaxing.
It is. And it just becomes very addictive. I mean, see here, look, it's gone really thin at that point, but it doesn't matter. It's not that you sort of look and think, oh, I've gone wrong. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. So I'm doing exactly the same thing. I'm just working my way around this star, following the lines, but when I come to a line that I've already got in place, I'm just going underneath it. You see? Same again here, from there to there. And I'm working my way down here to here. Along we go. And the same here. Going underneath. And that's where your focus starts to come in, because going underneath and working out where you're going is quite fun. So we've gone all the way around once. So now I'm going to do it again. This time I'm going to come slightly in. One here. Just following those lines underneath.
It's so incredibly dimensional already,
then the
doesn't
next one. Oh, these are amazing. I love doing this tangle. Same here. Now, of course, we're coming in here with a black pen, but you've got those lovely fine liners that you could do it any colour you like. Or you could perhaps do a row in pink, then a row in red, or a row in blue. And it's just about following it along. There we go. And again, just seeing where they go. So I'm doing it very quickly. You would take your time and make sure that the points actually match the lines, because you'd be sort of more over your work there so you could see what you were doing. You see how that sort of works? And then of course you could add a little bit of colour to that. I'm not going to do all of it because there's so much more to show. But you see there, if we had a little bit of colour, you see where you could perhaps bring that in. You know, in with your card making, you could perhaps 3-dimensionalise that with a few foam pads. But that's where it started. That's where it goes. If I move to the moon then, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to choose, doesn't matter where we start, I'm going to put a bit of a zigzag inside these little shapes that I created earlier. So remember we made those marks and put those construction lines in. Now this is where they all sort of start to work our way around. Now, interesting enough, this particular set, it actually came about because of one of my dogs. As you know, we all...
Because of one of your dogs?
Yeah, we all love our pets, don't we?
Yeah.
And, you know, eventually we do lose them, which is really heartbreaking. And, you know, we were no exception. We lost our little Leah a couple of years ago. And this is one of the tributes to her.
Aww.
Because, you know, we look up at the moon, don't we? And we think, oh, do you know, I bet she's up there looking down on us. And it's the same with all our pets, I think. So,
That's
hence
so lovely.
the to the moon and back. And if I just bring in the stencil here, you see, this is my little Leah.
Aww.
So you've got 2 sizes of little dogs. You've got cats as well. And of course, if you don't want to do pets, we've got sort of little fairies you can hang from the moon as well.
That's so
So
cute.
if I put my little Leah sort of, just going to draw this moon shape in here. You can see I could bring my little Leah in there. And she could be sort of sat, you know, in the silhouette there. So this is a nice thing as well. If I just bring in my brush pens. Now I said you've got quite a hard brush there for filling in. So what we could do is come on in, and we're going to have her in front of the star there. There we go, maybe. So she can sort of sit in there. Okay. we're very fortunate. We had 2, so that was our little Leah there. So you know, she's sitting sort of, you know, watching the stars, and then we could bring a little bit of a planet in. And
are those brush pens that we're getting included as well in here, Sandra?
Yes.
When you designed these, when you put these together, what was it you were looking for in a brush pen in order to make it great to tangle with?
A fine liner, a decent fine liner to start with. That was one of the main things, because that's what we use predominantly is fine liners. But then it was also the colour range.
Yeah.
And I also wanted them to be water-based.
Okay.
Now I know that the black pens are not water-based, and that's great, because that means that you can, you know, you can ink them and spritz them and do all sorts, and this black pen's going to stay put.
Wonderful.
But when we use colour, I wanted to be able to perhaps use a bit of water and spritz them or whatever, and it just gives us that flexibility. But then we need a thicker size to actually fill in, like I've just done with Leah there, and that's important too. So I wanted a harder nib that was going to maintain its shape and allow us to still get into those little areas, but work our way through there.
So it's definitely something that's different to like those brush lettering pens that we have. You know, although it's a brush nib, it's specifically for this sort of infilling technique.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, a brush pen is for brush lettering predominantly, or for specific watery type paintings. These are specific for tangling. So you get, you know, you get a different variation, don't you, with different things, and
Absolutely.
it's nice to have them specifically for whatever it is you're working on. They do have other uses, of course. Every pen does, but you can see that you know, we wanted to get what would work for what we do.
Oh, I love the bubbles here.
I do like my bubbles. I mean, I'm not going to do all of it because I've got one that's almost sort of at the next stage.
My producer Erin always takes the mickey out of how I say bubbles.
Oh,
Bubbles. Yeah.
no, we've all got our own, you know, saying.
Sorry?
We've all got our own ways of saying things, haven't we, and our
absolutely.
accents. And there we go. No, we're not all perfect.
Oh, I don't know. Some of us are pretty close though, Sandra.
Do you think? No.
I'm joking.
You see, this is where you can start to bring it to life a little bit, because you see here that I'm actually,
Cute.
you know, bringing in these lovely little shapes here. But if I bring one in that I've sort of done a little bit more on, you see there, look, you've got, that's where it's
wow.
coming. You see, and I've sort of started to add in, you know, my little stars and things. So let's do a little bit more on this. Now, again, I've done the black outline, but this time what we could do is we could bring some colour in. So, see, we've got that brush. I can come in and I can fill in certain areas. See, I like with bubbles, I don't like to sort of colour them all in. I like to sort of pick on a few, see how that works, and then bring in sort of the blue pen. And again, let's have a look at doing that sort of line there. See the difference with the colour. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to just add a couple of blue in there, and then let's come in with the lighter blue. See, this is something you can't do with a black pen, so we start to get a little bit of definition with the blue pen there. You see how you can start to sort of work on different sort of variations.
Astrid said we should have all checked our pulse at the start of the show and then checked it again at the end of
I
the
know.
show and seen if there was a difference. Yeah, I reckon I could probably check my smartwatch to see what happened to my heart rate over this.
It's
over this show.
crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, if I so you can see there with the colour in. If I just bring in the next bit then, because of course I could spend all afternoon just doing this, but there's other aspects, and we have got a frame. So look, I've made a mess. The craft room line.
That's all right. We'll let you off.
So here's my frame, and what I've done with this one is I've actually just drawn around it. You see I've marked these little slots here. So if I move that to one side, come in with a pen, and again I could use a colour, I could use the black, it doesn't matter. I'll go in with a colour. Okay, and then I'm just going to join one to the next with a curve. There we go, to the next with a curve. And just sort of work my way along.
I've just noticed you're a fellow lefty as well, Sandra.
Sorry?
You're a fellow left-hander.
I am, yes. I am, yes.
Because a lot of people say that left-handers don't have such good skills as right-handers, but I think you're challenging that, Sandra.
Absolutely, yeah. To be honest, I've never known anything else, so
Yeah.
I'm not quite, you know, yeah. I suppose, yeah. If I was Perhaps if I was trying to do it right-handed, perhaps it wouldn't look maybe as neat, but you know, again, it doesn't have to, does it? Remember that word aura? I'm going to aura inside. So you see I'm following the line shapes.
Gives it so much dimension, doesn't it?
That were inside. It does.
Looks a little bit like bamboo.
It does a little bit, doesn't it?
Nickers is saying in the gallery.
Yeah.
Loads of people are chatting away. Awesome tangling, everyone says Astrid. Everyone is in the zone. Gorgeous, Sandra, says Panda. Sandra's on in the background whilst working, but I'm totally zoning out. She captivates me. No chance of getting any work done.
No.
Christine says he's got up early to watch the show as well.
Thank you.
Lots of people got up at like 5, 6 a.m. On the East Coast so they can tune in for the show.
Goodness me, thank you. I was up at 4 a.m. this
Were you?
morning. Absolutely. Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, but no, it's worth it actually. It's really worth it because it's lovely to come and spend some time with people. And I love that chat. I love how people, you know, can get in touch and during the show. So, you know, please, any questions, anything that you want to know.
Christine says, bought your whole collection last time.
Thank you.
Really enjoying it. JL says, you make it look so easy, Sandra. I'm sure it is this easy. If you've got the tools that Sandra gives us.
It is. I mean, it's easy for me to stand here and say it is easy. I'm hopefully giving you the information today and the instruction to say, look, you can try it. And there's always going to be tangles that some people get on better with than others. But you'll find that, you know, you'll find your own way and you'll sort of work it out. You see how it goes here? I mean, I've used just a black pen for this, just so you could just see where it goes. And of course, if I wanted to, I could come on in. And if I add in, see, this is where, the number 4 has been used. You see, it's a bit thicker.
Oh, yeah.
Number 4 pen. Just means using the two together, you don't have to add more shade and things. But you can see if I just bring in a little bit of pencil there, maybe a little bit around those. I mean, just because I put bubbles in there, I've put lines, doesn't mean you have to. It means you can, you know, you can do your own thing and you can choose what it is you want to go with. You see how that sort of moves across the paper. So far we've actually looked
so you're using, is that blending the pen out there?
It's just the pencil. I've just added some pencil in there. The pen's not moving at all. The pen's staying exactly where it is, and we could do exactly the same with the coloured ones as well. So if I just bring that one in, you see here, look, if I go back to this coloured one, we can still use our pencil over the top there of those coloured pencils. Let's just add a little bit of a smile in there and just blend it out. And again, because we're not using any water here, that coloured pen is going to stay where I've put it.
Perfect, I love that.
Okay, so you see that's where we can sort of start to then create this 3D shape. So we've got sort of part, you would have the whole sort of moon done, you've got your star, whether you want to bring in that three-dimensional. But if I was to put this together, complete with the frame, this is what you're going to get. Okay, there it is. If I just tidy up a bit, move everything to one side, then you've got your little star there. So you can see that's how it sort of comes together and how it would work. I've chosen on this pen not to sort of put anything in there yet because, again, I want to show you if you don't want to do that design that I've used, you can come in and you can create your own shapes and your own design. So if I come in with swirls, now you'll find this particular tangle way back in boot 1. So again, it's not something that's really technical that you need to relearn. It's all about taking those ideas and just seeing where they come. Of course, with book 2, there are a lot of different tangles on the back of the book, so you can have a look at those if you want, and you can bring your own different ones in there. So
I love those swirls. They're
just so straightforward to do. And again, if you want to bring that number 4 pen in, and if I just sort of go back and I perhaps thicken up just one side of those swirls, you see how we're getting something different again. So just by the same tangle, we're just changing it out a little bit and adding some thickness to the bottom. But there we go. And then of course you could bring your shade in. See, these are just bubbles around here. This section here, I've just done like a half bubble and filled it in. But again, I might come in and use my black pen there. And you see just how we we get those little sort of gaps we can't do anything with, just sort of filling those in. And let's have a look at that. It's quite dramatic there now, isn't it? It's quite sort of strong and dark.
It almost looks like sort of glass, like blown glass or something like that. It reminds me of, or
absolutely.
you know, is it like Murano glass? Like when
Yeah,
it's twisty and swirly.
yeah,
It's got that
so
kind of
lovely,
vibe
isn't
to
it?
it.
But of course, once you've tangled around it, you've done your star, you've coloured it in. You want to sort of add a little bit of, you know, a little bit of crafting into it, don't you? So in order to sort of do that, you want to sort of think, well, I'm going to make a card. This is about a 5x7 type piece, which would fit in those sketchbooks beautifully. So I'm just going to bring a card in that I've done here, and we can add to it a little bit more. So here we go. You see now,
wow.
there it is, exactly the same as what we've done. So we've done these little, I've just not added the bubbles in there yet, but shaded it all around. And of course you've got this lovely little sentiment, which is one of Sarah's, I think it's Garden of Love.
Oh yes, it is indeed.
Sentiment there, everlasting love, it works. And you can see the little dog look is actually looking up at the moon, and we've got some stars around there. And then of course let's bring in a little bit more of the colours, because of course we've got these bubbles to fill. So I'm going to come back in with my lovely little fine liner. Let's move that out of the way. See, look, it's clear my desk again. There we go.
Imagine just adding this as sort of borders or accents to your scrapbook pages if you're a scrapbooker.
Yes.
You know, you could almost have like do a sort of tile size project, but just actually onto your scrapbook somewhere.
Yes.
Or just add detail somewhere. I think you're going to love. I think it's really going to elevate your crafting, your ability. You know, learning this new skill, if you will.
Do you know, it makes it unique as well, because even if you've got the same stencil as somebody else, your take on it is going to be completely different to what somebody else has done. So even, you know, adding the colours from the black and white and changing things up a little bit, you're just going to get a different variation every single time. And of course, let's bring in those little gel pens that we had earlier, and we can just add a little bit of colour into those. There we go. So, you know, you can go as far as you want. You know, where we said, you sort of think, well, this was on a card, it was done, but it means you can go a little bit more if you want and add more. I could even come back in. I've inked around the edge, but I could come in, add more tangles around the edge there, things like that. But it's all about, you know, whatever you want to do with it. So there we go. So
Ash should say this reminds her of the film Hugo, this particular tangle.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Love that.
Not
It's
seen that in
beautiful.
ages.
Yeah,
But-
really gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you could just keep going with that all day now then.
You could, yeah, if you wanted to. I think the last thing, what I tend to do, when I say, right, I think I've done enough now, that's probably it, I will actually sign it.
And then that's your signal to yourself that it's over.
Yeah, that's
it's
mine to
finished.
say, do you know what, it's done. I could go back in there, but usually, once I've signed it, I say, that's probably it, that's done. But, yeah.
Amazing.
Oh, quick one about fixing as well. I've actually fixed this completely with the Crafter's Spray and Shine.
Right, okay.
And then once it's dry, good technique to try, ink over it.
Ah.
And you get this kind of a texture kind of
Nice.
appearance. It works
really
really
cool.
good.
Love
so
that.
you just get like a bit of a mottled edge, and it just works lovely. Of course, then it fixes your pencil, so your pencil's not going to go anywhere.
Amazing. Right, let me share with you
there we
exactly what you are getting in this particular bundle. So this is the To the Moon and Stars, and what you've got in here, of course, is Sandra taking you through all the steps that you need in order to create that. 2 sets of stencils in there as well, so you've got both of those coming your way. You will also get in this particular bundle the Say It With Flowers too, which is this one just here. So you've got the stenciling that you need, and again, the full instructions on how you put that together, which is amazing. So that is coming in there for you. You then get 3 of the sketchbooks as well, which is amazing. So you've got it in the gold, the silver and the rose gold. So you're getting 240 sheets in total on this, which is amazing. And you also will get in here the pens. Is that right on this one, Erin? This one, 75% gone now. Oof. We will be down to just the individuals that make it up. The bundle will be gone shortly. So if you want this, it's in your basket. Think about checking it out. Next, we're going to have a look at some more images actually that you guys have sent into us, which is this here. Look at that from Lorna Jane.
That was a mandala from last time.
Right.
Look at that. I love the colours as well.
Yeah, really brilliant,
Pink
isn't
in the
it?
middle. It really draws your eye.
And Jill's done this one.
Look at that one.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Looks like an
It does.
exotic piece of jewellery almost.
Absolutely, and because you've got that slightly different coloured paper in the background, you're going to get a different feel, and that white chalk pencil is going to really sort of pop. But no, it's
Absolutely
beautiful,
stunning.
that.
Sam Gregory's done that one. How
Sam,
stunning.
yeah, that was from a class.
Okay.
She came to class. Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely. We do things like that. We start from complete scratch and end it with something that looks like that.
Absolutely stunning.
Different every
Love
time.
that. Really good. Keep another Sam, sent another one in. Oh, that is stunning, isn't it?
This is what we're about to show.
Is it?
Yes, that's beautiful. I love that. Look at the feathers.
That's amazing.
Absolutely. It's a really nice stencil.
Just blown away by how beautiful everything is that's being created with these. Let me take you through. There's a couple of items on here. I want to take you through the art folder firstly next, which is brilliant. This is a really lovely case to keep any projects in that you might be working on. Nice big size for you. It's got really nice big sturdy comfy handles. You've got leather details on there as well. It's going to be really durable and hard wearing. Nice big pocket in the front of there as well. $15.99 or $23.18. The tantalizers, I call them, they're not called tortillons, I believe.
Tortillon.
Tortillons. This is those.
Tortillon.
This is what you're going to blend out those pencils with. So if you want to use your blenders, then these are the ones you're going to need. And maybe you want to go for some different coloured tiles, but then we've actually got the bright tiles available for you as well, which is fantastic. I know we showed a lighter colour tone earlier. These are the ones that you will receive. £5 or $7.25 if you want to get your hands on those. We're going to look at the feather bundle next. This is brilliant because this comes alongside the gel pens too, which is excellent. So you've got 12 of these coloured gel pens, which are going to be fantastic for allowing you to create awesome projects. That's coming in there. And then what you've got is the Follow Your Dreams here, as you can see, which is going to give you the stencils that you need, and also then the full instructions on how you can create quite a sizable piece of art, this one. You've also got in there then the light as a feather, and this has got your different stencils in there for you, and again the full instructions on exactly how you're going to put that together, all step by step in there for you. Brilliant. Sandra, loads of love still coming in. Caroline says, I'd love to Sanntangle, but I've never done anything like this before. What is the best set for me?
Oh, if you've never done anything before, do you know what? Book 2 is really good because it gives you complete structure for tiles. If you're making cards and things like that, that works really nice for smaller cards. If you're sort of somebody that wants to try something a little bit different, then pick one of the stencils, pick something you like, because it's not necessarily difficult or easy. Every single one starts from complete scratch and you can work your way through with me. And I think if you pick one that you really like, it means that you're going to enjoy it more and you're going to sit and have a go. Of course, you think 10 minutes I'll do, and 2 hours later
you're still going with it. I think the thing is, something like this, you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great, don't you?
Yes,
it's
that's
a good
the
motto.
point.
So
Exactly.
just start. I think you can't go
Yeah.
wrong. It's just paper and pen at the end of the day.
Exactly.
And you know, it's not going to be a great cost. Just get going, get something down, get jotting away. Jill loves that card. Astrid loving it as well. Alison says, wow. Jill saying lovely pieces. Absolutely, everyone too. What would you like to share with us next? Sandra?
Okay, so I'm going to show you the feather. This is one that, again, people love feathers and they think, I can't draw them. They are very difficult. And sometimes you think, oh, if I can't draw that, it's going to look like a leaf. And you don't panic. You've got these 3 different shapes. They're going to give you 3 different feathers, or 6 if you turn them around anyway. But we're going to start with just one, and then we'll see how we sort of work it from there. So let's go. I'm going to do it this way. Doesn't look like much, does it? A blank piece of paper and a little bit of something that looks like a leaf. So I'm just going to draw around it. Again, look, construction. So pencil, because we're not going to need all of this shape when we're done. And what you'll find with my stencils as well is you think, oh, some of them, they might be a bit shaky or a bit wobbly. You don't get a perfect line. That's because I drew these shapes. And then I give them to my husband and say, right, make this happen on the laser machine. And I don't want it neatened up and I don't want it tidied in any way. I want it exactly how I've drawn it because I want you at home to be able to draw what I did. There we go. Still doesn't look like much.
I
So,
thought this was a plant leaf when I first
does,
saw
yeah.
it. Yeah, it looks like a sort
Yeah,
of cheese plant or something.
yeah, I'm absolutely fine with that. It's not a problem at all. So let's bring in a coloured pen so I think you can see it. So you see I've got these lines up the centre here. Just going to turn my piece around, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow from here and I'm going to come up towards this line. There we go. And then I'm going to go from this line up to this one, and then this one to this one here. And then I'm going to do the same here, but this time I've got no line to follow, so that's okay. I'll follow the one I've got here, but then it's going to get thinner and thinner and thinner all the way up to the top there. And then let's join that one off. Okay, so we've already got sort of the stem, or the little bit that goes along there. And then we've got these little lines here. I think I'm just going to come in with pencil for a time, because you might decide you want to change it as you go. So let's bring this line in, and I'm going to join it to the end, and I'm going to bring it in and maybe curve it a little bit towards that stem. The same sort of here. Okay, so we've got that kind of shape. And then this one here, maybe I'm going to bring it up here, and again bring it down. See, I've just done my own little curve. And then on this one, maybe I'm going to bring it in here a little bit. And then this one, let's go here, I'm going to bring it up there. See, I've curved it slightly. So I'm the one that's making the decisions based on what's sort of already there. So again, I've got another line. Let's bring that round.
This, I'm guessing this could easily be amended and turned into some sort of exotic plant if you wanted it to be.
Of course it could. It's whatever you want it to be. There's no right or wrong with it. It's all about what you want to do with it. So let's bring in this shape here, for example. Let's draw this one in now. And again, I can use it as a guide because it's pencil. So I think what I'm doing, I'm going to bring it in a little bit lower here. See, so I've got a little bit of a shape. And then from there, I could maybe draw in, let's put a little line across there. And bring one in the middle. And then maybe put some bubbles in. See, we like our bubbles. And you notice as well that I've started in the middle, because it gives me, I get the sort of the round motion. Because if you get to the end here and you start here, they're really small and you don't quite get the idea. But if we start here where we've got space, then we can follow it through and continue to sort of work it around all the way down to sort of the bottom there. And then let's just fill the rest of it in with little lines that sort of go from top to bottom. And maybe, yeah, maybe same on this side. Okay, so it was very quickly done, but you see we've got the first little bit in here. What if we then decide we're going to go, I don't know, maybe I could add a quick tangle here, look. Maybe I could put a little leafy shape in there. There we go. Look, little curves. The curve, bring it round and round. Yeah? And then here, you know, we sort of did it in with a bit of pencil. We might decide, you know, we'd got those swirls that you liked earlier. Let's bring some swirls in. There we go. And start to sort of fill in this little bit here. But the beauty about it, because it's in pencil and we're, you know, we're filling in these sections, I don't have to completely fill a section in or draw it as a sort of set shape if I don't want to. I can just sort of work it and draw these lovely swirls. Maybe I want to, they're sort of going to start breaking off now. They're sort of getting their confidence, you see. They're all joined together here. There we go, let's just fill that in. But maybe they sort of want to break away a little bit and do their own thing. So then that gives us a sort of shape to add in something else. Maybe we bring in these sort of wonderful swirls. Now I'm not doing these sort of off the back. The instructions are there. It shows you how to do these little shapes. So don't think, oh, she's just sort of doing her own thing. Well, now I'm going to remember that. You don't need to. So,
Debbie's watching. She's no doubt tangling along, mesmerised.
Hi, Debbie.
She says, "Oh my days, wowzer makes ladies," is what she says.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love Debbie.
Yeah, she's brilliant, isn't she?
Love Debbie. Yeah. See, I'm just sort of doing these little curls, and then I'm coming out of the sort of the shape there. That's scary. Look, breaking out. And let's have some little bubbles in there, how they sort of work off. If you think bubbles I can't do random, we've got a great little section here on the stencil that gives you random bubbles, random
perfect.
shapes. So if I was to come in and fill some of those, you could even ink through this, you know, to give yourself a little bit of a starting point if you didn't want to draw them. You see, random.
Perfect.
And then let's do this top one. So if I bring this one in, okay, and same sort of here. And then we've got this lovely sort of curve. Again, remember that word, aura? Just drawing around on the inside there. So imagine this if I could have, you know, done all different, completely different colours. It's quite nice, isn't it, to just break out from the black sometimes. But there we go. See, then another little aura. And then I've created little sections here. So maybe we want to sort of come around and fill this with lines. Just sort of work my way around that way and then that way. And then see here, if I don't want to sort of split, sort of keep this as it is, I've got some little tiny feathers here, see, and we could just bring those in and we could have them sort of almost starting at one point.
Jill says, it's magic. I watched that carefully and still feel like you must have bewitched me in the nicest possible way.
Oh, there's no witchcraft here, although Dobby is in the studio somewhere.
Dobby is in the studio. We can see
is.
Dobby. I think we've got visuals on Dobby.
He is there. He's waiting to be interviewed.
Right.
Yeah, he is our departmental mascot, so he's behaving himself today. You see there, I've got some feathers working their way out. So, although you've got this sort of...
He's behind you. Oh, yes, he is.
There he is. Oh, so yeah, I'm going to take the opportunity to bring in... Of course, you can see now I've got the sections and how I've broke out of one and how I've broke one here. We've got these lovely little designs here. But I just want to bring in one that's, it's been drawn. I have used the black, but you can see here, look. It's exactly as this. I've just probably taken a little bit more time over this because and using that black pen is just giving me a slightly thinner line. But you can see how the tangles have been added in. So the one that we did earlier here, look, I've actually added it in here. You see how it started quite small and it's broken its way out. So again, using this one, perhaps bringing a little bit of colour in there, is we can come on in and fill some of these, I'm not going to fill the bubbles, maybe I'll just ink them, but maybe just fill a little bit in around these bottom areas. So just a little bit of a flicking motion, because as we know, we blend with alcohol markers, we don't blend with water-based, but it's nice to add a touch of colour in there. Maybe if I bring in a bit of that purple as well, just sort of add a touch in. So there's ways and means of blending water-based pens. You don't really need water to do it. You can just sort of add those extra bits in there. There we go. And then again, you know, maybe bringing in that sort of thicker nib, you know, just to add in the extra depth there. You see on this one, like I added a little bit of a ribbon round the bottom edge there. Go. Just sort of working it in. As soon as it gets sort of smaller, we can come back in and add in that little bit there. I think maybe I'm going to bring in a bit. You see, although we've got quite a detailed tangle here, it doesn't mean you've got to go and shade every little bit.
Okie doke.
You know, use it as a background and then bring in your pens and use it as one complete and whole section. So, see, just add in that little bit, and then let's bring in blue again. And of course, you could bring in your coloured pencils, you could bring in your paints. Once you've actually drawn the image, it's up to you then what you want to sort of do with it. So, see where we've got that. I think I'd add some probably.
Do you know what I can see Craig doing?
Yeah.
I can see Craig doing separate tangles and decoupaging them over the top of his other tangles. You know,
Oh,
that
goodness
boy
me,
loves
yeah,
a bit
that
of
would be,
decoupage. A decatangle.
Decatangle.
Yeah.
We do come out with these words. We're
We
going to
do
have to
indeed.
sort of start writing them down. But yeah, you see there. So if I now just bring in a little bit of pencil. That's it, lids on pen so I don't lose them. Maybe, again, you see I'm not being particularly neat. We're just going to add a little bit in, top and bottom. Okay, and maybe just so those little, they're almost like little smiles, aren't they, on these bubbles?
I think the bubbles, when you first think about putting lots and lots of circles in all the time, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But they really sort of break it up and give it lots of texture. They seem to be like the linchpin almost of like the whole rest of the drawing seems to sort of flow from them. They do.
They work really well, and like you say, it's not a difficult one to do. They're very, very straightforward, and because we're not saying that they're circles, because they're not, it really doesn't matter. And I think it's nice sometimes to have something that's a little bit irregular.
Absolutely.
Because it just gives it that little characteristics of each individual person. I think if you actually, when you're drawing them, if you give them the respect they deserve, you know, and take your time with them, then you're probably going to get a better bubble than if you just rush it.
Do you ever get to a point of a tangle where you think, this isn't working, I'm just going to give up on this and start again?
Yeah, of course you do. Yeah, all the time. You might try something, you might think, I've seen something and see where this goes, but sometimes it doesn't work, and you know, you leave the tile and you put it to one side and you come back to it later and you think, why did I even think that was difficult? It's one of those things that you can keep coming back to. Leave it to one side, don't beat yourself up about it at all, and just sort of go with the flow, and if it's not working, find another way of doing it, or try something else. It's not a problem. So you see, I'm not going to, you know, spend the whole time doing this. This is a good afternoon's project. But imagine just for a minute that you did this on a coloured paper and maybe use metallics or maybe a white pen. So from there, if I bring in the original, the one that we did that was, so from there, which you saw the very beginnings, to this one here, you can see now how it's starting to come three-dimensional, adding those extra little bits in. To this one,
oh wow.
Yeah, now
So
if you remember the oval...
the gel pens that you used there?
Yeah, I actually used a white gel pen here, but then you've got the blues and things coming in and the golds. If you remember from the last show, we did an oval stencil frame. Right. This is the oval frame, because you see how those frames come in, but we've added these extra little droplets on. Again, this droplet on its own is on the stencil somewhere. Or is it on one of the others? It's on there somewhere. Yeah, there it is, you see? Yeah, I just changed my shape slightly. So we could actually add this one in. And then of course, if I join a little line up to one of those and add in some little dots along there. And then of course you can start to add in your little gems, which is what we've sort of done on here as well. So while we've got time, if I could just show you a couple more samples of what you could do with this.
Yes, absolutely, we'd love to see them. Laura Jane says, I think my Sanntangle kit might be growing, this will definitely get me to distress.
But also to give them a mindful moment, so you didn't have to worry too much about you know, what was going on during the day. There's that version again, looks slightly different. You see, everyone's going to be completely different. Of course, I've added some little feathers in there as well that you can sort of bring in, you know, a bit of crafting in there. Of course, what about doing it on fabric?
Brilliant.
So, you know, it doesn't have to just be on paper. You can do that as well. That's been done with the micron pens. They will stay put. Or what about if you're parchment?
Love that.
That's
really
a little
cool.
bit different.
So is that gel pen on parchment there?
It's a little bit of pencil in the background, but yeah, it's a gel pen that's been done from behind.
Brilliant.
Then of course you've got the various different designs. So that's the two feathers, that's the larger feather. If I just bring that up there, you can see, there you go. There's that feather. And the smaller one is there. So from those two shapes, you can see that that is what we created. But also you've got this one. And again, looks completely different. It's a different way, but the instructions are in there for creating that one. And of course, you've also got that variation. So same one, but different. This is also a way of doing it. And again, this one you can actually decoupage, you can build it up. But what about just going traditional and just having one tangle that completely fills the whole feather? And of course, just a couple of little extra little bits and pieces here as well. And then of course we've got another little fabric, got a cushion cover here. Look at that one. Again, a little bit of colour, but it's amazing what you can do with it when you think it's that shape And there you go. If I just put that over the top, you can see where the shape sort of
That on
started.
a cushion cover or a quilt. A
Yeah.
quilt block's going to be amazing.
Adding your own little bits and pieces and doing your own thing to it. But from one stencil, so many different variations of what you can actually do with it. And they're just beautiful. So whether it's paper crafting, sewing, parchment, on your wood, whatever it is you like to do, that, I mean, we've used that one stencil,
Yeah,
really.
that's amazing.
there's
So
all the other
really
bits and pieces in there.
Just the
but-
tip of the iceberg when it comes to what you're going to be able to do with that. Let me recap exactly what you are getting in here then. You are getting 2 sets of the stencils, which is amazing. And of course you are getting all the instructions that you need in there for that light as a feather. You've also then got as well, which we haven't really touched on, the dream catcher, which is this one just here. That's going to give you that beautiful flower in there and everything you need to make this gorgeous project. Also, don't forget, in this particular one as well, you will then get the amazing gel pens also. So you've got 12 fantastic assorted gel pens in there. You've got a 10% saving as well. 40.47 or 58.68 is your price on those. Let's share some more images with you. Sue Maguire has sent this one in. That's the dream catcher that we were just looking at there. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Love that. Stephen, first attempt at doing it using the stencils. He says he cannot draw at all.
Well, it's a bee.
It's a bee. So you
There we
can
are.
draw
You
now,
can.
Stephen.
You can do it.
Also, Debbie Robinson sent hers in.
Oh, Debbie
She's
showing
been
off.
very busy, isn't she? Is this next one Debbie's as well? Debbie, hello. Ding dong, look at that.
Oh, and they're both in that book one.
Yeah, and that one's amazing as well.
Oh,
Absolutely.
look at that.
Incredible, they really, really are. Right, well Craig is going to, I'm going to hand back over, Craig is going to be here with Sandra, because Craig's going to have a bit of a tangling lesson, which is fabulous, so I'm going to let you take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm going to have, well, I've had my cup of tea. You can go and have a wee bit of a cup of tea. And so, as I said earlier on, first time Sandra was here, I bought your starter
did,
kit.
yeah.
So, really looking forward to starting that. So, when Erin says, do you want to have a go in the show? I was like, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Right, yo,
Right, okay.
what we're going to
so
do.
you need a tile.
Okie doke.
And you've got a pen there. Actually,
Fab.
use the O1.
Okay.
Not the 4 for now. You've got your pencil, you've got your tortillon.
Brilliant.
And a tile. Preferably not the amethyst, because of course you don't want it.
That's true. Let's
You
go
just-
for
yeah.
let's go for the
stick with the
bright-
basics.
Yes,
All right.
we will do.
First thing you do then, on the back,
Okey-doke.
with a pen, you put your name. So we could just put initials for now. Just,
Got
yeah.
you. I'll do just
And the
a sec.
date.
Oh, I see what you mean. They are fine,
Yeah,
aren't
yeah.
they?
So just nice and gentle with them. 22. And then mine's tile number 2, so yours is going to be tile number 1.
Oh, okay, doc.
All right, so I've already done one today. Turn it over.
Second, 22, number 1.
All right, so turn it over. Right, next thing then. Deep breath.
Okay, doc.
You got this?
Yes.
Right. So what I'm going to bring in, if you can see there, a line, and I'm just going to put a little curl on the end like that.
Okay, doc. So, go that way. Go in, do the line.
And that's it. Little curve.
Okay, doc.
And then on this curve, I'm just going to sort of thicken it up a little bit, just on that edge, and just
Okay.
fill it in very lightly.
So,
Okay.
go in, thicken it up
That's it.
slightly, colour it in.
Okay.
Okay, doc.
And then I'm going to do something similar on the other side, maybe a little bit bigger.
Okay.
There we go.
Right, yeah. So, crossing over.
That's it.
Okay, doc.
And then just thicken up that bottom bit again.
Brilliant. So, if we go in, so thicken it up slightly. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to just cross mine
Okey-doke.
because you've crossed yours there. Put a little dot on the bottom.
Okay. Just little bits of detail.
Yeah, yeah, just sort of finishes that line off, doesn't
Yeah.
it? So see, we've got this little V in the middle here.
Yeah.
So if I do it that way, I'm going to do 1, 2, 3.
Okay, doc. So come down 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Perfect.
I know. And then I'm going to use my number 4.
Okay.
Well, you can, because it's a little bit easier.
Apparently they've never heard
Yeah.
me so quiet before.
Is that right? Oh. I'm just going to fill in that bottom one.
Okay, doc. Bottom.
And then I'm going to fill in that top one there. You see, we're using the 4. It just
Yeah.
gives you a little bit more sort of movement. Or, of course, you could actually use the brush pen if you
Okay,
prefer,
right.
But, yeah, okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So then what I'm going to do, I'm going to start in the middle and I'm going to come out and I'm going to create a loop on the top.
Just back to the...
Yeah, I go back to your one,
back
yeah.
to the one. So back to the one, and then create a loop.
All right, and then I'm going to do another loop on one side and another loop on the other.
Okey-doke. So a loop on one side, and then just the same on the other.
All right, and then in between your little loops, I'm going to come out and I'm going to create two little lines
Okay.
on both of them.
On both of them.
Yeah.
Right, you go.
Like that.
So, could go there, and then there, and then one, and then two. Okay.
And then let's put some little dots just on the top of those.
There we
Yeah.
go.
You all right?
Yeah.
You know, maybe I'm going to put 3 lines in there. You can keep it at 2 if you like, or you
Okay.
can put 3 in. See,
That's
never
fine.
any rules.
No, no.
Yeah.
What I'll do
Yeah.
is I'll do, because you've done
Yeah, do it. Go on.
3. I'll do 3
Okay.
into here.
Okay. So then from here on this bottom curve, I'm just going to bring a line out and join it with another line.
Brilliant. So just from where we've done a
Yeah,
redot,
just sort
yeah.
of from there. Yeah.
Oh, and
That's
then
it.
another one.
Okay.
Okey-doke.
I'm going to put a little curve over the top.
Righty. Oh,
Okay. Now here I'm going to go. I'm not from the edge of the curve. I'm coming from this point here. So
Yeah.
it'll be that point there. I'm going to come round and out.
okey-doke. So touching where we've done
Yeah.
that curve,
Sort of.
yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
So
Yeah. It doesn't matter. You straight over. That's it. Here we are. And same on the other side. Round and out.
oh, it's like a little love heart.
Okay, and then see if we can do the same on the other side. So there we go, 2 little lines.
2 little lines. So is it still from that first
Yeah, you can
one?
do for any way you like.
There, and then there.
Little curve again over the top, and then you're going to take that line and that line.
Brilliant. So I'm going to extend that slightly. So there,
That's
and
it.
then there,
That's it.
and then
And there. Okay, and just because we've got a little space here, I'm just going to come up and put a little bobble on the end.
okey-doke.
Fill it in.
So it's just like filling in little bits, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So into here, and then into here.
Okay. And we're going to come in with our pencil.
Okay.
And what I'm going to do, I'm going to just put a little bit either side, see even over the black
Okay.
of that little sort of triangle shape there.
Rightio. Yeah, see, I would be inclined to just go
Just-
over just
yeah,
onto the card,
yeah,
isn't it?
go for
there.
all.
Okay.
And then across the bottom of those little sort of petal shapes.
Okey-doke.
Right.
And there.
And then the same across the top. You see, just sort of
Oh yeah.
almost little zigzaggy lines, aren't they, I suppose? We're
Yeah.
not trying to colour in as such, we're just putting a little bit.
Right.
Okay. And then on our little leaves, okay, just going to add just maybe just a little bit on one side, see? There we go.
Okay. And,
Okay.
rightio.
Okay, I'm just going to come back to pen because there's
Okay.
just one thing you've got to try, and
Right.
this is a Zinger 50. You could probably put on there, but we're only going to do one, just so you get the idea.
So
Little line,
a little line,
little bobble,
little bubble,
and then I'm going to aura that bubble,
or that bubble.
and then I'm going to aura again, but each time, look, it gets a little bit smaller as I go.
Oh wow. Okay. So smaller.
That's it. They're very addictive, these are they?
Oh,
Look.
yeah.
There you go. And again, just a little bobble on the end. Yeah. I mean, we could do more of them, but you
Yeah.
get the idea. I had to show you that one.
That is
All right.
cool. I like that.
Back to our tortillon. And with our sort of little triangle shape here, I'm just going to very gently just move it up and down either side, leaving a gap in the middle.
Okay.
That's it.
Up and down.
There you go. Just soften that edge a bit. And then same sort of across. See where the line
Yeah.
touches the paper? We're just going to, again, work in zigzags quite lightly, just to soften it off a little bit. Again, I don't want to go too far up because I want to leave a little bit of a gap in the middle. There we go.
God, it really blends it out, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. Just ease off the pressure a touch. Just lighten off a little bit. That's it. And then the same at the top, of course. Again, just even less pressure. You hardly touch the paper.
Okay.
And it'll actually fade to almost nothing. Okay.
You
Love these
really-
colour tiles, they're lovely, aren't they?
They are beautiful, yeah, really bright. But yeah, you really don't have to put any
No,
pressure
hardly
at all,
any
do
at
you?
all, yeah. You notice where I'm holding mine?
Right.
Yeah, you hold yours a little bit further up.
Further up. So the
That's
further up the
less pressure you're going to
pressure.
put on it. And then, of course, I'm just going to come around in little sort of swirls just to soften off those little leaves. There we go. And of course, you've got plenty of graphite on there now. What you can do is just one side of your little zinger.
Zinger?
Just going to add a little bit. And then last thing is a white pencil. There we go.
God, I'm loving that.
A little white
That
pencil.
popping
And also I'm going to
pencil.
do very gently, just add a little bit of a highlight across the middle there. And just a line across the other side of your tortillon. That's it. Just gives it that highlight.
It does, doesn't it?
It's amazing, isn't it, the difference?
It
And then
does.
just
What
a
a
line
huge
across your
difference.
little
Just
tortillon
a line
there. There you go.
across.
It doesn't even actually need much at all. And then, of course, signature. We just put our initials, little motif.
And then, so I could do C and L.
There you go.
Oh, I love that.
That's it.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, we could
brilliant.
board around it and all
Yeah.
sorts of things, but with
Oh,
literally
well, chuffed.
five
first
or
time.
6 minutes, look what you've done.
I know. Oh, brilliant. That's so
know,
good.
love it.
So good. There we go. Oh, right, I'm good. Well, that's me now.
That's
Nice
your-
and
that's your
relaxed
nap
and
done,
chilled.
absolutely.
And then first hand tutoring, so I can get stuck into my starter
Absolutely,
kit
yeah,
as
yeah,
well.
yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. Fantastic. Thank you so much
You
for
are
that.
welcome.
So good.
Yeah.
So
You're
addictive.
welcome.
Don't forget as well, if you join us at Club Inspire, you're going to get lots and lots of benefits. If you want to see a little bit more, have a look at this.
Welcome to Club Inspire, the crafters companion community where you can feed your crafty obsession. Join our fantastic loyalty club today. Exclusive special offers and discounts for Club Inspire members only, exclusive sneak peek previews of brand new product launches, and of course the Club Inspire community group on Facebook, where you can access exclusive content such as downloads, offers and inspiration, and of course you can chat and share your makes with other members. You'll receive 1 point for every £1, dollar or euro you spend, and the more points you receive, the more benefits you'll unlock. So what are you waiting for? Sign up, join the club and start rewarding yourself today.
We've had to make some changes to our shipping charges and we want to keep you informed. With continued pressure on domestic shipments around mainland US, we've had to temporarily increase the cost of our regular 6 to 10 working day standard shipping service from $9.99 to $12.95 and our free shipping threshold from $100 to $125. We also have some really great news to tell you. We've introduced a brand new shipping service called Express Delivery. This is a fully tracked door-to-door service which takes 3 to 7 working days and costs $19.95. This option means you'll get your crafty goodies in your hands sooner, meaning less waiting and more crafting. We're also upgrading delivery services for our Gold and Platinum Club Inspire members who will now receive priority delivery on all of their orders. And if that wasn't enough, we've upgraded these orders to our new Express 3 to 7 day service. Your patience and understanding throughout this very busy time has been amazing. So we'd just like to say a huge thank you and we look forward to chatting to you again very soon.
Oh, what an incredible time. it was having Sandra with us in the studio. She will be back again in Wake Up Call and then featured throughout the shows for the rest of the day also. So make sure you check back in for even more inspiration as we go through the day. We're going to move on and we're going to have a little look at the albums now. So popular since we featured them for you in the Wake Up Call earlier. First option that you've got for you is for your original size Gemini. It's your 8-inch album spine. You're going to get the album spine. This essentially is going to make the main cover and the leaves for the album. So this part here, which you're then going to be able to attach everything onto, you will also get included the edges for you too. So these are the 8-inch edges that you've got, which will go alongside that. And it makes these beautiful, beautiful albums. They could be for memory albums if you wanted them to be. They can be photo albums. There's lots of different added elements and pockets and loose elements that you can put in here, and loads of different ways that you can decorate these. We also have as well, if you want to use this with the Gemini Pro, we have the 10-inch album spine available for you too. So you're going to again receive the spine itself, which is this one here, and then what you've also got is the edges for that too, which is going to create all those decorative edges. You'll definitely find lots of different ways to use those edges in the rest of your crafting, and it will then make this side spine. So the 10-inch is this one just here. So again, this one's been done as a recipe book. I love that this is on a piece of acetate too, so you can just wipe that off and start again for your meal plan. So something you can use week in, week out. You can make these as long as you want or as short as you want. It's the actual height of the album that we're talking about. Details are on the screen there for the 10-inch version, saving you almost £30, over $30, which is amazing. These are one of those things, I think, Craig, you're going to make these for someone, and then everyone is going to be asking that person where they got them from, and if you can make them one, because they are so special to receive, aren't they?
They are, yeah. They're the sort of kind that you're going to see in like a little boutique store or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're not going to decorate one, because that's up to personal choice. You know, that you're going to decorate on whichever papers or toppers or photos you want to do. But what we are going to do is we're going to construct one. We're going to use the 8-inch one. So it will go through your A4 Gemini or an A4 die cutting machine. 10-inch one, as Joe says, does need to go through the Pro. So believe it or not, the best cardstock to show these on to you guys at home is craft card. Dark black card, you just can't see the lines, and then bright cards, it just distracts from the screen. So therefore, this is why we tend to do it in craft card. So what I'm going to do is I've got my craft card, and I'm going to go in with my plates here. And this is where you will see that it just fits and no more. So you guys stateside with the letterpress size, you've got that little bit extra, so you're no problem at all. Here, if you are using A4 in the UK or stateside, you do need to be aware that it fits your A4 just and no more. So taping it down, nothing different than what you would do with any other dies. So what we can then do is then we can come along. So this bit, if you are wanting to do longer or shorter memory books, you don't need to change anything with this point here. For this point here, it stays exactly the same the whole time. It's when it comes to the loose leaf pages that you're going to change. Easier said than done, or said, get the teeth in. So here we go. Now what we've got within these ones is you get all the score lines that you need, and it's all about the way that you fold them. So what we've got, and we've got a prime example, it's a good way to show you in here that we tend to use to show.
There's a lot of love coming in for your little section there, Craig.
I'm just looking at that.
Christy
as
says,
well.
woohoo, doing great, Craig. Craig is hooked, says Wendy. And Jill says, well done, Craig, brave to have a live class, so thank you.
Thank you,
for getting
guys.
involved.
That's so, so kind. As I say, I do have the starter kit that I bought before it sold out the last time Sandra was here. So now that I've had that one-on-one tuition, really excited, nice and chilled and relaxed.
Absolutely.
So good. Now, when it comes to these, you've got all of your score lines there. Now, if you want to enhance them with a scoreboard, you can do it. It's not essential. You don't need to do it. But what you do, or what you do get, is little debossed crosses all the way along the top. So the best way to explain it is where we've done it here on white with your little crossing pen there. So what that means is you're going to fold cross to cross. So then that's what you're going to attach your glue on. So all of these ones, they're going to be valley fold because you're going to cross into them. And then all these little 1/4 of an inch spine panels. These are what are going to be folded valley folds. And again, as it'll step you through, it'll become apparent. So what I like to do is I like to do all that cross to cross together. So going in and folding that one in, and then I'm going to fold this next one. And I fold them all by hand to start with, then I come along and I use my bone folder, and then I'll give it a good burnish. So as I say, I'm doing all of the score lines so that the cross and the cross will meet together. So they're all folded. So then what I can do, now we've done that one, the kind of little panels, we're then going to fold in opposite direction. And you're not wanting to rush this bit, but what will happen, as you fold them all, the two panels that you stick together, cross to cross, that's actually going to be your little tabs in which you glue or attach your cardstock onto, your pages. So all that we're going to do is work our way along, folding them in. Say if you want to burnish as you go, you can, but I do it all at the end. So we're going to keep going. So we've done that one, and then we can do that one.
If you were going to attach, if you wanted to make more pages, Craig, would you make the books up in full and then attach them together, or would you attach two spines together at this point?
So if it was me, I would do two spines and attach the spines together.
Yeah.
I would basically create the whole book, the actual memory book itself, all at once. Then I would come and decorate all the pages.
You would decorate all those pages.
But do you know what? If you wanted to do two separate ones and then attach them, you can do. But for me, I think it would be easier if you do construct two, attach two, and then just create the full book. So it's a good question, and it's one that you absolutely can do. So we're going to keep on going. So then working our way all the way along. The best thing for you to do is do what we do, and we've done one of these in each of our little packets, just as a reminder as to, you know, we've done them enough now that we know what goes where, but if you need that little bit of an extra helping hand, you know, you can of course always go onto YouTube and watch back, but it's nice just to have your little cheat sheet. So now that we've got all of our panels that are scored, so as I say, cross to cross is going to be a valley, and then all the other ones are going to be a mountain fold. Then what we can do is if I come in, and I would at home use a wet glue, I would use our tacky glue. However, for the sake of the show, what I'm going to do is use my red liner tape. And it's just quicker. And it can be used, don't get me wrong, but something that you want a lot of bulk to it, a lot of sturdiness to it, your tacky glue is definitely going to be the best one. And then on one side of the crosses, I'm going to add my red liner tape. So we can do that one. I went to tear that, forgetting it's not going to tear. So taking each of them off. If you want to do one at a time, you can do it. I'm more than comfortable just taking them all off at once. And then it's simply as the case of folding them back in on themselves. So it's cross to cross. So keep going. Basically at this point what we're doing is doing a concertina. So keep folding them in, and then all that I'm going to do is press them into play. So if we press, we can then come along and then we can start to flatten back out the sides. So that 1/4 of an inch fold that you've done, that's what's creating the flexibility on the spine.
Perfect.
But then when we attach the cross to cross together, this is what's giving you the tabs for you to now come and attach your pages on these ones.
So it goes together very simply.
It does, it does. Take your time, you know, there is no rush. Take your time in doing it. And then what you can then do with this one is I'm going to go in, we'll do our front cover in a second, but I've cut my craft card here to 8 by 8, and these are the panels, Joe, that you might want to change the edges to.
Okay.
So this is where you might want to use one of these decorative edges. So we're then, you know, we're not going to use them, but you can use them to create your own different edges. So if you don't want them to be square, then you can use one of these. Or at this point, if you're wanting it to be shorter, then this is when you would make it shorter. If you're wanting it longer, turn your A4 card the other way, have one that's 8 inches on one side, and then make it as long as you want. So then what I like to do is I always like to put one in. I'm going to tuck that over. To make it really, really strong and sturdy, we can take another one. And although I've got tape on that side, I'm still going to add tape all the way around. It's not going to do it any harm, it's just really going to enforce the adhesiveness. So we can go in. Let's even add a little bit in the middle. So this is one page that we've done. Technically two, because you would decorate it back and front. But we can do one of the pages and then I'll attach a front page. And then when you're at home, what you would come and do is finish the rest. So on the back of this tab, I find it easier to line up against my outer page first. So right up to the edge, press it in, holding it, giving it a good press. And then this is the start of one page. And then what I'm going to do is let's take this outer strip, add our tape on.
Would this be the tape you'd be using at home, or are you using this for speed?
No, I'm using this for speed. Every single bit, whether it's the spine, attaching the pages and attaching the front, every single bit I would be using my tacky glue. I'm just doing this for time and speed. So got an adhesive onto our panel, front page, press that on, give it a good press down. So that is now your front page. There is your first page, front and back, and all you would do is continue to do page, 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 put your back panel on, and that is how easy it is. And because of the scoring, the folding, that's where the flexibility is, that's where you've got the book. And as you said, at this point, Joe, if I was to bring this one a kind of pre-prepped, assemble this, and if you want to make it bigger, attach it at this point, and then continue to add all your additional pages, and then that's how you'd make a longer one.
Sounds fabulous. Absolutely awesome. And something you're going to have so much fun.
Yeah.
Craig, whether it's recipe books, photo albums, memory albums, whether you want to leave them plain on the inside, whether you want to add pockets into there. There's absolutely loads that you can do, and loads of ideas when it comes to around about this size, as you'll see just here. So really beautiful. There's of course lots of different elements that you can be putting inside here. I love the idea of making different length pages on the inside too, so loads of options for you. The other one that we have is the 10-inch album spine, which is this one just here. This one will need to go through your Gemini Pro. We do have a deal, maybe a great excuse to get a Gemini Pro, because we've got a great deal on that for you today as well. And then you'll get the 10-inch album spines, album edges, sorry, that go with that. And it's this kind of size that you will be looking at then. And again, it's up to you with the length of the pages. This side is the height of the pages that are determined by the size of the die that you're going for. Brilliant. 3573, 4009 if you're going for the 10-inch pages just there. Some other things that you might want to pop in here with these is your tab page and purse card die. 11 elements with that one there. You've got a 10% saving on that also. $26.99 or $35.95 if you want to get your hands on that one. This one here is your make a list stamp set. So brilliant for if you're going to use these books for your organisation. $13.49 or $17.95 to get your hands on that. You can also go for months, days and occasions, which is this one here. If you're using this for more, maybe the diary theme, $13.49 or $17.95. And we also have a calendar option for you too, which is that one just there. Right, lots of you chatting away. Sandra has left a really mellow atmosphere in her wake. She has. She's really taken the temperature down, which is amazing. Right. We are going to just quickly remind, shall I just move Dobby out of the way? Sorry, mate. Let me pop you over there. There you are. Thank you. The Gemini Pro, it is available for you now. It's UK only, £404.10. That is a 10% saving on this machine. It is absolutely massive. It has all the same pressure that you expect from a Gemini. It's now in this larger 12 by 12 format. You can buy the extender plates which take it up to 12 by 18 too. What I would say is it is on a discount, which is rare. You also, if you are a UK customer, it is a UK only deal, you can go for this and spread the cost interest-free on ClearPay. That means you spend £101.03 today and then 3 further instalments at fortnightly intervals. Really easy to set up a ClearPay account, just some basic information, and you can do all of that at the checkout process over on our website. Let's just take a moment first and foremost to share with you all the incredible features of the Gemini Pro.
Supersize your die cutting and embossing potential with the Gemini Pro. With a huge 12 by 12 cutting platform as standard, this machine is perfect, not only for larger projects and batch making, but also for cutting all elements, mats and layers for your smaller projects in one pass too. The machine is capable of cutting through all sorts of materials, including card, craft metal, leather, wood, felt, and multiple layers of fabric. The power, pressure, and performance that you've come to expect from the Gemini family of electronic die cutting machines has been enhanced to the next level. It's been engineered for superb edge-to-edge cutting of up to 12 by 18 size materials with perfect results every time. In the box, along with your Gemini Pro machine, you'll receive 2 clear cutting plates, a rubber embossing mat, a magnetic shim, plastic shim and metal shim, all 12 by 12, power cord, plus of course your comprehensive instruction booklet that will guide you through the plate combinations you need for your different dies and embossing folders. Larger 12 by 18 plates are also available separately to boost your creativity even further. So, whether you're a card maker, scrapbooker, create paper or fabric embellishments, table decorations, wedding stationery or keepsake gifts, to name but a few, this machine will revolutionize your crafting experience.
Amazing Gemini Pro there, very busy on this so far today. Craig, I think you, as I said earlier, you fall into 2 camps, don't you, with the Gemini Pro? You either own a Gemini Pro or you want a Gemini Pro. It's gone. Not creepy in the slightest.
Ta-da!
It's huge.
It's huge! It's massive, absolutely huge. Yes, it is the Gemini Pro. The Gemini Pro, what can we say about it? It's phenomenal. You know our Gemini ranges. I'm going to say pretty much every one of us on the team have bought our Geminis before we started working with a company. It's certainly one of those. If we've not got it, we absolutely would love to have this one here. It's all about the size of it here. Now you can absolutely pop your A4 Gemini plates inside, just turn them sideways, they're going to go through. But as Joe says, within the set you do get the 12 by 12 plate. Originally, we brought this out demand from those of you at home that had emailed in, contacted product development team, customer services as well, just saying, you know, that you love to do, and you do wedding invites, you do batch making for selling, you would love a larger die cutting machine out there so that you can do so many layers all at once. So the team took that on board, they've come out with the Pro. What they didn't quite expect, and what, well, certainly I didn't expect, as how many of you at home as crafters that do it as a hobby, how much you loved this and bought it for yourself. You know, you don't do invites, you don't make to sell, you do it as a hobby, but you love the fact that if you're doing mats and layers, you can put all your dies over your 12 by 12 platform. There is the additional ones, as Joe said, A3, which are even bigger, so you can then maximize that space. So if you're doing cards where you might have your sentiment mat and layer dies, you might have the image mat and layer dies, you might have icons, you might have sentiment die, all these layers that you're going to do die cut. Instead of doing them one at a time or 2 at a time, which the thing is, you know, I love my junior, it's no big deal to me, I'm happy to do it a few times. But if you are making lots and it's all about cutting down on time, maybe you don't have a lot of patience when it comes to actually cutting, you like the creative side, then this is going to do all the cutting at once. So yes, it's going to do your cardstock, but it's still going to be coming along, it's still going to be cutting your fabrics, your acetates, everything that you already know and love. We do have larger stencils out there that you can emboss with. The same power in the Pro, in the OG, in the Junior, even in the Go as well. So I've got someone just hovering at the side of me.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a challenge, Craig, apparently, see if you can get all the mini dies on the 12x12 plates.
Right, you have got the 12x12 plates? Oh, John. So yeah, it doesn't even have to be big dies either. It could be that, you know, maybe you are doing the Gemini Mini, maybe you are just doing lots of sentiments. Maybe it's one of those that you've got so many scrap pieces of card in the boxes and it's doing your head in and you're just wanting rid of them, but it's a bit of time to actually cut them all out. The Gemini Pro, the 12x12 plates, get all your scrap bits of cardstock out, get all different dies, sentiment dies, mini dies, icon dies, matte and layer dies, whatever it is, size dependent to fit your scrap cards. And then what you can then do is, of course, thank you very much, kind sir, you can then, can I open these? Yes, he's just, I've just been told, yeah, you open them. I don't want to open them. I know Tracy's not in, but I don't want to kick in from Tracy. Ah, here we go. We've got some here. If I open them when there's already a set, I'm telling you, my bottom's going to be red hot tomorrow when Tracy comes in.
That's the strangest thing you've ever said.
Just give me a scalp bum, because I've opened something I shouldn't open.
Give you a what bum?
Scalp bum.
Scalp?
Scalp.
I've
Scalp
never heard
bum.
that.
It's a smacked bum.
Just
scalp bum.
yeah.
Just give me a scalp.
Scalp bum.
Scalps.
Oh.
Smacked bum. She's going to smack my bum if I open up a set that didn't actually need opened.
I was going to say something really wrong then. Let's just move on.
Right, okay, doke. So, right, we've got our, let's go in with, seeing it's 12x12, let's go in with some 12x12. So we're going to go in with our sentiments. I wouldn't be surprised actually if these would all go on the A4 platform and go through the Pro, but let's go for it. We're going to do, John's just at the side of me thinking, is he going to be putting them all back in the packaging after? So now we've got challenge John. How fast can John put them in the packaging
52
after?
die pickup.
It's a what?
52 die pickup.
It's team effort. Team effort. So we're going in, so this one has been one with the pets. So this one is, Lisa's got 6 dies on them. So what we can then do is if we line them all up, we can then go in with each one.
So the challenge will be remembering which dies go with which collection after this.
Yeah, we're not too bad. At the side of me here, I'm lining up the packaging on top of each other so that it's easy to pop them back. Because I will, of course, give John a hand to pop them back, even though it's Erin that's told me to do this. Technically, she should be helping them. So, well, actually, okay, I'm going to go back on that one. It was Nicola's genius idea. She said genius. I'm going to say idea.
Let's go with idea.
Let's go with idea. No, you can't leave the gallery just now, but it doesn't mean that these have to be put in the packaging live during the show. No, they don't. They can be left till after the show. And seeing as it's your genius idea, you can come and help. But there we go. Oh, are you? It's just Nicola's saying she's feeling a bit unwell. She might not be able to come through into the studio
she might have to
after.
go right now, is what she's saying. If you do want these dies, they are available on the show. 96 elements for you, $70.99, $84.95. You've already got them. To let you know as well, it is this afternoon's craft along as well. 2 p.m. here in the UK, 9 a.m. East Coast, which is of course 6 a.m. if you are across on the West Coast.
I'm intrigued to see what Debbie's doing on her craft along, because I've not actually seen this one. Not seen our what our finished project's going to be. So I'm looking forward to that. And it'll be good, because yes, they are from the mini range, but there's nothing stopping you whatsoever from creating a lovely sizable card. Doesn't have to be small, but at least then you've got that option. So let's pop them ones on. Let's go in with the baby ones. So we're going in with the elephants here. And you know something, I've been not overly kind with my cardstock, but I've still got plenty of room to go. Come along. So we've got congrats. Let's pop that one there. And then what I am going to do, I'm going to budge them up a little bit because I'm going to do what I was saying earlier on, and I'm going to pop my alphabets on, but I'm going to keep them on the packaging. So we're going to come along.
Yeah, gosh.
We're going to come along. So we're going to go
96 dies if you can get them all on there.
96. 96. Well, minus 20 because there's no numbers. No numbers in that one. So, but what we can do is let's put the numbers on. So put them on, put them on. So let's just space them. And then if we did have the numbers in the packs that seems to have been
Do you
disappearing.
think we should take all those individual letters off the packaging?
That I'm
John, or
definitely
should we
not
leave
doing.
them on
I wouldn't be doing it at home, so I'm not going to do it now because you're all wanting to wind John up. But you could see there, if you did have the numbers, they would absolutely fit on there as well. And there's still plenty of room. You know, if I was to get, combine that up a little bit more, plenty of room. And then what we can then do is let's pop it on. Let's pop our plate. So it's the same plate configuration as any of our other Geminis. I'm going to carefully move that to the front of me because what I do need is power.
You got the power.
You got the power indeed. So all that we're going to do, now bear with me Nicola, sorry, I'm just, if I go at the wrong angle, I'm going to knock all these dies out. So let's feed it up, run it through.
I love how quiet it is.
It is, isn't it? A lot quieter than what you might expect with it being a large one. But there is all of our brand new Gemini Mini dies. And I tell you what I am going to do as well. Let's just sit that down just for
Have
a
you just
second.
die cut all the packaging on the alphabets as well?
On the alphabet I have. I didn't take them off individually.
No, so you got lovely acetate letters now?
No.
Oh.
No. So I've kept the packaging, the acetate on the letters.
Oh wow, that's going to be fun for you, John. John, do we know what John's going to be doing for the rest of the day?
So by keeping the alphabet on the packaging, we don't need to do them individually. We've got them all out. They've all popped out. But then all of
Can we just get
Gemini
John
Minis
on camera? Camera not happy.
John, I was told to do this. I was told. So we've got all of them. So that's all. All die cut. All die cut. I hold no responsibility. But look, all of them.
Laura Jane says, you doing this demo reminds her of when hubby does a big fancy meal and then doesn't do the washing up afterwards.
Well, at least I've kept the packaging in kind of order, so that's one thing.
I mean, I don't think that's going to
Not
save
that it
you much
matters,
time
not
at the
that it
moment,
matters.
no.
You know, but I'm trying. I'm trying. So here we go. What was that? Oh, the layers of pack, yeah. But they are in an order. They are stacked in an order. But there you go. So they have all die cut, all of them, all of the Gemini Mini icon dies gone through our 12 by 12 plate of our Gemini Pro. So that just goes to show the sheer amount that you can cut. So if you wanted to, again, get those storage boxes that we were talking about when it came to the decoupage, even have these, die cut loads and loads of these in your cardstock, separate them all so you've got them all good to go. They're there, you can dip into the box that you need, or if you are wanting to do them on scrap bits of card, instead of just a full sheet of 12 by 12, you can be doing that. Imagine how quick you would get invites done, which was the whole purpose of the machine to start with, when you're needing to batch make. The worst thing is, for me, and I've done invites a number of times over the years, I'm not a fan of doing invites because it can be so repetitive, and the repetitive factor comes in by doing the same die again and again and again with the same layer. So whereas if you get all your layers lined up all individually, run them through, then that is going to cut down on a fair bit of time.
Absolutely.
But you can see
It is.
all
And
of
you
these.
can also, I know we are making a point, but you can make some beautiful cards, can't you, with these
Of course you could.
mini dies. Some of the ones that have been done are so modern and gorgeous, because you can really arrange lots of them if you want to on your different projects.
You can. Whether it is maybe just in the corner. Now, I wouldn't necessarily be using these on any of the other ones, but the projects we've done earlier you could do.
This one's really cool. I think if you like modern styles of card, this is brilliant. You've got the new home there with a little key, and also the Celebrate in there too. You could do really tiny paper piecing. Maybe that's what John's going to do for the rest of the afternoon. Christy says all the packaging in order, but that doesn't matter because the dies are all mixed up. Have fun with that. Oh dear. Cara says, I do love these. I use the alphabet a lot. Just good collection for little ideas and smaller projects. Wonderful for tags, of course, as well.
Yeah, there are. Just to say as well, going back to the alphabets, with them still in their lining, if you are going to do them that way, they're really easy to pop out with your pokey tool. So they'll either slide out themselves, or you just take your pokey tool and just push them. Give them a push, and they are just popping out as well, so you don't need to worry about that so much. They come out really, really easy. But that's how I do my little alphabets, is I keep them onto the back packaging, and then we're good to go. Apparently someone was said in my ear, but I wasn't paying attention. Crying, he's howling.
What are you crying for? Very busy on the show. Still very busy on a lot of those Sanntangle items as well that we saw earlier. A little earlier. We will be seeing Sandra again, don't forget, in our wake-up call, which is just around the corner actually. Another chance to preview all the items that are coming up for you today on today's show.
Still going. I'm still going. Let's get these last few, so these are all out. Here we go. When was it about 2 weeks ago when we had the Hunky Dory launch and we had the Muddy Paws collection, I used the animal set, the doggy set, for the finished cards for some of them that I made, because they're good to have. They come in really handy. But let's go in with these last bits, like that. There we go. That's them. That's them. There we go.
Knowing how windy it is out there, Craig, today, I realised that at the house it's bin day today. So there's a whole village of wheelie bins that are empty down the road.
So they're going to be fleeing all over the place.
Imagine where they are. They're going to be all over the village, aren't they?
They are, yep.
It's so windy up here today.
We, where I am, we're the same bin day. So yeah, they're going to be all over the place. I just know it. Today is our general waste bin day.
General waste, yeah.
General
He's
waste.
just not a really messy policeman. That's the day of the bin collection. General waste.
General waste. Oh, I like that one. I like that.
It worked better than this demo.
So now, we could make something with these. If you're doing it at home.
You've succeeded in making a mess.
Don't shoot the messenger who got told to do it. I was just doing what I was told. Just don't blame me.
Hi.
John's like, I'm just blaming anyone. But there we go. Do you know something? I know obviously we're just having fun and a laugh there, but we did do it to prove a point that our full Gemini
And they all
Mini
cut
range.
as well, even the ones in the middle, which is really important.
Exactly,
especially
yeah.
When you think about how massive those plates are, it's quite incredible that you get that even pressure. But Christian Mahone says, note to self, do not ever do what he just did.
No. And if anyone, like me, gets told to do it, don't do it. But there we go, yeah. All cut edge to edge, whether it's at the edge, whether it's at the middle. What you can then do is you could, if you wanted to, do it at home now, again, on thicker cardstock. Nicola, I'm not. I want to live. John's face is not saying, yes, let's do it. John's face is saying, you even attempt to do it, and you're dead meat, mate. It was what? Yeah, it was, yeah. He knows it was your idea, Nicola.
Yeah.
Are we just going to watch me put these back in package?
Yeah, I think that's. I'm just wondering. I don't think I'm going to put it out there, but I don't think we're going to get a BAFTA for this section of the show.
I don't think
just
so.
putting it out there. If you want to go for the Gemini Pro die cutting and embossing machine, £404.10. That is a discount for your £44.90. Club Inspire Platinum members, you of course are going to get another 10% off of that as well, which is brilliant. So your clear paint installments come to about £90, which is amazing. A great way of getting your Gemini Pro home. Let's just take a moment to again share with you all the features of this incredible Gemini Pro.
Supersize your die cutting and embossing potential with the Gemini Pro. With a huge 12x12 cutting platform as standard, this machine is perfect, not only for larger projects and batch making, but also for cutting all elements, mats and layers for your smaller projects in one pass too. The machine is capable of cutting through all sorts of materials, including card, craft metal, leather, wood, felt, and multiple layers of fabric. The power, pressure and performance that you've come to expect from the Gemini family of electronic die cutting machines has been enhanced to the next level. It's been engineered for superb edge-to-edge cutting of up to 12x18 size materials with perfect results every time. In the box, along with your Gemini Pro machine, you'll receive 2 clear cutting plates, a rubber embossing mat, a magnetic shim, plastic shim and metal shim, all 12x12, power cord, plus of course your comprehensive instruction booklet that will guide you through the plate combinations you need for your different dies and embossing folders. Larger 12x18 plates are also available separately to boost your creativity even further. So, whether you're a card maker, scrapbooker, create paper or fabric embellishments, table decorations, wedding stationery, or keepsake gifts, to name but a few, this machine will revolutionize your crafting experience.
All details there of the Gemini Pro. Right, I do believe it's time for demo of the show, which is going to be fabulous. What have we got for our delectation, Craig?
1 or 2 today. It's all about the decoupage. So are we going for number 1, where we've done the decoupage with the little pages, or are we doing the decoupage where we've used the stamp set? Number 1 or number 2? The choice is yours.
It is numero uno, numero dos. Crafter TV over on Facebook, Crafter Companion if you are over on YouTube. So go and cast your vote, which is amazing. Let me run you through some of the other Gemini Pro accessories that you might want to go for whilst they are in stock and available for you. So you've got the Gemini Pro 12x12 clear cutting plate here. It is UK only at the moment. £13.49 is your price. We also have the metal cutting plate available for you as well. This one, £13.49. Also, or you can go for the 12x12 magnetic, which is this one just here. Again, £13.49. And we also have the plastic shim available too. And you guessed it, £13.49. Or you can go for the base de goma estampadora, which is this one here, £13.
Love it when you say that.
£49. And we've got the 12x12 storage plate bag for you. That one's £8.99 if you wanted to go for that. Right, we are going to give you a moment to cast your votes. Make sure you make it count, and then we'll be back. We wake up call in a second on the other side of this. Hello, welcome back. It's time, of course, for your second instalment of the day of Wake Up Call. We're going to have a look ahead to all the fabulous things that are coming up throughout the rest of the day here on Crafters TV. Right, Craig is back with me again, my partner in crime. What a morning it's been so far.
It's been fun. It's been busy. All go. Really, really good. Done a little bit of Sandtangling, yes. Done Sandtangling as well. So that was really good. That's why it did not go into the demo of the show, because that is going straight home to me.
It's going straight in your basket, isn't it?
Because I knew if it would go in, you'd probably vote for it, which is very kind of you. But I want it.
Yeah, there you are. He's keeping it all for himself. Don't forget what is happening for the rest of the day here on Crafters TV. You've got a brilliant craft along with George and Debbie. That's 2 p.m. here in the UK, 9 a.m. on the East Coast, or at 6 a.m. over on the Pacific Coast. That will be with Debbie and George, and those mini dies, which are going to be featured in the show today. Let's also share with you the latest show, 6 p.m. in the UK, 1 p.m. East Coast, 10 a.m. If you're on the West Coast, and that will be Creative Cravings. And again, that is with George and Debbie Fisher, so make sure you join both of them. Tomorrow, oh, it's only a day away, Craig.
It is indeed.
Creative Expressions, the craft powerhouse that are going to be here with us. It's a very, very exciting day, because not only are Creative Expressions here, but Jamie Rogers is joining us as well, which is going to be excellent. He's such a brilliant guy.
Absolutely.
Really, really great crafter. I know he has his own line with Creative Expressions, he brings lots of other brands too, so that's going to be really exciting. That'll be you and I, Craig, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for 5 hours. Featuring Creative Expressions, which is brilliant. Demo of the show, by the way, it was very close apparently, but it's number one.
Number one. There we go. So number one, that's going to go up against, well, Debbie for demo of the day, but thank you very much. Number one, using the decoupage and the paper pads to come with it.
Amazing. Right, it is time for me to remind you about this week's Get It? Got It? Good. And it is, of course, from the big brand of Tiffany over there. So you can see that you've got the craft tote here, which is a ditto tool tote. This is brilliant because it closes and opens. So if you want to take it out and about with you, absolutely you can. If you want to use it as a sort of desk tidy almost, you've got the option to do that as well. You will get the Triangle Traveller with this too, which is brilliant. It has a detachable internal bag, and you can take that around with you, which is excellent. £40, $50, that's a saving of $10.98 or $14.98. I am back with the lovely Sandra. What a busy show we had so far.
Yeah, I think it's been great, and it's just lovely to actually get loads of demos out there and show people sort of how you can actually create these things, because they look a bit overwhelming, but when you sort of start and break it down, like you said earlier, it's quite nice to do.
It is really, really lovely, and everyone has absolutely loved it. We are going to start, we've had a sellout already. The beginners collection, if you will, has already sold out and gone, the original art collection. But it's quite exciting, because it means loads of people going to be giving this a go for the first time. Over 80% of this bundle has sold out and gone as well. It's very, very busy. Should we start with the stencils?
Yeah, start with the stencils.
Excellent.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. You've not even seen this one being demoed yet. We're going to do that one in the next show, I suppose.
Amazing. And these stencils, brilliant, just give you sort of a basis or a grounding for you to work upon.
Yeah, so if you've never ever done it before and you're not quite sure, you've got instructions there for how to do 4 different designs. But of course, there's so many more that you can actually do. You can make them bigger, make them smaller. You can get them on tiles if you want to, or you can go up to maybe A3 if you want really big. But I'm not giving you a set instruction as to what to do. It's entirely up to you how you put them together.
And then also you're going to get to the moon and back. Now this was the one that you demonstrated for us in the earlier show. So if you missed that, you can go back and watch that back anytime you like. Absolutely magical, this one. And again, all the instructions in there on how you're going to construct this and to put this one together, and again showing you what you need to do, which is fantastic. So Really beautiful there. Not only you're getting those, you are going to get these, aren't you? These dual tip markers.
They are,
so
yeah,
what makes these so special?
They are specific for tangling. So you've got that lovely fine liner at the bottom there. And then of course you want to fill in, so you've got an area where you need to sort of be a little bit more, you know, heavy with your pen. You've got that heavy brush at the other end. I say brush quite loosely because it's a strong brush. It's not a sort of swooping paint brush.
Right.
It's for filling in, so it's going to give you ultimate coverage very quickly.
Amazing. So you're going to get all of those. That's your 16 dual tip brush pens in there. And then these sketchbooks, which are just the most beautiful quality, you're actually getting 3 of these included as well, which is amazing. So you're going to get the silver, you get the rose gold, and also the regular gold. Great quality, these. And you were saying, brilliant if you just want to be tangling on a train, in the office, anywhere you want to use these on the go, of course you can.
They're a nice size, and of course they're a little bit smaller width-wise.
Oh, hello.
Got it? Hey,
Yeah, caught it.
this is us keeping tidy, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Just a little bit smaller width-wise than an A5, but I think that's really nice because you can get them in your bags and things like that, and you think you're not going to sort of find that they're in your way at all. They're just a nice size and
really very busy still on this at the moment. I know you've got. I'm going to pass these to you.
Oh, okay, we've got some samples here. Oh, excellent. What have we got in here?
Have a little look. We've got a little look at.
Oh, this is it. This is a set of flowers, actually.
Which is in this particular bundle here, yeah, the set of flowers.
Now this one, you can see I've been a little bit crazy with this because I've added some little squares and stuff in, but you see I've just done my own thing with it and added just these flowers in there. And of course there's one of the bright tiles, that yellow in there, so it just makes it a little bit different. I think I've got a couple others in here, the flowers. Oh, I've got the to the moon.
Ooh.
Oh, there's so many. These are so many sketchbooks. There, look, in that coloured little pens as well,
amazing.
and then that white pencil there, of course, adding that little bit of highlight in there. So you can do whatever you want to do with them. There's so many different ways of using them. And of course, there we go, another tile. This is the sorbet tile, and again, I've added the flowers around the outside there. So you see, I'm using just little hints of them, and then of course, I've done that's literally an oval. You use an oval shape and a few lines.
Really, really cool. It's so dimensional and so textural,
it's lovely, isn't it?
Which is awesome. Really gorgeous. We are going to look next at the Techniques book, which is this one just here.
Yes.
Now this is fabulous. I must show you again this because I mean,
it's lovely,
look at how stunning that is. Isn't it absolutely gorgeous? And matches your top beautifully as well, which is lovely.
And actually, I'm not quite sure which looks more orange with it, Aunt. You know, we're both red, but there's different shades of red. But it's
and I just love even all the detail just down within, like the little swirls in the butterflies here, the little highlight of the chalk pen, which makes it looks like almost bubble wrap. That
it
one,
certainly is.
I
Yeah.
mean,
The closer you look, the more you start to see.
And I think you don't, when you look at it like that, maybe you don't even see it as tangling to begin with. But when you start to really study it, you can see all of those elements within there, which is brilliant. Let me go through exactly what you're getting them within this kit. So tiles, tangles, and techniques. Number 2.
I have got some.
Ooh, let's have a look firstly then.
We're gonna. Dobby's sort of look.
Yeah.
Over there, he's been keeping an eye on. This is the actual originals that come with the book, but I've got a few here that we can sort of do comparisons. So you see the. You want me to hold them up? We're going to do it. There we go.
That's fine.
See, this is a couple of tiles, look, and we've cut together. And that, again, we mentioned the instructions in the book there. They look like little roses. And then, of course, if you've got one, you know, we always say, don't throw them away. I've actually punched out some little hearts out of a tile there. So you see how you make it something different. But then, of course, our Leslie comes in here and she does a lot of sewing. So she's actually hand-stitched all these together to make a patch of it. But it's the same tile, just a different variation of using it.
Different way of using it, which is really cool.
And this is the one we did earlier. So you can see I've done it in a black and a white version there. So you do whatever you want to do with it. And again, look, I've extended it onto the page. You've then got, look at this one.
That's stunning, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what's that got on top of it?
That's your spray and shine. I do use a lot of that.
Yeah, you can really see it
smells lovely.
Real lustre. Smells lovely,
It does smell
which is
lovely,
always lovely.
Yeah, you get a bit of spark with that. And of course, you know, I've added a little bit of colour around the outside. That's coloured pencils, but you can use whatever you want. And then bringing it, triangle shape as well. So you cut your tiles, don't think they have to stay square. Oh, there's a different version. Oh, there we go. See, so many different ways of doing it. Okay, so we've also got the little sort of ribbon type of design here with these little leaves coming out.
How have you created these little
These
corners?
are, if you think about photographs and albums, you can actually get them from regular stationers and things like that. We did do a die a while back, but they're not here anymore.
Not
So
anymore,
sorry,
no.
everybody. But yeah, they're literally photo
just
corners
regular
for
photo
albums.
corners, pop
yeah,
them on. I love
regular
that.
photo corners. And we've also got the different shapes. I know you mentioned that one earlier. Look at that one.
That's
So again,
amazing.
so that's actually
It's like I could climb down into that one.
Yeah, it's just a square tile we've cut down to a circle and then added that in there. It's just lovely, isn't it?
Absolutely
Again,
gorgeous.
instructions for how you actually start that from the very, very first point of drawing that swirl. And then you see here, we can just sort of pick in the lines, and then I shall use this tangle actually later. And we've got those little lines coming in, and then of course the triangles that we did with the moon. There's your swirls again that you love. So if you pick it out and start looking at small elements, it's amazing.
Very easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, to put them together.
This one, of
that
course.
again is amazing.
Two different ways of doing it as well, and see how you can variate it a little bit. And then of course you've got this one I'm going to demonstrate later if we get a chance. Another black tile with like little look like blueberries, don't they?
They
Or
do,
blackberries.
yeah. They look like, are they called raspberries and blackberries, the ones you get at the cinema? The little
Right.
bobbly fruit
Yeah,
sweets.
absolutely,
that's
yeah,
what they look
absolutely,
like.
they're lovely. And of course you've got your double tile at the end, so you can start to get into making larger pieces. So rather than work with just one tile, you
My
can
producer
extend it.
particularly loves the stripe technique. It's like a bumblebee, isn't it?
Very nice, isn't it? Of course, that white highlight down always makes the difference. So yeah, it's a while back we actually drew that one, but it's really pretty, isn't it? It's really
Absolutely
nice.
gorgeous, yeah.
Anyway, it looks
Really, really lovely.
So that's your book 2 without
So that's
looking at, yeah.
book 2
that's
essentially,
book 2,
and then
yeah.
basically how that then relays and how you're going to look at that is then by starting off with something very simple
Sure, yeah.
over here, and then going just through all the way through step by step
Absolutely,
until
yeah.
you've got something that looks a little bit like this. Let's turn over the page there as well, which then, I mean, that's
did
quite
that happen?
amazing. In 30 steps. That becomes that in 30 steps. How many different designs are there in this
There are 12
particular
in this
book?
one,
So
so,
12
yeah,
different
12
tiles that you're going to be able to do. And then think about how you're going to incorporate them together, how you're going to have multiples of them. Are you going to customise them? You know, extend them, make them bigger.
Exactly.
I mean, there is so many. This is the one we looked at a little earlier, wasn't it?
It is,
That
that's
is
the
it
one we
there.
did, yeah. It's the
which-
one, that's that hexagon one.
Really, really
Yeah.
cool.
And then there's a triangle one. Look, that's the double tile. But you see, I've done it in black and white. It's even showing you how I've done it and how I've actually drawn the original bits. So literally from scratch.
It is absolutely amazing. I mean, the value is extraordinary when you think about how much education you're getting within here. So you're going to receive those, which is brilliant. You are going to get 3 of the pens
Yep.
in here as well. Different thicknesses, you were saying on these
Different
ones.
thicknesses, yeah. Of course, your one is really, really fine. Just be very gentle with that one. Just it allows you to breathe and just take your time.
Right.
The 4 gives you slightly thicker lines, of course, but then they're great for filling in. And then your brush, you can either use for brush lettering, or you can use again to fill in. And you've got a really nice point on it, so you can get those corners in there. It's
Excellent.
really nice.
And then, of course, the stencils. And these stencils, really cool. Super modern, these ones, which I love. So you've got the stars and the butterflies, and then the bubbles and the hexagons there. And then again, the step
Yeah.
instructions that you need
Always.
to turn those into tangles. Love it, absolutely love it. Brilliant, brilliant deal on this one for you. £45, 65.16 on
Lovely
there.
things. Made of
Really,
plastic.
really lovely. Right, let's pop this under here. We're going to look next at these, which is our feathers. Now, quite exciting that in this one, you get the gel pens included
Yes,
as well.
you do.
And I guess you've put these together to make the most of the stencils
Of
that
course,
you've got.
yeah, because of, hopefully you've already got a fine liner, or if not, you've got one today, you've got your pencil and your tortillon, but we want to craft with it, we want to bring colour in, and the metallics and those lovely pens on darker colours just work beautifully, whether you want to go over the top or whether you want to actually draw with them. They're just really nice colours.
Really awesome. So you get all of those in there, and then 2, I must say, amazing designs here. So you're going to get this one, which is your dream catcher. So that's just the stencils that you need for your dream catcher. But check out what you are going to be making with that. Isn't it absolutely incredible? And again, step by step, everything you need to know to create that. Is it something we need to work up to? Can everyone have a go at this, or is it just sort of a continuation of what you've already learned?
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you think, I really like this idea and you're willing to have a go, I'm not going to say it's going to be an hour's job. You're going to be looking at perhaps a weekend just to get it right. And of course, you know, it's just on all the different variations you can do as well. And it doesn't look like much with the stencil. You get 4 parts. You think, how on earth do I make that? A lot of it is actually tangled, so you're going to hand draw it. But I'm with you every single step of the way. It's about using the stencils to give you the framework, and then it's how you then create what it is you're going to do. Every single one you're going to do is going to be different.
Amazing, I love that. And then another beautiful design here is your light as a feather, which we had a good look at in the earlier show. But again, the artwork on here is absolutely beautiful. It really is. And you've got 2 sets of stencils within this one. So you've got these ones here and then these ones here. And it's really simple to see how you put the feather together earlier using this stencil and just using it more as a guide, not actually, you know, not tracing it out essentially.
It's crazy, isn't it? When you think you've got that, and we did say it looks a little bit like a leaf, but it's how you put it together and how you follow those instructions that then you're creating something completely different. I love that about them. Love that.
Really is amazing. Did you have some more samples of that one?
They've sort of took them over onto the other table. Yeah, we're all neat. We've been all clean and tidy today. That's what it is.
We'll ask Johnny politely if he'll go and get us some.
Yeah,
John said no.
We could keep them waiting till later.
Yeah, John said no, so we're going to have to leave now. No, I'm only joking. He's going to have a look up there. Let's have a look in the comments. So glad I got some Sanntangle ordered this time. I missed out last time, says Faye. Terry says, I love that spiral. I love that you've spiral bound your projects as well.
Yeah.
Do the mini book show much ideas for the stencils?
Here we go.
Oh, amazing. Yes, all the stencil ideas and how you're going to use the stencils, Christine, are within the smaller books that accompany them. It's amazing.
There we go.
Thanks, John. You're the best, unless Tracy's here. This one here, he's had a bit of a rough time today, John. He's been getting it in the neck. This is, of course, then what we're going to be able to create using dream
and this is how I actually do it. As I draw the artwork in my sketch pads, as you've all seen this morning, and then I actually work out how you're going to put the stencils together. I then create the stencils, and then this has been drawn using those stencils, and that's the instructions.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's not textured and 3-dimensional, because when you look at it, it looks so textured.
Certainly, you know, that top section, that rose is just divine. I'm going to show you how to do that a little bit later.
Oh,
looks scary, but not. Yeah. This one is a variation, or it's something that we've extended. So think of the To the Moon and Back and how we did that moon earlier. This is the same format. So if you look at this, you've got the moon. You see how we've done that there? You can create this flower with that star shape. Okay. And again, there are instructions how to create the flower. But then this one, I've gone my own way and done my own thing. So, of course, I've stamped an image in the middle there. Anything you actually want to sort of put in there, you could just put a sentiment if you want. So you don't have to use it exactly as I've done it. And then, the actual frame is... well, it's the matten on the paper, and it's literally...
Oh, it's a matten layer,
Yeah, it's actually paper that's been drawn. It looks printed, doesn't it? But it was hand-drawn with those micron pens. Yeah. So it's a labour of love, this one. It took a couple of weekends off and on, but you can see that you can go from that very basic and you can really build it up.
Nicola just said, I can't believe it didn't take like 8 years to do it. So
no, it's not going to take you 8 years, unless you leave it and do it like once a
year
week.
for a few hours.
But no, it just shows you, I think, this is where you can go. So from something quite small, this is where you can add your own little bits to it. It's crazy,
absolutely
isn't it?
amazing. It really is incredible. Right, we need to also have a little look at this down here. So a few different items for you. So you've got the bag here. Going to be amazing for storing everything, I'm guessing.
Absolutely, all my sketch pads, my stencils go in the front, and everything else that I need to sort of carry with me. And you know what, because it's all contained, you could leave it at the side of the your sofa and things, and you could just pick it up when you need it and just take it away, and you know that you've got everything in there.
It's got really nice sturdy handles on there, nice strong, just leather detailing on the bottom there, and here on the tabs. It's going to wear well, is what you know. £15.99, £23.18 if you want to get your hands on that one. Then we have got the tantalisers. Is that what they're called?
No, it's not.
Tortillons.
Tortillon. Tortillon.
Is it a very like fancy French word?
It's French, yeah, but you call them what you like,
Oui,
really.
oui.
They're paper stubs. They don't sound as posh, do they, when you say paper stubs?
No. Tantalisers.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with tantalisers.
You can do that. You can do that, yeah. But they're brilliant. They're really, really useful things to have in your little stash. Even if you've got pastel pencils, you can blend them with that as well. So it works
Wonderful.
quite nice.
Maybe you're restocking on those, £4.50, £6.52. We have the bright tiles available for you. And really good fun. Like, I love what you said earlier about how, you know, you've taken something that is quite a serious craft, but, you know, you've injected a bit of colour, injected a bit of craft to it. And I think if that's what you want to do, then these brighter tiles are absolutely going to be perfect for doing that for you, aren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. And those are the ones that Craig and I used earlier. Craig used the yellow and I used the hot pink. And this one here looks quite blue on screen here, doesn't it? It's sort of it's very tealy, almost bluey green. So really, really nice. Certainly with those metallic pens.
Absolutely beautiful. £5 or $7.25 if you want to get your hands on those. Right, you'll be joining us again a little bit later during our craft along with whatever's left, I think, at this point. It has been very, very busy so far today. Right, I'm going to hand over to Craig, who's going to have a little look at the mini dies.
I am indeed. Let's have a look at these. They're all nicely back in the packaging again from before. So here we go. This is our Gemini Mini dies. Now this is part of, or not part of, this is the craft along that's coming up just shortly with Debbie and George, and it's your Gemini Mini collection. 96 elements or 96 dies, as we kind of proved within that last bit there. So now you will be able to see. There you go.
Oh, it's been a long show. I'll just put the iPad here for you.
Do you know what? Who needs ideas or inspiration? It's Debbie. Debbie's just walked past. Oh, done it again.
What have you done?
John, he's put these boards.
Oh, it wasn't John, it was me, sorry. I mean, really, you should have moved it the first time you did it, really. Well, you've left them there again. There you go. Sorted.
We don't even need them there. Anyway, we'll go through the Gemini Mini dies. This time we'll go through the packaging. We won't actually cut them.
No. Oh, we could just cut them again.
We could. John, could we get the plates to run these through again? No.
No, not allowed.
Not
Sorry.
allowed. No. Computer says no. So we've got the baby set here. Really, really lovely icons throughout the full set here. You're going to find that you potentially are going to do what I do or have done, and I just set them in a tiny little tub and they sit on my craft desk all the time because they're lovely elements that you can go back to. So we've had birthday, we've had baby, we're going into love here. Now what you need to keep in mind is, for instance, love, the word die cuts out, you've got a little love heart that comes out within the letter as well as that little speech bubble. So you've got lots more versatility with the things that pop out. Then we've got some sentiments within them as well. So we've got happy birthday, and then we've got congrats. Then we're going to go into the foliage here. So you've got your banana leaves, you've got your plants there. Really nice if you want to do a little bit of background decoration for your flower forming maybe. Just little bit of subtleness into the backdrop. Then if you love your sewing as well, although with the sewing and with the scissors, you could use them for other jobs if you want to.
I thought that, if you go back to the plants one, I thought, Nick has just said to me, is that what your pants look like? As in like underwear. I was thinking, gosh, that's a very personal question. She meant plants.
Oh,
as in my plants.
Is that what your plants look like?
I am a plant parent. There they are.
Yeah.
They are like that. I do have a Monstera, yes, which is the one on the left there.
I remember we used to have like huge, great big like banana plant thing in our bathroom back in my mum and stepdad's home.
I can't imagine banana plants fruit in Dundee.
No, they don't actually. No, so. Nothing really fruits in Dundee. Then what we've got is our new home as well. Not many new homes in Dundee either. But you've got that new home, you've got the keys and that there as well.
Dundee.
You've got some tags. Plenty of people got tags in Dundee.
You are cheeky today.
We've got the fairies. What's fairies in Dundee?
Oh dear.
Then we've got some dragonflies as well.
Dear.
So we've got the dragonfly. I'm so getting shot. I
Really are.
am from
You
Scotland.
are naughty.
You've got the butterflies, then we've got the numbers. We've got the alphabet.
Oh.
We've got the alphabet. We've got for the little dogs as well, the little paw prints, little fish bones, a little bowl. Then we've got with love.
It's gone.
Also
Best
got
wishes.
Best wishes. Just for you. And special friend, which I've not got any of them now. In Scotland.
Not left in Dundee.
Not in Dundee.
Anyway, I just want to share with you a few of the things that have been made using these too, because they are absolutely gorgeous. That's our very own Julia's made that one there, and this one just here. Both very, very cute. And we've also got a lovely little pop out here too, which is excellent. Really amazing. Tags, you know how I love a tag, Craig? Again, another thing. I've never been on the tag though, just for clarity. This one here is brilliant with little bones there, and you've got one little fish here. Loads you can do with these, and remember, they're coming up today with the lovely Debbie Fisher. $70.99, $84.95. If you want to get your hands on those. I think we need to have a moment, don't you? Calm ourselves down.
Yeah.
Whilst we do that, here's one of our fantastic quick prizes.
Love you, Dundee.
Quick Buy, all your crafting must-haves in a flash. Put away your tape measure and fabric scissors. The Threader's fabric cutter offers accuracy and precision with every cut. This handy tool slices through fabric in a guillotine style. Its ergonomic design features a comfortable and protective handle, so it's safe and easy to use whether you're right or left-handed. Its 45mm rotary blade will cut up to 6 layers of fabric at a time, so your sewing, quilting, and upholstery project times are cut down to size. It's equipped with a measuring guide in metric and imperial for a perfectly accurate cut every time. The built-in grid ruler has 30-degree, 45-degree, and 60-degree angle lines, so you can cut fabric on any angle, including the bias. Quick Buy, all your crafting must-haves in a flash. Welcome to Crafters TV. With more than 35 hours of live shows each week, it's your home for all things craft. We shine the spotlight on new and innovative crafting products with live tutorials and demonstrations. Join our family of craft experts where fun happens every day.
Quiet. The neighbours.
I'm all out of Zoom. I'm so lost without you. I'm not singing.
Lisa, if you email in, don't send a picture of your air fryer. Make sure it's something creative.
Get creative and craft along. With our amazing deals, your next craft project is just a click away. Tune in live 7 days a week, or you can watch us on Catch Up at crafterscompanion.com, Facebook, or our YouTube channels. You can chat to us, craft along, and meet new friends by joining our online crafting community.
You entertain us. You give us a community to talk, in the chat. That wouldn't happen without you guys. It's like Crafters Companion is magical. There's magic here.
Joy, there's not a dry eye in the studio here. Debbie's welling up, I'm welling up.
There's a show for every type of crafter, from first-time dabblers to full-time makers. Crafters TV, create every day.
We do create every single day, don't we? I don't know what, lots of different things. Havoc today, indeed, yeah. And sometimes really beautiful things too. So cheeky today, says our social media superstar, Rachel. We are in a cheeky mood.
We are, aren't we?
So we are indeed.
It's in the right cheeky mood
Are
yesterday.
you in tomorrow and Friday on the early?
I am actually, yeah.
So you and I for the rest of the week?
Yeah, I'm on the early show tomorrow, and then Friday I'm doing a split. I'm doing the early show, and then I'm coming back to do launch at night.
Nice one. Right, I want to take you through these, the Image Sentiment Die 6-piece collection. These are nice. These are kind of like, they remind me of like doilies. You know,
Yes,
people
they
used to
do,
craft with
yeah.
doilies. You used to hand cut them.
That's right.
That's kind of what these remind me of. I'll take you through the different designs that you are getting in here. So you've got, if friends were flowers, I'd pick you.
I know,
How
I'd pick
gorgeous.
you too.
Thank you. This one here is thank you for everything. which has got the beautiful butterflies. You've also got the fairies in there as well. Have you seen Cher singing that theme tune? Thank you for being my friend. Travelled round the world back again. That's no lie how she goes. This one here is your celebrate with cake. Is there any other way to celebrate?
No, you've got to have cake. I had some of Christina's cake today.
Did you?
I did.
Oh, I could murder a
birthday
cake. Birthday cake?
Yeah. It's not, it's our school cake, sorry, school cake, just sponge with ice in.
I'm trying to be really
hundreds
good.
And thousands.
Count Your Blessings is this one, just here. Then what we also have is Faith, Hope, Love, that one there. And finally, Friendship Means the World, which is your final one there. You get all 6 of those. A nice saving for you, $14.99 or $19.43. Craig's got some ideas of things we can do with them.
Well, there's lots that you can do with them. Yes, they are, of course, the die and the decoration die. The actual decoration die, sentiment die, it cuts out your card. But what we've also given you is an additional matte and layer die to go on top. So that gives you lots of different opportunities.
Hey!
To do apertures if you wanted to, so shakers, framing if you want. But it is a really good one just to have as that backdrop on the matte and layer. But whether you're doing your square cards, your rectangle cards, your concept cards, you can absolutely do that. What I would highly recommend you do with these ones is once you've die cut them, run them through again, but with your embossing mat, because for these ones, the team have put lots of extra detail when it comes to the embossing element on the dies. So you will find, when you look at the dies, there's lots of scope for embossing, and 100% do that. It's not essential, but you are going to get that embossed look if you do run it through once again with your embossing mat, so it's worthwhile doing. But whether you're doing it with plain cardstock, whether you're going to be spritzing over the top, inking over the top, using them as stencils, the foil press, use them in all these different ways, and you can make gorgeous looking cards.
Absolutely, you can. $44.95, $58.27 if you want to go for those. Right, the anniversary USB. This is quite amazing because you can get this for free essentially, which means you'll save $44.99, $49.95. You'll get it for free when you go for the Ultimate Pro itself. Now this is amazing because you've got 33 different projects within here, which is amazing, and that includes advanced fold cards, 3D cards, 3D gift cards, gift card holders, stationery, desks and storage, envelope projects, diagonal open boxes, advanced gift boxes as well. All of that is within there, so brilliant that you've got that. And I know you get lots of instruction, there's lots of things online, Craig, but nice to have the USB that you can just go back and watch and craft with any time you like, which is fantastic.
Yeah, because even I've got it because it comes in handy for all of us as well. You know, we can't remember every measurement for every concept card and box and project, so it's good that we've got the USB. Follow along, start, stop, pause, rewind, fast forward, but the good thing as well is you can print out the instructions as well if you want to follow along that way. But then you can make little treat boxes, lots of different style boxes. We do box dies here at Crafters Companion, and they're great, and I use mine quite a lot. But sometimes when you want to make something, construct something like a box, you want to start right from the beginning. You want to get that flat bit of cardstock and you want to turn it into something by scoring and measurement and cutting, whether it's a craft knife or scissors. And that's exactly what you can do with these ones. So, you know, your treat boxes in different sizes, different shapes, different styles. But then you can do little notelet sets as well. So popping in some either blank cards or decorated cards, that's up to you. But nice little gift to give to someone, maybe even putting an expensive pen in there. You'll maybe get a load from the pound store or dollar store, something like that, and then make a set of notelet booklets. Then what you can do is then start to create stuff like this. So maybe for an anniversary or a new baby, or if it is a wedding, you can put all the photos of all of your the Mr. and Mrs. or Mrs. Mrs. Mr. and Mr. You can be doing all of that, sort of like an accordion. The fact is, obviously, it doesn't fold completely flat, but considering it's gone from that to that,
amazing, isn't
which
it?
is quite cool, and it's all there in the USB. Pop it into your laptop, your PC, and then you can create these and so much more.
Yeah, and you do have the full PDF instructions included to go alongside the videos as well, which is excellent. So If you are someone that maybe prefers to be if you prefer to have the written instructions as well as the videos, it's all there for you, which is great. Right, we're going to move on. We've got a brilliant deal on our craft boxes, our craft kits. There's 8 of them in this particular collection, which is awesome. So we're going to kick off with number 37, which is your pop-out characters. Brilliant value, as they always are. With every single one of these, also there is full video tutorials available for you over at crafterscompanionbox.com. So do head over there, have a little look at those. In this one, you're going to get dies, card blanks, envelopes, assorted ribbon, coloured card packs. You've got acrylic stamps, printed papers, and you've got pearls in this one as well, which is brilliant. Craig, what can we do with this one?
We can do either a little bunny rabbit, so as we open it up, we've got a little bunny rabbit that pops out. Now you get the stamps to decorate the face, the paws, everything to decorate the cards that you've got there. You've got even different sentiments too. But then what you've also got, so that one being the bunny rabbit, but you also get a little teddy bear in here as well. So if you do want to do larger cards, you can. If you want to do smaller cards, you can. But it's as if they're hugging the sentiment. Now, if you want to put in any of your other ones, you absolutely can do. You don't need to use the sentiments that are included. But then what you can do is decorate the front. I wouldn't necessarily go over the top too much with the front. You can if you want, but you want to let the inside do the shout in there. So you've got happy birthday, or I think the other one is good luck as well as additional sentiments that you can pop on the front, pop up, and a little bunny rabbit. Certainly good with Easter coming up, that's for sure. And even little useful stamps and dies that you've got there with the carrots and that, always nice just to have about in your crafty stash, maybe woodland friends or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Snap that up. Next one we're going to look at is box number 38. This one is the pop-out scene. Don't know what that was. This is a pop-out scenes here. And this one includes metal dies, stamps, card blanks, envelopes, ribbon, colour card, printed papers, and also pearls too. Another brilliant box for you. It said number 38, this one here. They're half price these as well, which is amazing. So $12.49 per box when you buy them together. When you actually get them as a platinum member, you are looking at £10 or $10 a box if you break it down in a cost per box price, which is incredible.
They really, really are. And then these ones enable you to make lovely cards that look like this. Now, using some of the stamps to then decorate the front, but the main focus is on the inside, where you've got that pop-up feature. You can have some of the additional embellishments, such as the balloons and that, they could be hanging from the centre. So you can make that. Now, just to show you with the same one, but by changing the colour, it looks completely different. So you might want to go for that silhouette sort of look, or if you want to come in with your colours, you absolutely can do. You've got that creative play. But then that's another birthday one. Let's go in, that's another birthday one. We've got the woodland. So same idea, but then you can decorate them on the front. So if you want to do a shaker, but then when you open it up, we've got that woodland inside. So if you do have past collections, that would work really well. But the fact is, as Joe said, you get everything included, so you can then come along and you can create your scenes, whether you're wanting to do them for the pop out in the middle, you maybe want to use them on the front, you can do that. Use your nest and dies, change the look, change the shape. So much scope for your creativeness.
Absolutely. Next one we've got here, Craig, is the embossing folders. You get 4 full-size embossing folders in here.
So you get a mixture of sizes in a way.
You do. Look at the ribbon in this one. How gorgeous is that? Absolutely beautiful. Oh, I can't find them. I'm going to show you the embossing folders. I'll show you the papers whilst I'm here. They're all in their packets, but absolutely gorgeous selection. Also remember, worth remembering that all of the papers are only available in the box in which you'll find them. So it's not a case of you can come back and buy the papers separately or do extra papers. If you want what you see, you need to get them in the box. This is the mix and match embossing folders. So embossing folders, cut and emboss folders, sentiments, flowers, die cut flowers in here, stamps, card blanks, envelopes, ribbons, coloured card, printed papers, and gems in there too. This one, you know, it's a good one because it's super heavy. This one,
heavy.
it really is.
It really is, because you've got all your different styles when it comes to the embossing folders. So straight away you're doing your panel on the front of the card if you want to, but then you can do your smaller diddy cards if you want. So even although some of, or at least a couple of embossing folders are smaller, they're longer but they're smaller, then you can still create different cards. I mean, look at these easel cards that you can create. If you've got little embellishments at home, you can start to incorporate them, but layer up with gilding waxes. You know, all the techniques that we do with all our embossing folders here at Crafters Companion on Crafters TV, just think of what we've done and then transfer that through to your craft kits. You can do that. For instance, things like your letterpress effect. So using the folders, taking your water reactive inks, maybe your pigment inks, do the letterpress, embossing powders, you can do all of them. And then again, even some of them here, what you could then do is just do strips along the bottom, because at least one of them is a cut and emboss folder as well. So that's going to cut that nice decorative edge as you go along as well. Mix and match them with some of the other folders. You know, you might do the pop out, but on the front have an emboss element to it. You can do that as well. Lots of fun when it comes to the embossing folders.
Absolutely a great value. That one, embossing folder, is something we know you all love. This one, of course, the wobbling characters, box number 40. This one, you've got metal dies, clear stamps, card blanks, envelopes, ribbon, coloured card, and printed papers in here as well. And also worth saying, when we bring out a box that is so similar or to like a full collection, there was obviously a full collection of these wobblers. What you'll have in the box and in the collection are two totally separate things. So these characters in here will be different to the larger collection. So I either treat this as, this is a try me, and you're going to then go on, if you love it, and buy the rest of the collection, or the other way around. Maybe you've already got the collection, you love it and you want to complete it, this box will do that for you.
It will. We showed you a few earlier on of them individually, but because you get the cat, the dog, the boy and the girl, use them individually or bring them in together. So we've got the fairy and the superhero, and we've got them wobbling away. You do get the dies included that's going to create that wobble as the spiral, but then still using them together, but using the cat and the dog. Believe it or not, cats and dogs do get on.
Do they?
Yeah, they do get on. My auntie and uncle's cat and dog.
Well, you didn't say my auntie and uncle, one's a cat, one's a dog. And they get on well.
I'm not going down that road. So what you've got within these ones here is you can then use them together and wobble. It might be the boy with the dog and the girl with the cat if you wanted to. You can do that. Or if you do just want to do them individually. You don't have to have them wobbling. You know, if you want to have them just sat or attached to your card, you can do. But then the other thing as well, think about your twirling characters, your penny slider characters. These would all work well in that concept. Or bring them in with the elements on your craft box. You can do that. So much fun. You get the papers, you get all the embellishments as Joe was showing you a moment ago, all them included as well.
Really, really cool, that one. Another one that is particularly great value, I think, because you've got two edgeable dies within here, is your statement sentiments. This one is box number 41. Let's have a little look in this one, see if I can find the dies for you. Yeah, the dies are amazing. Let me share these with you. So that is what you've got. Now, you're paying, you wouldn't be able to get, Platinum members are paying £10 for this box. When you break it down, wouldn't be able to buy those dies for £10.
No.
You really, really wouldn't. And then you've got all your card blanks, envelopes, gems, pearls, stamps, literally absolutely everything is in there for you, which is great. And this one makes a minimum of 24 cards, but of course the stamps, the dies, they're going to live forever, which is brilliant. As long as you look after them, you'll be able to use those time and time again. This was number 41. This one. This was, again, another extremely popular one, Craig.
It was, because what you've got is you've got your sentiment, you've got happy birthday, and you've also got with love. So for instance, on this one here, the happy die cuts out, so you've got happy that's sitting nice and proud at the top, but then birthday cuts into your cardstock, so you're getting that double effect. So if you are going to back it with deep cardstock on the back like this one, it really does stand out quite proud. But you might want to then do it on the fold of your card. So once again, the happy is standing proud with the birthday tucked in and die cut underneath. You can do that. Maybe you want to do them at an angle. You've got that option as well. You've got the dies. You've got that versatility of doing them on the top, on the side, at an angle, which is up to you. Maybe you don't even want to pop them on an angle. Maybe you just want to use them as a singular main focal topper. you absolutely can do. With the Love, which would then die cut at the top, and then with die cut at the top, Love would then die cut into the cardstock. But then there's a prime example there. So with the With, it's standing proud, but then the Love underneath at the bottom there cuts into the card. Decorate it with the pattern papers as well if you wanted to, or use your own stash. You can just have a good play.
Amazing. The next one you're going to get in here, another one which is brilliant. I think, especially when we bring you a new concept in a collection, like the ribbon threading one. This is, for instance, maybe you're unsure about it. It's something you've not tried before. The box is such a great way of determining whether that style of crafting is for you. Remember, full video tutorials for you. Makes a minimum of 18 cards. You've got metal dies, stamps, card blanks, envelopes, assorted ribbons, and you've also going to get colour card, printed papers. This one is number 42. I really enjoyed this box. Really enjoyed watching it demonstrated, because it's such a strong concept, Craig, isn't it?
It is such a strong concept, because you've got your ribbon thread and dies. Now with these ones, what you've got two different styles in the box. You've got the straight one and you've got the nice one with the curve. Now both of these, you get the decorative die and you get the two outside dies as well. So if you want it to be a separate element, you can do. If you want it to be on the left or onto the right, you absolutely can do. That's entirely up to yourself. But if you want to then do your fold backs and then your Z fold cards and your concept cards, you absolutely can. But then maybe having them one at the top and one at the bottom as well, you can do that. You don't just have to have them in one specific place. You've got that option by removing either one die or two dies, you can do that. It does mean that you can then cut it straight into your cardstock as well, but this one along the bottom, why not do a triple? You can do that. So with the middle one, this has been cut into the cardstock. This top one, the top die has been used, and at the bottom die has been used. So it's really, really nice, really fun. Square cards, 5x7 cards, longer cards, DL cards, slimline cards, all of these ones you can be doing as well if you wanted to as well. Really, really nice. Doesn't just have to be ribbon either. It could be twine, it could be strips of paper. If you like your quilling, you've got them left over, why not use them as well? This has always been a fun favourite for a lot of you at home.
Yeah, absolutely. That one has. I just want to share with you the stencil, a silhouette stencil and stamp box that we've got just here. Just some of the stencils you've got on here. You've got absolutely loads. You get 10 stencils in this particular collection, which is amazing. I mean, that really is the value of the box on its own. You've also got in here stamps, card blanks, card panels, which is a bit different. So it's something you can ink up and add to your card blank. Assorted ribbons, pearls, coloured card, and printed papers. And it's box 43, this particular one. As I said earlier, platinum members, you're looking at £10 per box when you work it out. The value on this one, which is amazing, Craig, isn't it?
It is. Because you've got the stamp, you've also got the stencil. They do work together. That's the whole point and concept of them. But you're going to have your own creative play and then use them and change them in whichever way that you want. But we've got our lovely sunset background that we can see here with the flamingos, as well as that stencil look on the background. But then what you do also have as well is there is one stamp that's Santa Claus and the sleigh. So if you do want to do a little bit of Christmas making, you can do. But all the other ones are, for instance, like your fairy, as well as the flamingos. So you're inking all the way around with the stencils, and then what you're coming along and doing is then stamping the centre in. So with your reactives, your sparkle pens, pigment, whatever way you want to create your background, you can do. It could be that you're inking on pattern paper, you can do. I mean, using this one, the forest scene where you would probably use Santa in the sleigh, but use the stag instead, works a treat. For instance, they will go the forest with Santa in the sleigh, but then coming in with your sparkles, your glitters, your glossy accents, really, this is one that you are, you know, you're not going to have to get inky and messy, but you can if you want. You can really dive straight in. Why wouldn't you? Exactly, for sure.
The next one we're going to look at is this one here, Craig, which is your silhouette. Oh, stencil stamp. We just did that one. Brilliant. Oh, well, I'm going to have to move you, mate. Sorry, because that's my only one that needs to be done. 1 second. Oh, sorry, Dobby.
I'm Dobby.
Did you just talk?
Yeah.
Chatty, isn't he, today? Right, the next one we're going to look at here is your sentiment edgeables. Really cool. 3 dies in here. Clear stamps, card blanks, envelopes, ribbons, pearls, coloured card, printed papers. Makes a a total of 18 cards, this one. And box number 44, you get 3 edgeable dies in a box. It's amazing value. Again, this again was one of those very, very popular ones. Maybe you've got a few, maybe you're starting your craft kit collection, and this will be a great starting point because you've got 8 off the bat. Maybe you're missing a few of these, so you're going to pack some of these away as gifts. They should be at full price, $24.99 per box, whether that's pounds or dollars. You're getting them today for about £12, $12 per box. But of course, if you're a platinum member, you're looking at around £10 a box, which is amazing, amazing value, Craig.
Imagine if you get all 8 boxes and you were just to pull out everything from inside.
Put it all together.
Put it all together. Imagine how much that would look like. It would look awesome. But then with these ones here, because you've got that edgeable, what you've got within these ones is you've got one that says Special Friends. Now you can die cut your edge without the sentiment if you want to. Very, very versatile. So you might want the decoration only, but you can put in that Special Friend, and you can have it higher up as well if you want. Prime example here, without using the sentiment, only using the decorative die, you can do that. So top fold or fold back. This one has been directly cut straight into, so it's more of an aperture effect. This one along the same lines, but the actual birthday has been die cut, then it's been lifted with foam pads and popped over the top, so you've got a little bit of height. Happy birthday once again, but then what we've done is paper pieced back into the sentiment that we can see here. So if you want to do that, great. If not, keep in mind the words that die cut out, you can use these little bits and then, use that as a sentiment somewhere else. Really fancy one. Doing drop shadows, adding some glitz and glam. It works an absolute treat as well. Or keep it very, very simple, without any additional inking, without any of the sentiments, just a simple bit of die cutting along one side with a bit of pattern paper, using the stamp sentiment as well in conjunction with the dies. Really, really lovely.
Yeah, really fantastic. They are a brilliant, brilliant value. Make sure, remember, you're going over to crafterscompanionbox.com and checking out all of those inspirational videos that are over there. There is a hero tool, of course, in Creative Cravings, as there is every Creative Cravings on a Wednesday evening. Creative Cravings is also that one show of the week where we kind of take it back to basics a little. It's the A5 heavyweight acetate. You get 50 sheets of this, and also then the red liner tape as well. So you're going to get the 12, you've also got the 6mm, and you've got the 3mm too. The construction's great for constructing with, I guess we released this with a specific collection. I can't remember which collection that was, Craig.
The aperture outline dies. It was like there was the window at stained glass, stained glass aperture dies.
Yeah, absolutely. So use them for that. I mean, what do you use construction acetate for?
If you want to do box making, if you're wanting to do maybe card blanks, you can do that with them. If you are die cutting, maybe for instance one of those shaped edgeable dies we showed you a minute ago, if you want to have a little bit extra strength to it, but you don't want cardstock behind it, put some of the construction acetate, that works well. Construction acetate, even though it's thick, you can absolutely foil with it with our foil press, no worries at all. With that one, that set anyway, it does have a little bit of a backing to it, so just peel it off. That's why it looks a bit cloudy at first. Yeah, absolutely. Right, lots of you still chatting away with us. Wendy is saying, I got my order for Sanntangle goodies in last night. Very savvy lady, Wendy. Pammy says, I love the stencil and stamp box. Kerry says, Crafty, I ordered most of the Sanntangle items last night. I'm about to order the rest. I've shopped the entire show. Pam E says, well, all these stencil stamps are interchangeable. I absolutely love them. Yes, Sandra and Sanntangle will be back a little later in the day, of course. We'll be coming up in the craft along, which is happening a little later with Debbie and George. Let me share some more images with you. This is Stephen's second attempt on a butterfly. I can really see the improvement there, can't you? Yeah, you can see that, isn't it? Just growing little step by step by step. You can see from where you start with to then where you can go on, and even at such a short period of time. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure you're enjoying it, Stephen, as well, which is the main thing, It's not always about the destination. Sometimes you enjoy the journey, don't you, Craig? Oh, it is. It really, really is. And as you do progress, you get that sense of achievement as well. But just enjoy the journey of progressing. Absolutely. Got another one to share with you as well. This is Kerry that's done this one. Very, very cool. Very cool.
They almost look like carrots, don't they?
Yeah,
like
they
very,
do.
very glamorous carrots.
Or, you know, the ice lolly twister. You know, in the centre, yeah. Reminds me of that. John agrees. He does. That looks quite smart. Yeah, a lot to it, but really, really nice.
Yeah, really cool that. Very, very busy show. Don't forget what's coming up throughout the rest of the day today then. Let's just remind you, of course, at 2 p.m. here in the UK, which is 9 a.m. on the East Coast. West Coast is 6 a.m. A great craft along for you with the mini dies, which are excellent. And of course, Sanntangle will be featuring in that show. And if you want to go and find what you need to do in the craft along, all the details are over on our social pages, Crafters TV, if you want to find those. Then remember, of course, Creative Cravings coming up tonight, sorry, I should say, here in the UK, 6 p.m. Till 9 in the UK. East Coast is 1 till 4, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. if you're on the West Coast. Creative Cravings is our one show of the week where we really take it back to basics. I wouldn't call it a beginner's show because it's absolutely something that everyone can learn within there. But if you've got questions, you've got things that you're struggling with, it's that show where you want to get all of those questions in too, and that'll be the place to do it with George and Debbie Fisher, who are here throughout the rest of the day today. Craig and I back in this slot tomorrow, 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. Going to be a brilliant show because we are going to be featuring Creative Expressions as well. I know there's a Creative Expressions launch day coming up later, but really excitingly, Jamie Rogers is going to be joining us. Has his own range with Creative Expressions. He also demonstrates lots of their products. I was talking to Debbie, someone I know and I've worked with several times. Debbie Fisher, he owns a couple of craft stores in
he does.
Yarmouth and Clacton.
Yep.
And Debbie Fisher's been down and done some demo days for him, with him, I should say, as well. So he'll be coming in, he'll be having a chat, no doubt, treating us to a few demonstrations as well, we would hope, in our Craft Chat Create show. I'm sure he'll pop up in the wake-up call with us too. What a great show it's been, Craig.
It's been so fun. It's been so
really,
good.
really good, hasn't it?
Yeah,
very,
really,
very busy.
Really enjoyed that. Nice selection. Nice to see as well, obviously, what Sandra was doing, seeing a few comments saying thanks, how we were able to explain how to use the decoupage dies with the stamps, not always just focusing on the paper pads. That's what it's all about here, just showing you all the different things that you can do as well. I'm not away home just yet, but that's me for the day of Crafters TV. I'm going to hang around a little bit longer to do a few things, but back tomorrow morning with you again.
Absolutely.
And wake up call.
And there's an announcement on Friday coming as well, which we'll be telling you about. Some even more exciting changes to our schedules to look forward to. So we'll be revealing more about that on Friday. That's you and I again, isn't it, for that show on Friday. So make sure you come and join us for that. So you've only got an hour to go and get yourself ready. Go and gather the bits and bobs that you need ready for that craft along. For Debbie and George, who will be back here, and they will be back here taking you through the rest of the day. What are you up to for the rest of the day?
The rest of the day, I'm actually going to do a little bit of filming. I'm going to go and help Brent out. He's a little bit snowed under at the moment, so I'm going to give him a helping hand, and then I'll go home.
I was going to maybe think about going to the cinema tonight because we talked about it, but I'm going to just have the nice big sleep. We're going to have a bath and a sleep. Yeah, it's going to be lovely.
Yeah, I think you should just chill out as well.
John, have you had a nice day, John?
Legend.
He's had the best time. He's had the best time. He'll be back tomorrow with the pair of us. Thanks to Erin and Nickers next door. Thanks to John, of course. Big thanks to Craig. And the biggest thanks, of course, to all of you at home. But don't go too far because you've only got an hour until that craft along. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye.